And when those rangers of the sky found that the warriors of Dhritarashtra along with their king could not be stopped by words, they all went to the king Chitrasena and represented everything unto him. And when Chitrasena, the king of the Gandharvas, came to know all this, he became filled with rage, alluding to the Kuru, and commanded his followers, saying, "Punish these wretches of wicked behavior." And, O Bharata, when the Gandharvas were so commanded by Chitrasena, they rushed weapons in hand towards the Dhritarashtra ranks. And beholding the Gandharvas impetuously rushing towards them with upraised weapons, the Kuru warriors precipitously fled in all directions at the very sight of Duryodhana. And beholding the Kuru soldiers all flying from the field with their backs to the foe, the heroic Radhya alone fled not. And seeing the mighty host of the Gandharvas rushing towards him, Radhya checked them by a perfect shower of arrows. And the Suta's son, owing to his extreme lightness of hand, struck hundreds of Gandharvas with Kshatraprisand arrows and balas and various weapons made of bones and steel. And that mighty warrior, causing the heads of numerous Gandharvas to roll down within a short time, made the ranks of Chitrasena to yell in anguish. And although they were slaughtered in great numbers by Karna endued with great intelligence, yet the Gandharvas returned to the charge by hundreds and thousands. And in consequence of the swarms of Chitrasena's warriors rushing impetuously to the field, the earth itself became soon covered by the Gandharva host. Then King Duryodhana, and Sakuni, the son of Shivala, and Dusasana, and Vikana, and other sons of Dhritarashtra, seated on cars, the clatter of whose wheels resembled the roars of Garuda, returned to the charge, following the lead of Karna, and began to slaughter that host. And desirous of supporting Karna, these princes invested the Gandharva army with a large number of cars and a strong body of horses. Then the whole of the Gandharva host began to fight with the Kauravas. And the encounter that took place between the contending hosts was fierce in the extreme and might make one's hair stand on end. The Gandharvas, at last, afflicted with the shafts of the Kuru army, seemed to be exhausted. And the Kauravas, beholding the Gandharvas so afflicted, sent up a loud sound. And seeing the Gandharva host yielding to fear, the angry Chitrasena sprang from his seat, resolved to exterminate the Kuru army. And conversant with various modes of warfare, he waged on the fight, aided by his weapons of illusion. And the Kaurava warriors were then all deprived of their senses by the illusion of Chitrasena. And then, O Bharata, it seemed that every warrior of the Kuru army was fallen upon and surrounded by 10 Gandharvas. And attacked with great vigour, the Kuru host was greatly afflicted and struck with panic. O king, all of them that liked to live, fled from the field. But while the entire Dhritarashtra host broke and fled, Karna, that offspring of the sun, stood there, O king, immovable as a hill. Indeed, Duryodhana and Karna and Sakuni, the son of Shivala, all fought with the Gandharvas, although every one of them was much wounded and mangled in the encounter. All the Gandharvas then, desirous of slaying Karna, rushed together by hundreds and thousands towards Karna. And those mighty warriors, desirous of slaying the Suta's son, surrounded him on all sides, with swords and battle-axes and spears. And some cut down the yoke of his car, and some his flagstaff, and some the shaft of his car, and some his horses, and some his charioteer. And some cut down his umbrella, and some the wooden fender round his car, and some the joints of his car. It was thus that many thousands of Gandharvas, together attacking his car, broke it into minute fragments. And while his car was thus attacked, Karna leapt therefrom with sword and shield in hand, and mounting on Vikana's car, urged the steeds for saving himself. Section CCXL. Vaisampayana said, after that great warrior Karna had been routed by the Gandharvas, the whole of the Kuru army, O monarch, fled from the field in the very sight of Dhritarashtra's son. and beholding all his troops flying from the field of battle with their back to the foe, King Duryodhana refused to fly. Seeing the mighty host of the Gandharvas rushing towards him, that repressor of foes poured down upon them a thick shower of arrows. The Gandharvas, however, without regarding that arrowy shower, and desirous also of slaying him, surrounded that car of his. And by means of their arrows, they cut off into fragments the yoke, the shaft, the fenders, the flagstaff, the threefold bamboo poles, and the principal turret of his car. And they also slew his charioteer and horses, hacking them to pieces. And when Duryodhana, deprived of his car, fell on the ground, the strong-armed Chitrasena rushed towards him and seized him in such a way that it seemed his life itself was taken. And after the Kuru king had been seized, the Gandharvas, surrounding Duryodhana, who was seated on his car, also took him prisoner. And some Gandharvas seized Vivansati and Chitrasena, and some Vinda and Danuvinda, while others seized all the ladies of royal household. And the warriors of Duryodhana, who were routed by the Gandharvas, joining those who had fled first, approached the Pandavas, who were living in the vicinity. And after Duryodhana had been made captive, the vehicles, the shops, the pavilions, the carriages, and the draft animals, all were made over to the Pandavas for protection. And those soldiers said, "The mighty armed son of Dhritarashtra, possessed of great strength and handsome mien, is being taken away captive by the Gandharvas. Ye sons of Pritha, follow them. Dushasana, Durvishasa, Durmaka, and Dajaya are all being led away as captives in chains by the Gandharvas, as also all the ladies of the royal household." Crying thus, the followers of Duryodhana, afflicted with grief and melancholy, approached Yudhishthira, desirous of effecting the release of the king. Bhima then answered those old attendants of Duryodhana, who, afflicted with grief and melancholy, were thus soliciting the aid of Yudhishthira, saying, what we should have done with great efforts, arraying ourselves in line of battle, supported by horses and elephants hath, indeed, been done by the Gandharvas. They that come hither for other purposes have been overtaken by consequences they had not foreseen. Indeed, this is the result of the evil counsels of a king who is fond of deceitful play. It hath been heard by us that the foe of a person who is powerless is overthrown by others. The Gandharvas have, in an extraordinary way, illustrated before our eyes the truth of this saying. It seems that there is still fortunately some person in the world who is desirous of doing us good, who hath, indeed, taken upon his own shoulders our pleasant load, although we are sitting idly. The wretch had come hither to cast his eyes on us, himself in prosperity, while ourselves are sunk in adversity and emaciated by ascetic austerities, and are exposed to wind, cold and heat. They that imitate the behaviour of that sinful and wretched Kaurava are now beholding his disgrace. He that had instructed Duryodhana to do this had certainly acted sinfully. That the sons of Kunti are not wicked and sinful, I tell it before you all. And while Bhima, the son of Kunti, was speaking thus in a voice of sarcasm, King Yudhishthira told him, "This is not time for cruel words." Section Huxley. Yudhishthira said, "O child, why dost thou use language such as this towards the frightened Kurus, who are now in adversity and who have come to us, solicitous of protection? O Vrikadara, disunions and disputes do take place amongst those that are connected in blood. Hostilities such as these do go on, but the honour of the family is never suffered to be interfered with. If any stranger seeketh to insult the honour of a family, they that are good never tolerate such insult coming from the stranger. The wicked Sult king of the Gandharvas knoweth that we are living here from some time, yet disregarding us, he hath done this deed which is so disagreeable to us. O exalted one, from this forcible seizure of Duryodhana and from this insult to the ladies of our house by a stranger, our family honor is being destroyed. Therefore, ye tigers among men, arise and arm yourselves without delay for rescuing those that have sought our protection and for guarding the honor of our family. Ye tigers among men, let Arjuna and the twins and thyself also that art brave and unvanquished, liberate Duryodhana, who is even now being taken away a captive. Ye foremost of warriors, these blazing cars, furnished with golden flagstaffs and every kind of weapons belonging to Dhritarashtra's sons, are ready here, with Indrasena and other charioteers skilled in arms, for guiding them. Ride ye on these ever-furnished cars of deep prattle, and riding on these, exert ye with activity for fighting with the Gandharvas to liberate Duryodhana. Even an ordinary Kshatriya, amongst those that are here, would to the height of his power, protect one that hath come hither for refuge. What then, O Vrikadara, shall I say of thee? Entreated for assistance in such words as O hasten to my aid. Who is there, amongst those standing around me, that is high-souled enough to assist even his foe, beholding him seeking shelter with joined hands? The bestowal of a boon, sovereignty, and the birth of a son are sources of great joy. But, ye sons of Pandu, the liberation of a foe from distress is equal to all the three put together. What can be a source of greater joy to you than that Duryodhana sunk in distress seeketh his very life as depending on the might of your arms? O Vrikadara, if the vow in which I am engaged had been over, there is little doubt that I would myself have run to his aid. Strive thou by all means, O Bharata, to liberate Duryodhana by the arts of conciliation. If, however, the king of the Gandharvas cannot be managed by the arts of conciliation, then must thou try to rescue Suryodhana by lightly skirmishing with the foe. But if the chief of the Gandharvas do not let the cuirass off even then, they must be rescued by crushing the foe by all means. O Vrikadara, this is all I can tell thee now, for my vow hath been begun and is not ended yet. Vaisampayana continued. Hearing these words of Ajatasattu, Dhananjaya pledged himself, from respect for these commands of his superior, to liberate the Kauravas. And Arjuna said, if the Gandharvas do not set the Dhritarashtras free peacefully, the earth shall this day drink the blood of the king of the Gandharvas. And hearing that pledge of the truth-speaking Arjuna, the Kauravas then, O king, regained the lost tenor of their minds. Section XI. Vaisampayana said, hearing the words of Yudhishthira, those bulls among men, headed by Bhimasena, rose up with faces beaming in joy. And those mighty warriors, O Bharata, then began to case themselves in impenetrable mail that were besides variegated with pure gold, and armed themselves with celestial weapons of various kinds. And the Pandavas, thus cased in mail, and mounted on those chariots furnished with flagstaffs and armed with bows and arrows, looked like blazing fires. And those tigers among warriors, riding upon those well-furnished cars drawn by fleet horses, proceeded to that spot without losing a moment. And beholding those mighty warriors, the sons of Pandu, thus proceeding together, for the liberation of Duryodhana, the Kuru army sent forth a loud shout. And soon did those rangers of the sky flushed with victory, and those impetuous warriors, the sons of Pandu, fearlessly encounter each other in that forest. The Gandharvas were flushed with success, and beholding the 4 brave sons of Pandu coming to battle seated on their cars, they all turned back towards the advancing combatants. And the dwellers of the Gandhamadana, beholding the Pandavas looking like blazing guardians of the world of Oktaya, stood arrayed in order of battle. And, O Bharata, in accordance with words of King Yudhishthira of great wisdom, the encounter that took place was a skirmish. But when Arjuna, that persecutor of foes, saw that the foolish soldiers of the king of Gandharvas could not be made to understand what was good for them by means of a light skirmish, he addressed those invincible rangers of the skies in a conciliatory tone and said, "Leave ye my brother King Sayadana." Thus addressed by the illustrious son of Pandu, the Gandharvas, laughing aloud, replied unto him saying, "O child, there is but one in the world whose behests we obey and living under whose rule we pass our days in happiness. O Bharata, we always act as that one only person commandeth us. Besides that celestial chief there is none that can command us." Thus addressed by the Gandharvas, Dhananjaya, the son of Kunti, replied unto them, saying, "This contact with other people's wives and this hostile encounter with human beings are acts that are both censurable in the king of the Gandharvas and not proper for him. Therefore, leave ye these sons of Dhritarashtra all endued with mighty energy, and liberate ye also these ladies, at the command of King Yudhishthira the Just. If, ye Gandharvas, ye do not set the sons of Dhritarashtra free peacefully, I shall certainly rescue Sayadana and his party by exerting my prowess." And speaking unto them thus, Pritha's son, Dhananjaya, capable of wielding the bow with his left hand also, then rained a shower of sharp-pointed sky-ranging shafts upon those ranges of the firmament. Thus attacked, the mighty Gandharvas then encountered the sons of Pandu with a shower of arrows equally thick, and the Pandavas also replied by attacking those dwellers of heaven. And the battle then, O Bharata, that ranged between the active and agile Gandharvas and the impetuous son of Pandu was fierce in the extreme. Section Xli. Vaisampayana said, "Then those Gandharvas decked in golden garlands and accomplished in celestial weapons, showing their blazing shafts, encountered the Pandavas from every side. And as the sons of Pandu were only 4 in number and the Gandharvas counted by thousands, the battle that ensued appeared to be extraordinary. And as the cars of Karna and Duryodhana had formerly been broken into 100 fragments by the Gandharvas, so were the cars of the 4 heroes attempted to be broken. But those tigers among men began to encounter with their showers of arrows thousands upon thousands of Gandharvas rushing towards them. Those rangers of skies endued with great energy, thus checked on all sides by that arrowy downpour, succeeded not in even coming near to the sons of Pandu. Then Arjuna, whose ire had been provoked, aiming at the angry Gandharvas, prepared to hurl against them his celestial weapons. And in that encounter, the mighty Arjuna, by means of his Agnya weapon, sent 10 of thousands of Gandharvas to the abode of the armor. And that mighty bowman, Bhima, also, that foremost of all warriors in battle, slew, by means of his sharp arrows, Gandharvas by hundreds. And the mighty sons of Madri also, battling with vigor, encountered hundreds of the Gandharvas, O king, and slaughtered them all. And as Gandharvas were being thus slaughtered by the mighty warriors with their celestial weapons, they rose up to the skies, taking with them the sons of Dhritarashtra. But Dhananjaya, the son of Kunti, beholding them rise up to the skies, surrounded them on every side by a wide net of arrows, and confined within that arrowy net like birds within a cage, they showered in wrath upon Arjuna maces and darts and broadswords. But Arjuna, who was conversant with the most efficacious weapons, soon checked that shower of maces and darts and broadswords, and in return began to mangle the limbs of the Gandharvas with his crescent-shaped arrows. And heads and legs and arms began to drop down from above, resembling a shower of stones. And at that sight, the foe was struck with panic. And as the Gandharvas were being slaughtered by the illustrious son of Pandu, they began to shower from the skies a heavy downpour of shafts upon Arjuna, who was on the surface of the earth. But that chastiser of foes, Arjuna, endued with mighty energy, checked that shower of arrows by means of his own weapons and began, in return, to wound them. Then Arjuna of the Kuru race shot his well-known weapons called Stunakana, Indrajala, Sora, Agnya and Somu. And the Gandharvas, consumed by the fiery weapons of Kunti's son, began to suffer heavily, like the sons of Dati, while being scorched by Sakra's thunderbolt. And when they attacked Arjuna from above, they were checked by his net of arrows. And while they attacked him from all sides on the surface of the earth, they were checked by his crescent-shaped arrows. And beholding the Gandharvas put in fear by Kunti's son, Chitrasena rushed, O Bharata, at Dhananjaya, armed with a mace. And as the king of the Gandharvas was rushing at Arjuna from above with that mace in hand, the latter cut with his arrows that mace wholly made of iron into 7 pieces. And beholding that mace of his cut into many pieces by Arjuna of great activity, with his arrows, Chitrasena, by means of his science, concealed himself from the view of the Gandharva and began to fight with him. The heroic Arjuna, however, by means of his own celestial weapons checked all the celestial weapons that were aimed at him by the Gandharvas. And when the chief of the Gandharvas saw that he was checked by the illustrious Arjuna with those weapons of his, he entirely disappeared from sight by help of his powers of illusion. And Arjuna, observing that the chief of the Gandharvas was striking at him concealed from sight, attacked his assailant with celestial weapon inspired with proper mantras. And the multiformed Ananjaya, filled with wrath, prevented the disappearance of his foe by means of his weapon known by the name of Sabdaveda, and assailed with those weapons by the illustrious Arjuna, his dear friend, the king of the Gandharvas, showed himself unto him. And Chitrasena said, Behold in me thy friend battling with thee. And beholding his friend Chitrasena exhausted in the battle, that bull among the sons of Pandu withdrew the weapons he had shot. And the other sons of Pandu, beholding Arjuna withdraw his weapons, checked their flying steeds and the impetus of their weapons and withdrew their bows. And Chitrasena and Bhima and Arjuna and the twins, inquiring about one another's welfare, sat a while on their respective cars. Section Xlif. Vaisampayana said, Then that mighty bowman of blazing splendor, Arjuna, smilingly said unto Chitrasena in the midst of the Gandharva host, What purpose dost thou serve, O hero, in punishing the Kauravas? O, why also hath Sayadana with his wives been thus punished? Chitrasena replied, O Dhananjaya, without stirring from my own abode, I became acquainted with the purpose of the wicked Duryodhana and the wretched Karna in coming hither. The purpose was even this common, knowing that ye are exiles in the forest and suffering great afflictions, as if ye had none to take care of you, himself in prosperity. This wretch entertained the desire of beholding you plunged in adversity and misfortune. They came hither for mocking you and the illustrious daughter of Drupada. The Lord of the Celestials also, having ascertained this purpose of theirs, told me, Go thou and bring Duryodhana hither in chains along with his counsellors. Dhananjaya also with his brother should always be protected by thee in battle, for he is thy dear friend and disciple. At these words of the Lord of the Celestials I came hither speedily. This wicked prince hath also been put in chains. I will now proceed to the region of the Celestials, whither I will lead this wicked wight at the command of the slayer of Parka. Arjuna answered, saying, O Chitrasena, if thou wishest to do what is agreeable to me, set Sayadana free, at the command of King Yudhishthira the Just, for he is our brother. Chitrasena said, This sinful wretch is always full of vanity. He deserveth not to be set free. O Dhananjaya, he hath deceived and wronged both King Yudhishthira the Just and Krishna. Yudhishthira the son of Kunti as yet knoweth not the purpose on which the wretch came hither. Let the king, therefore, do what he desires after knowing everything. Vaisampayana continued, After this, all of them went to King Yudhishthira the Just. And going unto the king, they represented unto him everything about Duryodhana's conduct. And Ajatasattu, hearing everything that the Gandharvas had said, liberated all the Kauravas and applauded the Gandharvas. And the king said, "Fortunate it is for us that though gifted with great strength, ye did not yet slay the wicked son of Dhritarashtra along with all counsellors and relatives. This, O sir, hath been an act of great kindness done to me by the Gandharvas. The honour also of my family is saved by liberating this wicked wight. I am glad at seeing you all. Command me what I am to do for you, and having obtained all you wish, return ye soon whence ye came." Thus addressed by the intelligent son of Pandu, the Gandharvas became well pleased and went away with the Apsaras. And the Lord of the Celestials then, coming to that spot, revived those Gandharvas that had been slain in the encounter with the Kuras, by sprinkling the celestial Amrita over them. And the Pandavas also, having liberated their relatives along with the ladies of the royal household, and having achieved the difficult feat, the defeat of the Gandharvas' host, became well pleased. And those illustrious and mighty warriors worshipped by the Kuras along with their sons and wives, blazed forth in splendour like flaming fires in the sacrificial compound. And Yudhishthira then addressing the liberated Duryodhana in the midst of his brothers, from affection, told him these words, "O child, never again do such a rash act. O Bharata, a rash wight never cometh by happiness. O son of the Kuru race, pleased be thou with all thy brothers. Go back to thy capital as pleaseth thee, without yielding thyself to despondency or cheerlessness." Vaisampayana continued, thus dismissed by the son of Pandu, King Duryodhana then saluted King Yudhishthira the just and overwhelmed with shame, and his heart rent in twain, mechanically set out for his capital, like one destitute of life. And after the Kaurava prince had departed, the brave Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, along with his brothers, was worshipped by the Brahmanas, and surrounded by those Brahmanas endued with the wealth of asceticism, like Sakra himself by the celestials, he began to pass his days happily in the woods of Dwaita. Section CCXLV. Janamejaya said, after his defeat and capture by the foe and his subsequent liberation by the illustrious sons of Bandu by force of arms, it seemeth to me that the entry into Hastinapura of the proud, wicked, boastful, vicious, insolent, and wretched Duryodhana, engaged in insulting the sons of Bandu and bragging of his own superiority, must have been exceedingly difficult. Describe to me in detail, O Vaisampayana, the entry into the capital of that prince overwhelmed with shame and unmanned by grief. Vaisampayana said, dismissed by the king Yudhishthira the just, Dhritarashtra's son Sayodhana, bending his head down in shame and afflicted with grief and melancholy, set out slowly. And the king, accompanied by his 4 kinds of forces, proceeded towards his city, his heart rent in grief and filled with thoughts of his defeat along the way in a region that abounded in grass and water. The king encamped on a delightful piece of ground as pleased him best, with his elephants and cars and cavalry and infantry stationed all around. And as the king Duryodhana was seated on an elevated bedstead endued with the effulgence of fire, himself looking like the moon under an eclipse, towards the small hours of the morning Karna, approaching him, said, "Fortunate it is, O son of Gandhari, that thou art alive. Fortunate it is that we have once more met. By good luck it is that thou hast vanquished the Gandharvas capable of assuming any form at will. And, O son of the Kuru race, it is by good luck alone that I am enabled to see thy brothers, mighty warriors all, come off victorious from that encounter, having subjugated their foes. As regards myself, assailed by all the Gandharvas, I fled before thy eyes, unable to rally our flying host. Assailed by the foe with all his might, my body mangled with their arrows, I sought safety in flight. This, however, O Bharata, seemed to me to be a great marvel that I behold you all come safe and sound in body, with your wives, troops, and vehicles, out of that superhuman encounter. O Bharata, there is another man in this world who can achieve what thou, O king, hast achieved in battle today with thy brothers. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed by Kana. King Duryodhana replied unto the ruler of the Angas in a voice choked with tears. Section Xlvi. Duryodhana said, O Radhya, thou knowest not what hath happened. Therefore, I do not resent thy words. Thou thinkest the hostile Gandhavas to have been vanquished by me with my own energy. O thou of mighty arms, my brothers, indeed had for a long time, aided by me, fought with the Gandhavas. The slaughtered, indeed, on both sides were great. But when those brave Gandhavas, resorting to their many powers of illusion, ascended the skies and began to fight with us, thence our encounter with them ceased to be an equal one. Defeat then was ours, and even captivity. And afflicted with sorrow, we along with our attendants and counsellors and children and wives and troops and vehicles were being taken by them through the skies. It was then that some soldiers of ours and some brave officers repaired in grief unto the sons of Pandu, those heroes that never refuse succour to those that ask for it. And having gone to them they said, Here is King Duryodhana, the son of Dhritarashtra, who with his younger brothers and friends and wives is being led away a captive by the Gandhavas along the sky. Blessed be ye. Liberate the king along with the women of the royal household. Suffer no insult to be offered unto all the ladies of the Kuru race. And when they had spoken thus, the eldest of Pandu's sons, who is endued with a virtuous soul, then conciliated his brothers and commanded them to liberate us. Then those bulls among men, the Pandavas, overtaking the Gandhavas, solicited a release in soft words, although fully able to effect it by force of arms. And when the Gandhavas, addressed in such conciliatory words, refused to set us at liberty, then Arjuna and Bhima and the twins, endued with mighty energy, shot showers of arrows at the Gandhavas. Then the Gandhavas, abandoning the fight, fled through the sky, dragging our melancholy selves after them, filled with joy. Then we beheld a network of arrows spread all around by Dhananjaya, who was also shooting celestial weapons upon the foe. And seeing the points of the horizon covered by Arjuna with a thick network of sharp arrows, his friend, the chief of the Gandhavas, showed himself. And Chitrasena and Arjuna, embracing each other, inquired after each other's welfare. And the other sons of Pandu also embraced the chief of the Gandhavas and were embraced by him. And inquiries of courtesy passed between them also. And the brave Gandhavas, then abandoning their weapons and mingled in a friendly spirit with the Pandavas. And Chitrasena and Dhananjaya worshipped each other with regard. Section Xlvi. Duryodhana said, that slayer of hostile heroes, Arjuna, then approaching Chitrasena, smilingly addressed him in these manly words, O hero, O foremost of the Gandhavas, it behoveth thee to set my brothers at liberty. They are incapable of being insulted as long as the sons of Pandu are alive. Thus addressed by the illustrious son of Pandu, the chief of the Gandhavas, O Gana, disclosed unto the Pandavas the object we had in view in proceeding to that place, viz., that we came for casting our eyes on the sons of Pandu with their wife, all plunged in misery. And while the Gandhava was disclosing those counsels of ours, overwhelmed with shame, I desired the earth to yield me a crevice, so that I might disappear there and then. The Gandhavas then, accompanied by the Pandavas, went to Yudhishthira, and, disclosing unto him also counsels, made us over, bound as we were, to him. Alas, what greater sorrow could be mine than that I should thus be offered as a tribute unto Yudhishthira, in the very sight of the women of our household, myself in chains and plunged in misery, and under the absolute control of my enemies. Alas, they, who have ever been persecuted by me, they unto whom I have ever been a foe released me from captivity, and wretch that I am indebted to them for my life. If, O hero, I had met with my death in that great battle, that would have been far better than that I should have obtained my life in this way. If I had been slain by the Gandavas, my fame would have spread over the whole earth, and I should have obtained auspicious regions of eternal bliss in the heaven of Indra. Listen to me therefore, ye bulls among men, as to what I intend to do now. I will stay here foregoing all food, while ye all return home. Let all my brothers also go to Hastinapura. Let all our friends, including Karna, and all our relatives headed by Dusasana, return now to the capital. Insulted by the foe, I myself will not repair thither. I who had before wrested from the foe his respect, I who had always enchanced the respect of my friends, have now become a source of sorrow unto friends and of joy unto enemies. What shall I now say unto the king, going to the city named after the elephant? What will Bhishma and Drona, Kripa, and Drona's son, Vijura and Sanjaya, Vahuka and Somadatta and other revered seniors, what will the principal men of the other orders and men of independent professions say to me, and what shall I say unto them in reply? Having hitherto stayed over the heads of my enemies, having hitherto trod upon their breasts, I have fallen away from my position. How shall I ever speak with them? Insolent men, having obtained prosperity and knowledge and affluence, are seldom blessed for any length of time like myself, puffed up with vanity. Alas, led by folly, I have done a highly improper and wicked act, for which, fool that I am, I have fallen into such distress. Therefore will I perish by starving, life having become insupportable to me. Relieved from distress by the foe, what man of spirit is there who can drag on his existence? Proud as I am, shorn of manliness, the foe hath laughed at me, for the Pandavas possessed of prowess have looked at me plunged in misery. Vaisampayana continued. While giving way to such reflections, Duryodhana spoke unto Dusasana thus, O Dusasana, listen to these words of mine, O thou of the Bhrata race. Accepting this installation that I offer thee, be thou king in my place. Rule thou the wide earth protected by Karna and Shuvala's sons. Like Indra himself looking after the Maruts, cherish thou thy brothers in such a way that they may all confide in thee. Let the friends and relatives depend on thee like the gods depending on him of 100 sacrifices. Always shouldest thou bestow pensions on Brahmanas, without idleness, and be thou ever the refuge of thy friends and relatives. Like Vishnu looking after the celestials, thou shouldst always look after all consanguineous relatives. Thou shouldst also ever cherish thy superiors. Go, rule thou the earth, gladdening thy friends and reproving thy foes. And clasping his neck, Duryodhana said, Go. Hearing these words of his, Dusasana, in perfect cheerlessness and overwhelmed with great sorrow, his voice choked in tears, said, with joined hands and bending his head unto his eldest brother, Relent. And saying this, he fell down on earth with heavy heart, and afflicted with grief. The tiger among men, shedding his tears on the feet of his brother, again said, This will never be. The earth may split, the vault of heaven may break in pieces, the sun may cast off his splendor, the moon may abandon his coolness, the wind may forsake its speed, the hem of it may be moved from its site, the waters of the ocean may dry up, and fire may abandon its heat. Yet I, O king, may never rule the earth without thee. And Dusasana repeatedly said, Relent, O king. Thou alone shall be king in our race for 100 years. And having spoken thus unto the king, Dusasana began to weep melodiously, catching, O Bharata, the feet of his eldest brother deserving of worship from him. And beholding Dusasana and Duryodhana thus weeping, Karna in great grief approached them both and said, Ye, Kuru princes, why do you thus yield to sorrow like ordinary men, from senselessness? Mere weeping can never ease a sorrowing man's grief. When weeping can never remove one's griefs, what do you gain by thus giving way to sorrow? Some impatience to your aid to not gladden the foe by such conduct. O king, the Pandavas only did their duty in liberating thee. They that reside in the dominions of the king should always do what is agreeable to the king. Protected by thee, the Pandavas are residing happily in thy dominion. It behoveth thee not to indulge in such sorrow like an ordinary person. Behold, thy uterine brothers are all sad and cheerless at seeing thee resolved to put an end to thy life by foregoing food. Blessed be thou. Rise up and come to thy city and console these thy uterine brothers. Section Xlvi. Karma continued, O king, this conduct of thine today appeareth to be childish. O hero, O slayer of foes, what is to be wondered at in this that the Pandavas liberated thee when thou wert vanquished by the foe? O son of the Kuru race, those that reside in the territories of the king, especially those amongst them that lead the profession of arms, should always do what is agreeable to the king, whether they happen to be known to their monarch or unknown to him. It happened often that foremost men who crush the ranks of the hostile host are vanquished by them, and are rescued by their own troops. They that leading the profession of arms reside in the king's realm should always combine and exert themselves to the best of their power for the king. If, therefore, O king, the Pandavas, who live in the territories, have liberated thee, what is there to be regretted at in this? That the Pandavas, O best of kings, did not follow thee when thou didst march forth to battle at the head of thy troops, has been an improper act on their part. They had before this come under thy power, becoming thy slaves. They are, therefore, bound to aid thee now, being endued with courage and might and incapable of turning away from the field of battle. Thou art enjoying all the rich possessions of the Pandavas. Behold them yet alive, O king. They have not resolved to die, foregoing all food. Blessed be thou. Rise up, O king. It behoveth thee not to indulge in great sorrow long. O king, it is the certain duty of those that reside in the king's realm to do what is agreeable to the king. Where should the regret be in all this? If thou, O king, dost not act according to my words, I shall stay here employed in reverentially serving thy feet. O bull among men, I do not desire to live deprived of thy company. O king, if thou resolvest to slay thyself by foregoing food, thou wilt simply be an object of laughter with other kings. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed by Kana, King Duryodhana, firmly resolved to leave the world, desired not to rise from where he sat. Section Xlix. Vaisampayana said, beholding King Duryodhana, incapable of putting up with an insult, seated with the resolution of giving up life by foregoing food, Sakuni, the son of Shavala, said these words to comfort him. Sakuni said, O son of the Kuru race, you have just heard what Karma hath said. His words are, indeed, fraught with wisdom. Why wouldst thou, abandoning from foolishness the high prosperity that I won for thee, cast off thy life today, O king, yielding to silliness? It seemeth to me today that thou hast never waited upon the old. He that cannot control sudden accession of joy or grief is lost, even though he may have obtained prosperity, like an unburnt earthen vessel in water. That king who is entirely destitute of courage, who hath no spark of manliness, who is the slave of procrastination, who always acts with indiscretion, who is addicted to sensual pleasures, is seldom respected by his subjects. Benefited as thou hast been, whence is this unreasonable grief of thine? Do not undo this graceful act done by the sons of Pritha, by indulging in such grief. When thou shouldst joy and reward the Pandavas, thou art grieving, O king. Indeed, this behavior of thine is inconsistent. Be cheerful, do not cast away thy life, but remember with a pleased heart the good they have done thee. Give back unto the sons of Pritha their kingdom, and win thou both virtue and renown by such conduct. By acting in this way, thou mayst be grateful. Establish brotherly relations with the Pandavas by being friends, and give them their paternal kingdom, for then thou wilt be happy. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words of Sakuni, and seeing the brave Dusasana lying prostrate before him unmanned by fraternal love, the king raised Dusasana and, clasping him in his well-round arms, smelt his head from affection. And hearing these words of Karna and Savala, King Duryodhana lost heart more than ever, and he was overwhelmed with shame, and utter despair overtook his soul. And hearing all that his friends said, he answered with sorrow, I have nothing more to do with virtue, wealth, friendship, affluence, sovereignty, and enjoyments. Do not obstruct my purpose, but leave me all of you. I am firmly resolved to cast away my life by foregoing food. Return to the city, and treat my superiors respectfully. Thus addressed by him, they replied unto that royal grinder of foes, saying, O monarch, the course that is thine, is also ours, O Bharata. How can we enter the city without thee? Vaisampayana continued, though addressed in all manner of ways by his friends and counsellors and brothers and relatives, the king wavered not from his purpose. And the son of Dhritarashtra, in accordance with his purpose, spread kusa grass on the earth, and purifying himself by touching water, sat down upon that spot. And clad in rags and kusa grass, he set himself to observe the highest vow. And stopping all speech, that tiger among kings, moved by the desire of going to heaven, began to pray and worship internally, suspending all external intercourse. Meanwhile the fierce Daityas and the Danavas, who had been defeated of old by the Celestials and had been dwelling in the nether regions, having ascertained Duryodhana's purpose and knowing that if the king died their party would be weakened, commenced a sacrifice with fire for summoning Duryodhana to their presence. And mantra-knowing persons then commenced with the help of formally declared by Brihaspati and Usanas, those rites that are indicated in the Atharva Veda and the Upanishads and which are capable of being achieved by mantras and prayers. And Brahmins of rigid vows, well versed in the Vedas and branches, began, with rapt soul, to pour libations of clarified butter and milk into the fire, uttering mantras. And after those rites were ended, a strange goddess, O king, with mouth wide open, arose from the sacrificial fire, saying, What am I to do? And the Daityas, with well-pleased hearts, commanded her, saying, Bring thou hither the royal son of Dhritarashtra, who is even now observing the vow of starvation for getting rid of his life. Thus commanded, she went away, saying, So be it. And she went in the twinkling of an eye to that spot where Sir Ayodhana was. And taking up the king back to the nether regions, and having brought him thus in a moment, she apprised the Danavas of it. And the Danavas, beholding the king brought into their midst in the night, united together, and all of them with well-pleased hearts and eyes expanded in delight addressed these flattering words to Duryodhana. Section CCL. The Danavas said, O Sir Ayodhana, O great king, O perpetuator of the race of Bharata, thou art ever surrounded by heroes and illustrious men. Why hast thou, then, undertaken to do such a rash act as the vow of starvation? The suicide ever sinketh into hell and becometh the subject of calumnious speech. Nor do intelligent persons like thee ever set their hands to acts that are sinful and opposed to their best interests and striking at the very root of their purposes. Restrain this resolve of thine, therefore, O king, which is destructive of morality, profit, and happiness, of fame, prowess, and energy, and which enhanceth the joy of foes. O exalted king, know the truth, the celestial origin of thy soul, and the maker of thy body, and then summon thou patience to thy aid. In days of old, O king, we have obtained thee, by ascetic austerities from Mahabharata. The upper part of thy body is wholly made of an assemblage of vajras, and is, therefore, invulnerable to weapons of every description, O sinless one. The lower part of thy body, capable of captivating the female heart by its comeliness, was made of the flowers by the goddess herself, the wife of Mahadeva. Thy body is thus, O best of kings, the creation of Mahabharata himself and his goddess. Therefore, O tiger among kings, thou art of celestial origin, not human. Other brave Kshatriyas of mighty energy, headed by Bhagadatta, and all acquainted with celestial weapons, will slay thy foes. Therefore, let this grief of thine cease. Thou hast no cause for fear. For aiding thee, many heroic Danavas have been born on the earth. Other Asuras will also possess Bhishma and Drona and Kama and others. Possessed by those Asuras, these heroes will cast away their kindness and fight with thy foes. Indeed, when the Danavas will enter the heart and possess them completely, flinging all affections to a distance, becoming hard-hearted, these warriors will strike everybody opposed to them in battle without sparing sons, brothers, fathers, friends, disciples, relatives, even children and old men. Blinded by ignorance and wrath, and impelled by that destiny which hath been ordained by the Creator, these tigers among men, with hearts steeped in sin, will, O thou foremost of the Kuras, depopulate the earth by hurling and shooting all kinds of weapons, with great manliness and strength, and always addressing one another boastfully with words such as these: Thou shalt not escape from me today with life. And these illustrious sons of Bandu also, 5 in number, will fight with these. And, endued with mighty strength and favoured by fate, they will compass the destruction of these. And, O king, many Daityas and Rakshasas also that have been born in the Kshatriya order, will fight with great prowess in the battle with thy foes, using maces and clubs and lances and various weapons of a superior kind. And, O hero, with respect to the fear that is in thy heart rising from Arjuna, we have already settled the means for slaying Arjuna. The soul of the slain Naraka hath assumed the form of Karna. Recollecting his former hostility, he will encounter both Kesava and Arjuna. And that mighty warrior and foremost of smiters, proud of his prowess, will vanquish Arjuna in battle, as also all thy enemies. The wielder of the thunderbolt, knowing all this, and desirous of saving Arjuna, will in disguise take away from Karna his earrings and coat of mail. We also have for that reason appointed hundreds upon hundreds and thousands upon thousands of Daityas and Rakshasas, viz., those that are known by the name of Samsaptakas. 83 These celebrated warriors will slay the heroic Arjuna. Therefore, grieve not, O king. Thou wilt rule the whole earth, O monarch, without a rival. Do not yield to despondency. Conduct such as this does not suit thee. O thou of the Kuru race, if thou didst, our party becometh weak. Go thou, O hero, and let not thy mind be directed to any other course of action. Thou art ever a refuge as, indeed, the Pandavas are the refuge of the gods. Vaisampayana continued, having addressed him thus, those Daityas embraced that elephant among kings, and those bulls among the Danavas cheered that irrepressible one like a son. And, O Bharata, pacifying his mind by soft speech, they permitted him to depart, saying, Go and attain victory. And when they had given leave to the mighty armed one, that very goddess carried him back to the spot where he had sat down, intent upon putting an end to his life. And having set that hero down and paid him homage, the goddess vanished, taking the king's permission. O Bharata, when she had gone, King Duryodhana considered all that had happened as a dream. He then thought within himself, I shall defeat the Pandavas in battle. And Sayadana thought that Karna and the Samsaptaka army were both able to destroy, and intent upon destroying that slayer of foes, Partha. Thus, O bull of the Bhrata race, the hope was strengthened of the wicked-minded son of Dhritarashtra, of conquering the Pandavas. And Karna also, his soul and faculties possessed by the inmost soul of Naraka, had at that time cruelly determined to slay Arjuna. And those heroes, the Samsaptakas also, having their sense possessed by the Rakshasas, and influenced by the qualities of emotion and darkness, were desirous of slaying Falguna. And, O king, others with Bhishma, Drona, and Kripa at their head, having their faculties influenced by the Danavas, were not so affectionate towards the sons of Pandu as they had been. But King Sayadana did not tell anyone of this. When the night passed away, Karna, that offspring of the sun, with joined hands, smilingly addressed these wise words to King Duryodhana: No dead man conquereth his foes. It is when he is alive that he can see his good. Where is the good of the dead person? And, O Kauravya, where is his victory? Therefore, this is no time for grief, or fear, or death. And having, with his arms, embraced that mighty armed one, he further said, Rise up, O king. Why dost thou lie down? Why dost thou grieve, O slayer of foes? Having afflicted thy enemies by thy prowess, why dost thou wish for death? Or, perhaps, fear hath possessed thee at the sight of Arjuna's prowess. I truly promise unto thee that I will slay Arjuna in battle. O Lord of men, I swear by my weapon that when the 3 and 10 years shall have passed away, I will bring the sons of Prithu under thy subjection. Thus addressed by Karna, and remembering the words of the deities and supplications made by them, his brothers, Sayadana rose up. And having heard those words of the deities, the tiger among men, with a firm resolve in his heart arrayed his army, abounding in horses and elephants and cars and infantry. And, O monarch, immensely swarming with white umbrellas, and pennons, and white chamaras, and cars, and elephants, and foot soldiers, that mighty army, as it moved like the waters of the Ganga, looked graceful like the firmament, at a season when the clouds have dispersed and the signs of autumn have been but partially developed. And, O foremost of kings, eulogized like a monarch by the best of the Brahmanas, blessing with victory, that lord of men Sayadana, Dhritarashtra's son, receiving honors paid with innumerable joined palms, and flaming in exceeding splendor, went in the front, accompanied by Karna, and that Gambla, the son of Shivala, and all his brothers with Dusasana at the head, Amparasrava, and Somadatta, and the mighty King Valika, followed that lion among kings on his way, with cars of various forms, and horses, and the best of elephants. And, O prime among monarchs, in a short time, those perpetuators of the Kuru race entered their own city. Section CCLI. Janamejaya said, when the Hysal sons of Pritha were living in the forest, what did those foremost of men and mighty archers, the sons of Dhritarashtra, do? And what did the offspring of the sun, Karna, and the mighty Sakuni, and Bhishma, and Drona, and Kripa do? It behoveth thee to relate this unto me. Vaisampayana said, when, O mighty king, in this manner the Pandavas had gone, leaving Sayadana, and when, having been liberated by Pandu's sons, he had come to Hastinapura, Bhishma said these words to the son of Dhritarashtra, O child, I had told thee before, when thou wert intent upon going to the hermitage, that thy journey did not please me. But thou didst do so. And as a consequence, O hero, wert thou forcibly taken captive by the enemy, and wert delivered by the Pandavas versed in morality. Yet art thou not ashamed. Even in the presence of thee, O son of Gandhari, together with thy army, did the Suta's son, struck with panic, fly from the battle of the Gandharvas, O king. And, O foremost of kings, O son of the monarch, while thou with thy army wert crying distressfully, thou didst witness the prowess of the high-sued Pandavas, and also, O mighty armed one, of the wicked son of the Suta, Karna. O best of kings, whether in the science of arms, or heroism, or morality, Karna, O thou devoted to virtue, is not a fourth part of the Pandavas. Therefore, for the welfare of this race, the conclusion of peace is, I think, desirable with the high-sued Pandavas. Having been thus addressed by Bhishma, Dhritarashtra's son the king laughed a good deal, and then suddenly sailed out with the son of Shivala. Thereupon, knowing that he was gone, those mighty bowmen with Karna and Dusasana at the head followed the highly powerful son of Dhritarashtra. And seeing them gone, Bhishma, the grandfather of the Kurus, hung down his head from shame, and then, O king, went to his own quarters. And, O mighty monarch, when Bhishma had left, that lord of men, Dhritarashtra's son came there again, and began to consult with his counsellors, what is it that is good for me? What remaineth to be done? And how we can most effectively bring about the good he shall discuss today. Karna said, O Kuru's son, Duryodhana, do thou lay to heart thy words that I say. Bhishma always blameth us, and praiseth the Pandavas. And from the ill will he beareth towards thee, he hateth me also. And, O Lord of men, in thy presence he ever crieth me down. I shall never, O Bharata, bear these words that Bhishma had said in thy presence in relation to this matter, extolling the Pandavas, and censuring thee, O repressor of foes. Do thou, O king, enjoin on me, together with servants, forces, and cars. I shall, O monarch, conquer the earth furnished with mountains and woods and forests. The earth had been conquered by the four powerful Pandavas. I shall, without doubt, conquer it for thee single-handed. Let that wretch of the Kuru race, the exceedingly wicked-minded Bhishma, see it, he who vilifies those that do not deserve censure, and praises those that should not be praised. Let him this day witness my might, and blame himself. Do thou, O king, command me. Victory shall surely be thine. By my weapon, O monarch, I swear this before thee. O king, O bull of the Bharata race, hearing those words of Karna, that lord of men, experiencing the highest delight, spoke unto Karna, saying, I am blessed. I have been favoured by thee, since thou, endued with great strength, art ever intent on my welfare. My life hath borne fruit today. As thou, O hero, intendest to subdue all our enemies, repair thou. May good betide thee. Do thou command me what I am to do, O subduer of foes. Having been thus addressed by Dhritarashtra's intelligent son, Karna ordered all the necessaries for the excursion. And on an auspicious luna's day, at an auspicious moment, and under the influence of a star presided over by an auspicious deity, that mighty bowman, having been honoured by twice-born ones, and been bathed with auspicious and holy substances, and also worshipped by speech, set out, filling with the rattle of his car the three worlds, with their mobile and immobile objects. Section Cli. Vaisampayana continued, then, O bull among the Bharatas, that mighty bowman, Karna, surrounded by a large army, besieged the beautiful city of Drupada. And he, after a hard conflict, brought the hero under subjection, and, O best of monarchs, made Drupada contribute silver and gold and gems, and also pay tribute. And, O foremost of kings, having subdued him, Karna, brought under subjection those princes that were under him, Drupada, and made them pay tribute. Then going to the north, he subdued the sovereigns of that quarter, and having effected the defeat of Bhagadatta, Radha's son ascended that mighty mountain Himavat, all along fighting his foes. And ranging all sides, he conquered and brought under subjection all the kings inhabiting the Himavat, and made them pay dues. Then descending from the mountain and rushing to the east, he reduced the Angas, and the Bangas, and the Kalingas, and the Mandakas, and the Magadas, the Karkakhandas, and also included with them the Avaiziras, Yodayas, and the Ahakshatras. Having, thus, conquered the eastern quarter, Kana then presented himself before Batsabumi. And having taken Batsabumi, he reduced Kavali, and Mritikavati, and Mohana, and Patrana, and Tripura, and Koslakoma, and compelled all these to pay tribute. Then going to the south, Kana vanquished the mighty charioteers of that quarter, and in Dakshinajya, the Suta's son entered into conflict with Rukmi. After having fought dreadfully, Rukmi spake to the Suta's son, saying, O foremost of monarchs, I have been pleased with thy might and prowess. I shall not do thee wrong, I have only fulfilled the vow of Akshatriyu. Gladly will I give thee as many gold coins as thou desirest. Having met with Rukmi, Kana repaired to Bandya and the mountain, Shri. And by fighting, he made Kerala, King Nila, Venudari's son, and other best of kings living in the southern direction pay tribute. Then going to Sisupala's son, the son of the Sutu defeated him, and that highly powerful one also brought under his sway all the neighbouring rulers. And, O bull of the Brata race, having subjugated the Avantis and concluded peace with them, and having met with the Vrishnis, he conquered the west. And, having come to the quarter of Varana, he made all the Ivana and Varvara kings pay tribute. And, having conquered the entire earth, east, west, north and south, that hero without any aid brought under subjection all the nations of the Mletchas, the Mountaineers, the Badras, the Rohitakas, the Agnyas and the Malavas. And, having conquered the mighty charioteers, headed by the Nagnajitas, the Suta's son brought the Sasakas and the Yavanas under his sway. Having thus conquered and brought under his subjection the world, the mighty charioteer and tiger among men came back to Hastinapura. That lord of men, Dhritarashtra's son, accompanied by his father and brothers and friends, came to that mighty bowman, who had arrived, and duly paid homage unto Kana crowned with martial merit. And the king proclaimed his feats, saying, What I have not received from either Bhishma, or Drona, or Kripa, or Valika, I have received from thee. May good betide thee. What need of speaking at length? Hear my words, O Kana. In thee, O chief of men, I have my refuge. O mighty armed one. O tiger among men, without doubt all the Bandavas and the other kings crowned with prosperity, come not to a 16th part of thee. Do thou, O mighty bowman, O Gana, see Dhritarashtra, and the illustrious Gandhari, as the bearer of the thunderbolt did Aditi. Then, O king, there arose in the city of Hastinapura a clamour, and sounds of woe, and alas! And, O lord of men, some of the kings praised him, Kana, while others censured him, while others, again, remained silent. Having thus, O foremost of monarchs, in a short time conquered this earth furnished with mountains and forests and skies, and with oceans, and fields, and filled with high and low tracts, and cities, and replete also with islands. O Lord of earth, and brought the monarchs under subjection, and having gained imperishable wealth, the Suta's son appeared before the king. Then, O repressor of foes, entering into the interior of the palace, that hero saw Dhritarashtra with Gandhari, O tiger among men, that one conversant with morality took hold of his feet even like a son. And Dhritarashtra embraced him affectionately, and then dismissed him. Ever since that time, O monarch, O Bharata, King Duryodhana and Sakuni, the son of Shivala, thought that Pritha's sons had already been defeated in battle by Kana. Section Klai. Vaisampayana continued, O king, O lord of men, that slayer of hostile heroes, the Suta's son, said these words to Duryodhana, O Kaurava Duryodhana, Do thou lay unto thy heart the words that I shall tell thee, and, O represser of foes, after having heard my words, it behoveth thee to act accordingly every way. Now, O best of monarchs, O hero, hath the earth been rid of foes. Do thou rule her even like the mighty-minded Sakra himself, having his foes destroyed. Vaisampayana continued, having been thus addressed by Kanna, the king again spake unto him, saying, O bull among men, nothing whatever is unattainable to him who hath thee for refuge, and to whom thou art attached and on whose welfare thou art entirely intent. Now, I have a purpose, which do thou truly listen to. Having beheld that foremost of sacrifices, the mighty Rajasuya, performed by the Pandavas, a desire hath sprung up in me, to celebrate the same. Do thou, O Suta's son, fulfill this desire of mine. Thus addressed, Karna spake thus unto the king, Now that all the rulers of the earth have been brought under thy subjection, do thou summon the principal Brahmanas, and, O best of Kuras, duly procure the articles required for the sacrifice. And, O represser of foes, let Ritwajas as prescribed, and versed in the Vedas, celebrate thy rites according to the ordinance, O king. And, O bull of the Brata race, let thy great sacrifice also, abounding in meats and drinks, and grand with parts, commence. O king, having been thus addressed by Kanna, Dhritarashtra's son summoned the priest, and spake unto him these words, Do thou duly and in proper order celebrate for me that best of sacrifices, the Rajasuya furnished with excellent dakshinas. Thus accosted, that best of Brahmanas spake unto the king, saying, O foremost of the Kauravas, while Yudhishthira is living, that best of sacrifices cannot be performed in thy family, O prince of kings. Further, O monarch, thy father Dhritarashtra, endued with long life, liveth. For this reason also, O best of kings, this sacrifice cannot be undertaken by thee. There is, O Lord, another great sacrifice, resembling the Rajasuya. Do thou, O foremost of kings, celebrate that sacrifice. Listen to these words of mine. All these rulers of the earth, who have, O king, become tributary to thee, will pay thee tribute in gold, both pure and impure. Of that gold, do thou, O best of monarchs, now make their sacrificial plough, and do thou, O Bharata, plough the sacrificial compound with it. At that spot, let the commence, O foremost of kings, with due rites, and without any disturbance the sacrifice, sanctified with mantras abounding in edibles. The name of that sacrifice worthy of virtuous persons is Vaishnava. No person save the ancient Vishnu hath performed it before. This mighty sacrifice vies with that best of sacrifices, the Rajasuya itself. And, further, it liketh thus, and it is also for thy welfare, to celebrate it. And, moreover, it is capable of being celebrated without any disturbance. By undertaking this, thy desire will be fulfilled. Having been thus addressed by those Brahmanas, Dhritarashtra's son, the king, spake these words to Karna, his brothers and the son of Shivala. Beyond doubt, the words of the Brahmanas are entirely liked by me. If they are relished by you also, express it without delay. Thus appealed, they all said unto the king, So be it. Then the king one by one appointed persons to their respective tasks, and desired all the artisans to construct their sacrificial plough. And, O best of kings, all that had been commanded to be done was gradually executed. Section Cliff. Vaisampayana continued, Then all the artisans, the principal councillors, and the highly wise Vidura said unto Dhritarashtra's son, All the preparations for the excellent sacrifice have been made, O king, and the time also hath come, O Bharata. And the exceedingly precious golden plough hath been constructed. Hearing this, O monarch, that best of kings, Dhritarashtra's son commanded that prime among sacrifices to be commenced. Then commenced that sacrifice sanctified by mantras, and abounding in edibles, and the son of Gandhari was duly initiated according to the ordinance. And Dhritarashtra, and the illustrious Vidura, and Bhishma, and Drona, and Kripa, and Karna, and the celebrated Gandhari experienced great delight. And, O foremost of kings, Duryodhana dispatched swift messengers to invite the princes and the brahmanas, and mounting fleet vehicles they went to their respective directions assigned to them. Then to a certain messenger on the point of setting out, Dusasana said, Go thou speedily to the woods of Dwaita, and in that forest duly invite the brahmanas and those wicked persons, the Pandavas. Thereupon he repaired thither, and bowing down to all the Pandavas, said, having acquired immense wealth by his native prowess, that best of kings and foremost of Kurus, Duryodhana, O monarch, is celebrating a sacrifice. Thither are going from various directions the kings and the brahmanas. O king, I have been sent by the high-souled Kaurava. That king and lord of men, Dhritarashtra's son, invites you. It behoveth you, therefore, to witness the delightful sacrifice of that monarch. Hearing these words of the messenger, that tiger among kings, the royal Yudhishthira, said, By good luck it is that enhancer of the glory of his ancestors, King Sayadana, is celebrating this best of sacrifices. We should certainly repair thither, but we cannot do now, for till the completion of the 13th year, we shall have to observe our vow. Hearing this speech of Yudhishthira the Just, Brahma said these words, Then will King Yudhishthira the Just go thither, when he will cast him, Duryodhana, into the fire kindled by weapons. Do thou say unto Sayadana, when after the expiration of the 13th year, that lord of men, the Pandava, will, in the sacrifice of battle, pour upon the Dhritarashtras the clarified butter of his ire, then will I come. But the other Pandavas, O king, did not say anything unpleasant. The messenger, on his return, related unto Dhritarashtra's son all as it had fallen out. Then there came to the city of Dhritarashtra many foremost of men, lords of various countries, and highly virtuous brahmanas, and duly received in order according to the ordinance. Those lords of men experienced great delight and were all well pleased. And that foremost among monarchs, Dhritarashtra, surrounded by all the Kauravas, experienced the height of joy, and spake unto Vidura, saying, Do thou, O Kshata, speedily so act that all persons in the sacrificial compound may be served with food, be refreshed and satisfied. Thereupon, O repressor of foes, assenting to that order, the learned Vidura versed in morality, cheerfully entertained all the orders in proper measure with meat and beverages to eat and drink, and fragrant garland and various kinds of attire. And having constructed pavilions for their accommodation, that hero and foremost of kings duly entertained the princes and the brahmanas by thousands, and also bestowing upon them wealth of various kinds, bade them farewell. And having dismissed all the kings, he entered Hastinapura, surrounded by his brothers, and in company with Karna and Shivala's son. Section CCLV. Vaisampayana said, While, O great king, Duryodhana was entering the city, the panegyrists eulogized the prince of unfailing prowess, and others also eulogized that mighty bowman and foremost of kings. And sprinkling over him fried paddy and sandal paste, the citizen said, By good luck it is, O king, that thy sacrifice hath been completed without obstruction. And some, more reckless of speech, that were present there, said unto that lord of the earth, Surely this thy sacrifice cannot be compared with Yudhishthira's, nor doth this come up to a 16th part of that sacrifice. Thus spake unto that king some that were reckless of consequences. His friends, however, said, this sacrifice of thine hath surpassed all others. Yati and Nuashaw, and Mandata and Berata, having been sanctified by celebrating such a sacrifice, have all gone to heaven. Hearing such agreeable words from his friends, that monarch, O bull of the Bharata's race, well pleased, entered the city and finally his own abode. Then, O king, worshipping the feet of his father and mother and of others headed by Bhishma, Drona and Kripa, and of the wise Vidura, and worshipped in turn by his younger brothers, that delighter of brothers sat down upon an excellent seat, surrounded by the latter. And the Suta's son, rising up, said, By good luck it is, O foremost of the Bharata race, that this mighty sacrifice of thine hath been brought to a close. When, however, the sons of Pritha shall have been slain in battle, and thou wilt have completed the Rajasuya sacrifice, once again, O Lord of men, shall I honor thee thus. Then that mighty king, the illustrious son of Dhritarashtra, replied unto him, Truly hath this been spoken by thee. When, O foremost of men, the wicked-minded Pandavas have been slain, and when also the grand Rajasuya hath been celebrated by me, then thou shalt again, O hero, honor me thus. And having said this, O Bharata, the Kaurava embraced Karna, and began, O mighty king, to think of the Rajasuya, that foremost of sacrifices. And that best of kings also addressed the Kauravas around him, saying, When shall I, ye Kauravas, having slain all the Pandavas, celebrate that costly and foremost of sacrifices, the Rajasuya? Then spake Karna unto him, saying, Hear me, O elephant among kings. So long as I do not slay Arjuna, I shall not allow anyone to wash my feet, nor shall I taste meat. And I shall observe the Asura vow 84, and whoever may solicit me for anything, I never shall say, I have it not. When Karna had thus vowed to slay Falguna in battle, those mighty charioteers and bowmen, the sons of Dhritarashtra, sent up a loud cheer, and Dhritarashtra's sons thought that the Pandavas had already been conquered. Then that chief of kings, the graceful Duryodhana, leaving those bulls among men, entered his apartment, like the Lord Kuva entering the garden of Chitraratha. And all those mighty bowmen also, O Bharata, went to their respective quarters. Meanwhile those mighty bowmen, the Pandavas, excited by the words the messenger had spoken, became anxious, and they did not, from that time, experience the least happiness. Intelligence, further, O foremost of kings, had been brought by spies regarding the vow of the Suta's son to slay Vijaya. Hearing this, O Lord of men, Dharma's son became exceedingly anxious. And considering Karna of the impenetrable male to be of wonderful prowess, and remembering all their woes, he knew no peace. And that Hysled one filled with anxiety, made up his mind to abandon the woods about Vaitavana abounding with ferocious animals. Meanwhile the royal son of Dhritarashtra began to rule the earth, along with his heroic brothers, as also with Bhishma and Drona and Kripa. And with the assistance of the Suta's son crowned with martial glory, Duryodhana remained ever intent on the welfare of the rulers of the earth, and he worshipped the foremost of Brahmanas by celebrating sacrifices with profuse gifts. And that hero and subduer of foes, O king, was engaged in doing good to his brothers, concluding for certain in his mind that giving and enjoying are the only use of riches. Section 12. Janamejaya said, after having delivered Duryodhana, What did the mighty sons of Pandu do in that forest? It behoveth thee to tell me this. Vaisampayana said, Once on a time, as Yudhishthira lay down at night in the Dwaita woods, some deer, with accents choked in tears, presented themselves before him in his dreams. To them standing with joined hands, their bodies trembling all over, that foremost of monarchs said, Tell me what ye wish to say. Who are ye? And what do ye desire? Apostrophe. Thus accosted by Kunti's son, the illustrious Pandava, those dear, the remnant of those that had been slaughtered, replied unto him, saying, We are, O Bharata, those dear that are still alive after them that had been slaughtered. We shall be exterminated totally. Therefore, do thou change thy residence. O mighty king, all thy brothers are heroes, conversant with weapons. They have thinned the ranks of the rangers of the forest. We few, the remnants, O mighty-minded one, remain like seed. By thy favour, O King of kings, let us increase. Seeing these deer, which remained like seed after the rest had been destroyed, trembling and afflicted with fear, Yudhishthira the just was greatly affected with grief. And the king, intent on the welfare of all creatures, said unto them, So be it. I shall act as ye have said. Awaking after such a vision, that excellent king, moved by pity towards the deer, thus spake unto his brothers assembled there, Those deer that are alive after them that have been slaughtered, accosted me at night, after I had awakened, saying, We remain like accused of our lives. Blessed be thou. Do thou have compassion on us. And they have spoken truly. We ought to feel pity for the dwellers of the forest. We have been feeding on them for a year together and 8 months. Let us, therefore, again, repair to the romantic Kamyakas, that best of forests abounding in wild animals, situated at the head of the desert, near Lake Trinavindu, and there let us pleasantly pass the rest of our time. Then, O king, the Pandavas, versed in morality, swiftly departed thence, accompanied by the Brahmanas and all those that lived with them, and followed by Indrasena and other retainers. And proceeding along the roads walked by travellers, furnished with excellent corn and clear water, they at length beheld the sacred asylum of Kamyaka endued with ascetic merit. And as pious men enter the celestial regions, those foremost of the Bharata race, the Kauravas, surrounded by those bulls among Brahmanas, entered that forest. Section Kavya. Vaisampayana continued, dwelling in the woods, O bull of the Bharata race, the high-souled Pandavas spent 1 and 10 years in a miserable plight. And although deserving of happiness, those foremost of men, brooding over their circumstances, passed their days miserably, living on fruits and roots. And that royal sage, the mighty-armed Yudhishthira, reflecting that the extremity of misery that had befallen his brothers was owing to his own fault, and remembering those sufferings that had arisen from his act of gambling, could not sleep peacefully. And he felt as if his heart had been pierced with a lance. And remembering the harsh words of the Suta's son, the Pandava, repressing the venom of his wrath, passed his time in humble guise, sighing heavily. And Arjuna and both the twins and the illustrious Draupadi, and the mighty Bhima, he that was strongest of all men, experienced the most poignant pain in casting their eyes on Yudhishthira, and thinking that a short time only remained of their exile, those bulls among men, influenced by rage and hope and by resorting to various exertions and endeavours, made their bodies assume almost different shapes. After a little while, that mighty ascetic, Vyasa, the son of Satyavati, came to see the Pandavas. And seeing him approach, Kunti's son, Yudhishthira, stepped forward, and duly received that high-souled one. And having gratified Vyasa by bowing down unto him, Pandu's son of subdued senses, after the rishi had been seated, sat down before him, desirous of listening to him. And beholding his grandsons lean and living in the forest on the produce of the wilderness, that mighty sage, moved by compassion, said these words, in accents choked in tears, O mighty-armed Yudhishthira, O thou best of virtuous persons, those men that do not perform ascetic austerities never attain great happiness in this world. People experience happiness and misery by turns, for surely, O bull among men, No man ever enjoyeth unbroken happiness. A wise man endued with high wisdom, knowing that life hath its ups and downs, is neither filled with joy nor with grief. When happiness cometh, one should enjoy it. When misery cometh, one should bear it, as a sower of crops must bide his season. Nothing is superior to asceticism. By asceticism one acquireth mighty fruit. Do thou know, O Bharata, that there is nothing that asceticism cannot achieve? Truth, sincerity, freedom from anger, justice, self-control, restraint of the faculties, immunity from malice, guilelessness, sanctity, and mortification of the senses, these, O mighty monarch, purify a person of meritorious acts. Foolish persons addicted to vice and bestial ways, attain to brutish births in afterlife and never enjoy happiness. The fruit of acts done in this world is reaped in the next. Therefore should one restrain his body by asceticism and the observance of vows. And, O king, free from guile and with a cheerful spirit, one should, according to his power, bestow gifts, after going down to the recipient and paying him homage. A truth-telling person attaineth a life devoid of trouble. A person void of anger attaineth sincerity, and one free from malice acquireth supreme contentment. A person who hath subdued his senses and his inner faculties never knoweth tribulation, nor is a person of subdued senses affected by sorrow at the height of others' prosperity. A man who giveth everyone his due, and bestower of boons, attain happiness, and come by every object of enjoyment, while a man free from envy reapeth perfect ease. He that honoureth those to whom honour is due, attaineth birth in an illustrious line, and he that hath subdued his senses, never cometh by misfortune. A man whose mind followeth good, after having paid his debt to nature, is on this account born again endued with a righteous mind. Yudhishthira said, O eminently virtuous one, O mighty sage, of the bestowal of gifts and the observance of asceticism, which is of greater efficacy in the next world, and which, harder of practice? Vyasa said, There is nothing, O child, in this world harder to practice than charity. Men greatly thirst after wealth, and wealth also is gotten with difficulty. Nay, renouncing even life itself, heroic men, O magnanimous one, enter into the depths of the sea and the forest for the sake of wealth. For wealth, some betake themselves to agriculture and the tending of kine, and some enter into servitude. Therefore, it is extremely difficult to part with wealth that is obtained with such trouble. Since nothing is harder to practice than charity, therefore, in my opinion, even the bestowal of boons is superior to everything. Specially is this to be borne in mind that well-earned gains should, in proper time and place, be given away to pious men. But the bestowal of ill-gotten gains can never rescue the giver from the evil of rebirth. It hath been declared, O Yudhishthira, that by bestowing, in a pure spirit, even a slight gift in due time and to a fit recipient, a man attaineth inexhaustible fruit in the next world. In this connection is instanced the old story regarding the fruit obtained by Mughal, for having given away only a drona 85 of corn. Section 12. Yudhishthira said, Why did that high-souled one give away a drona of corn? And, O eminently pious one, to whom and in what prescribed way did he give it? Do thou tell me this. Surely, I consider the life of that virtuous person as having borne fruit with whose practices the possessor himself of the 6 attributes, witnessing everything, was well pleased. Vyasa said, There lived, O king, in Kurukshetra a virtuous man, sage, Mughal by name. And he was truthful, and free from malice, and of subdued senses. And he used to lead the Sila and Ansha modes of life. 86 And although living like a pigeon, yet that one of mighty austerities entertained his guests, celebrated the sacrifice called Istakrita, and performed other rites. And that sage together with his son and wife, ate for a fortnight, and during the other fortnight led the life of a pigeon, collecting a drona of corn, and celebrating the Dasa and Purnamasiya sacrifices, that one devoid of guile used to pass his days by taking the food that remained after the deities and the guests had eaten. And on auspicious lunar days, that Lord of the three worlds, Indra himself, accompanied by the celestials used, O mighty monarch, to partake of the food offered at his sacrifice. And that one, having adopted the life of a moon, with a cheerful heart entertained his guests also with food on such days. And as that high-souled one distributed his food with alacrity, the remainder of the drona of corn increased as soon as a guest appeared. And by virtue of the pure spirit in which the sage gave away, that food of his increased so much that hundreds upon hundreds of learned brahmanas were fed with it. And, O king, it came to pass that having heard of the virtuous Mughal observant of vows, the Muni Devasa, having space alone for his covering, 87, his accoutrements worn like that of maniac, and his head bare of hair, came there, uttering, O Pandava, various insulting words. And having arrived there, that best of Munis said unto the Brahmana, Know thou, O foremost of Brahmanas, that I have come hither seeking for food. Thereupon Mughal said unto the sage, Thou art welcome. And then offering to that maniac of an ascetic affected by hunger, water to wash his feet and mouth, that one observant of the vow of feeding guests, respectfully placed before him excellent fare. Affected by hunger, the frantic Rishi completely exhausted the food that had been offered unto him. Thereupon, Mughal furnished him again with food. Then having eaten up all that food, he besmeared his body with the unclean oats and went away as he had come. In this manner, during the next season, he came again and ate up all the food supplied by that wise one leading the ancient mode of life. Thereupon, without partaking any food himself, the sage Mughal again became engaged in collecting corn, following the ancient mode. Hunger could not disturb his equanimity, nor could anger, nor guile, nor a sense of degradation, nor agitation, enter into the heart of that best of Brahmanas leading the ancient mode of life along with his son and his wife. In this way, Devasa, having made up his mind, during successive seasons presented himself for 6 several times before that best of sages living according to the ancient mode, yet that Muni could not perceive any agitation in Mughal's heart, and he found the pure heart of the pure-souled ascetic always pure. Thereupon, well pleased, the sage addressed Mughal, saying, There is not another guileless and charitable being like thee on earth. The pangs of hunger drive away to a distance the sense of righteousness and deprive people of all patience. The tongue, loving delicacies, attracteth men towards them. Life is sustained by food. The mind, moreover, is fickle, and it is hard to keep it in subjection. The concentration of the mind and of the senses surely constitutes ascetic austerities. It must be hard to renounce in a pure spirit a thing earned by pains. Yet, O pious one, all this hath been duly achieved by thee. In thy company we feel obliged and gratified. Self-restraint, fortitude, justice, control of the senses and of faculties, mercy, and virtue, all these are established in thee. Thou hast by the deeds conquered the different worlds and have thereby obtained admission into paths of beatitude. Ah! Even the dwellers of heaven are proclaiming thy mighty deeds of charity. O thou observant of vows, thou shalt go to heaven even in thine own body. Whilst the Muni Devasa was speaking thus, a celestial messenger appeared before Mughal, upon a car yoked with swans and grains, hung with a neat work of bells, scented with divine fragrance, painted picturesquely, and possessed of the power of going everywhere at will. As he addressed the Brahmana sage, saying, O sage, do thou ascend into this chariot earned by thy acts. Thou hast attained the fruit of thy asceticism. As the messenger of the gods was speaking thus, The sage told him, O divine messenger, I desire that thou mayst describe unto me the attributes of those that reside there. What are their austerities, and what their purposes? And, O messenger of the gods, what constitutes happiness in heaven, and what are the disadvantages thereof? It is declared by virtuous men of good lineage that friendship with pious people is contracted by only walking with them 7 paces. O Lord, in the name of that friendship I ask thee, do thou without hesitation tell me the truth, and that which is good for me now. Having heard thee, I shall, according to thy words, ascertain the course I ought to follow. Section clicks. The messenger of the gods said, O great sage, thou art of simple understanding, since, having secured that celestial bliss which bringeth great honour, thou art still deliberating like an unwise person. O moon, that region which is known as heaven, existeth there above us. Those regions tower high, and are furnished with excellent paths, and are, O sage, always ranged by celestial cars. Atheists, and untruthful persons, those that have not practiced ascetic austerities, and those that have not performed great sacrifices, cannot repair thither. Only men of virtuous souls, and those of subdued spirits, and those that have their faculties in subjection, and those that have controlled their senses, and those that are free from malice, and persons intent on the practice of charity, and heroes, and men bearing marks of battle, after having, with subdued senses and faculties, performed the most meritorious rites, attain those regions, O Brahmana, capable of being obtained only by virtuous acts, and inhabited by pious men. There, O Magala, are established separately myriads of beautiful, shining, and resplendent worlds bestowing every object of desire, owned by those celestial beings, the gods, the Satyas, and the Vaiswas, the great sages, Yamas, and the Dharmas, and the Gandharvas and the Apsaras. And there is that monarch of mountains, the golden rim extending over a space of 33,000 yojanas. And there, O Magala, are the sacred gardens of the celestials, with Nandana at the head, where sport the persons of meritorious acts. And neither hunger, nor thirst, nor lassitude, nor fear, nor anything that is disgusting or inauspicious is there. And all the odours of that place are delightful, and all the breezes delicious to the touch, and all the sounds there are captivating, O sage, to the ear and the heart. And neither grief, nor decrepitude, nor labour, nor repentance also is there. That world, O moon, obtained as the fruit of one's own acts, is of this nature. Persons repair thither by virtue of their meritorious deeds, and the persons of those that dwell there look resplendent, and this, O Magala, solely by virtue of their own acts, and not owing to the merits of father or mothers. And there is neither sweat, nor stench, nor urine there. And there, O moon, dust doth not soils one's garments, and their excellent garlands, redolent of divine fragrance, never fade. And, O Brahmana, they yoke such cars as this, that I have brought. And, O mighty sage, devoid of envy and grief and fatigue and ignorance and malice, men who have attained heaven, dwell in those regions happily. And, O bull among munis, higher and higher over such regions there are others endued with higher celestial virtues. Of these, the beautiful and resplendent regions of Brahma are the foremost. Thither, O Brahmana, repair rishis that have been sanctified by meritorious acts. And there dwell certain beings named Ribis. They are the gods of the gods themselves. Their regions are supremely blessed, and are adored even by the deities. These shine by their own light, and bestow every object of desire. They suffer no pangs that women might cause, do not possess worldly wealth, and are free from guile. The Ribis do not subsist on oblations, nor yet on ambrosia. and they are endued with such celestial forms that they cannot be perceived by the senses. And these eternal gods of the celestials do not desire happiness for happiness' sake, nor do they change at the revelation of a kalpa, where, indeed, is their decrepitude or dissolution. For them there is neither ecstasy, nor joy, nor happiness. They have neither happiness nor misery. Wherefore should they have anger or aversion then, O Muni? O Magala, their supreme state is coveted even by the gods. And that crowning emancipation, hard to attain, can never be acquired by people subject to desire. The number of those deities is 33. To their regions repair wise men, after having observed excellent vows, or bestowed gifts according to the ordinance. Thou also hast easily acquired that success by thy charities. Do thou, by effulgence displayed by virtue of thy ascetic austerities, enjoy that condition obtained by thy meritorious acts. Such, O Brahmana, is the bliss of heaven containing various worlds. Thus have I described unto thee the blessing of the celestial regions. Do thou now hear from me some of the disadvantages thereof, that in the celestial regions a person, while reaping the fruit of the acts he hath already performed, cannot be engaged in any others, and that he must enjoy the consequences of the former until they are completely exhausted, and, further, that he is subject to fall after he hath entirely exhausted his merit, form, in my opinion, the disadvantages of heaven. The fall of a person whose mind hath been steeped in happiness must, O Magala, be pronounced as a fault, and the discontent and regret that must follow one's stay at an inferior seat after one hath enjoyed more auspicious and brighter regions must be hard to bear, and the consciousness of those about to fall is stupefied, and also agitated by emotions. And as the garlands of those about to fall fade away, fear invadeth their hearts. These mighty drawbacks, O Magala, extend even to the regions of Brahma. In the celestial regions, the virtues of men who have performed righteous acts are countless. And, O Moon, this is another of the attributes of the fallen that, by reason of their merits, they take birth among men, and then they attain to high fortune and happiness. If one, however, cannot acquire knowledge here, one cometh by an inferior birth. The fruits of acts done in this world are reaped in the next. This world, O Brahmana, hath been declared to be one of acts, the others, as one of fruit. Thus have I, O Magala, asked by thee, described all unto thee. Now, O pious one, with thy favour, we shall easily set out with speed. Vyasa continued. Having heard this speech, Magala began to reflect in his mind, and having deliberated well, that best of Munis spake thus unto the celestial messenger, O messenger of the gods, I bow unto thee. Do thou, O sire, depart in peace. I have nothing to do with either happiness or heaven having such prominent defects. Persons who enjoy heaven suffer, after all, huge misery and extreme regret in this world. Therefore, I do not desire heaven. I shall seek for that unfailing region repairing where the people have not to lament, or to be pained, or agitated. Thou hast described unto me these great defects belonging to the celestial regions. Do thou now describe unto me a region free from faults. Thereupon the celestial messenger said, Above the abode of Brahma, there is the supreme seat of Vishnu, pure, and eternal, and luminous, known by the name of Parabrahma. Thither, O Brahmana, cannot repair persons who are attached to the objects of the senses, nor can those subject to arrogance, covetousness, ignorance, anger, and envy go to that place. It is only those that are free from affection, and those free from pride, and those free from conflicting emotions, and those that have restrained their senses, and those given to contemplation and yoga, that can repair thither. Apostrophe. Having heard these words, the Muni bade farewell to the celestial messenger, and that virtuous one leading the Ansha mode of life, assumed perfect contentment. and then praise and dispraise became equal unto him, and a brickbat, stone, and gold assumed the same aspect in his eyes. And availing himself of the means of attaining Brahma, he became always engaged in meditation. And having obtained power by means of knowledge, and acquired excellent understanding, he attained that supreme state of emancipation which is regarded as eternal. Therefore, thou also, O Kunti's son, ought not to grieve. Deprived thou hast truly been of a flourishing kingdom, but thou wilt regain it by thy ascetic austerities. Misery after happiness, and happiness after misery, revolve by turns round a man even like the point of a wheel's circumference round the axle. After the 13th year hath passed away, thou wilt, O thou of immeasurable might, get back the kingdom possessed before thee by thy father and grandfather. Therefore, let the fever of thy heart depart. Vaisampayana continued, having said this to Pandu's son. The worshipful Vyasa went back to his hermitage for the purpose of performing austerities. Section CCLX. Janamjaya said, while the Hysud Pandavas were living in those woods, delighted with the pleasant conversation they held with the Munis, and engaged in distributing the food they obtained from the sun, with various kinds of venison to Brahmanas and others that came to them for edibles till the hour of Krishna's meal, how, O great Muni, did Duryodhana and the other wicked and sinful sons of Dhritarashtra, guided by the counsels of Dusasana, Karna and Sakuni, deal with them? I ask thee this. Do thou, worshipful sir, enlighten me. Vaisampayana said, when, O great king, Duryodhana heard that the Pandavas were living as happily in the woods as in a city, he longed, with the artful Karna, Dusasana and others, to do them harm. And while those evil-minded persons were employed in concerting various wicked designs, the virtuous and celebrated ascetic Davisa, following the bent of his own will, arrived at the city of the Kuras with 10,000 disciples. And seeing the irascible ascetic arrived, Duryodhana and his brothers welcomed him with great humility, self-abasement and gentleness. And himself attending on the rishi as a menial, the prince gave him a right worshipful reception. And the illustrious Muni stayed there for a few days, while King Duryodhana, watchful of his imprecations, attended on him diligently by day and night. And sometimes the Muni would say, I am hungry, O king, give me some food quickly. And sometimes he would go out for a bath and, returning at a late hour, would say, I shall not eat anything today as I have no appetite, and so saying would disappear from his sight. And sometimes, coming all on a sudden, he would say, feed us quickly. And at other times, bent on some mischief, he would awake at midnight and having caused his meals to be prepared as before, would carp at them and not partake of them at all. And trying the prince in this way for a while, when the Muni found that the king Duryodhana was neither angered nor annoyed, he became graciously inclined towards him. And then, O Bharata, the intractable Devas said unto him, I have power to grant thee boons. Thou mayst ask of me whatever lies nearest to thy heart. May good fortune be thine. Pleased as I am with thee, thou mayst obtain from me anything that is not opposed to religion and morals. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words of the great ascetic, Duryodhana felt himself to be inspired with new life. Indeed, it had been agreed upon between himself and Karna and Dusasana as to what the boon should be that he would ask of the Muni if the latter were pleased with his reception. And the evil-minded king, bethinking himself of what had previously been decided, joyfully solicited the following favour, saying, the great king Yudhishthira is the eldest and the best of our race. That pious man is now living in the forest with his brothers. Do thou, therefore, once become the guest of that illustrious one, even as, O Brahmana, thou hast with thy disciples been mine for some time. If thou art minded to do me a favour, do thou go unto him at a time when that delicate and excellent lady, the celebrated Princess of Panchala, after having regaled with food the Brahmanas, her husbands and herself, may lie down to rest. The Rishi replied, even so shall I act for thy satisfaction. And having said this to Sayadana, that great Brahmana, Devasa, went away in the very same state in which he had come. And Sayadana regarded himself to have attained all the objects of his desire. And holding Karna by the hand he expressed great satisfaction. And Karna, too, joyfully addressed the king in the company of his brothers, saying, by a piece of singular good luck, thou hast fared well and attained the objects of thy desire. And by good luck it is that thy enemies have been immersed in a sea of dangers that is difficult to cross. The sons of Pandu are now exposed to the fire of Devasa's wrath. Through their own fault they have fallen into the abyss of darkness. Vaisampayana continued, O king, expressing their satisfaction in this strain, Duryodhana and others, bent on evil machinations, returned merrily to their respective homes. Section Glixi. Draupadi Haranapava. Vaisampayana said, one day, having previously ascertained that the Pandavas were all seated at their ease and that Krishna was reposing herself after her meal, the sage Devasa, surrounded by 10,000 disciples, repaired to that forest. The illustrious and upright King Yudhishthira, seeing that guest arrived, advanced with his mothers to receive him, and joining the palms of his hands and pointing to a proper and excellent seat, he accorded the rishis a fit and respectful welcome. And the king said unto him, return quick, O adorable sir, after performing thy diurnal ablutions and observances. And that sinless Muni, not knowing how the king would be able to provide a feast for him and his disciples, proceeded with the latter to perform his ablutions. And that host of the moon, of subdued passions, went into the stream for performing their ablutions. Meanwhile, O king, the excellent Princess Draupadi, devoted to her husbands, was in great anxiety about the food to be provided for the Munis. And when after much anxious thought she came to the conclusion that means there were none for providing a feast, she inwardly prayed to Krishna, the slayer of cancer. And the princess said, Krishna, O Krishna, of mighty arms, O son of Devaki, whose power is inexhaustible, O Vasudeva, O Lord of the universe, who dispellest the difficulties of those that bow down to thee, thou art the soul, the creator and the destroyer of the universe. Thou, O Lord, art inexhaustible and the saviour of the afflicted. Thou art the preserver of the universe and of all created beings. Thou art the highest of the high, and the spring of the mental perceptions. Akalaya and Chitti ! 88 O Supreme and Infinite Being, O Giver of all good, be thou the refuge of the helpless. O Primordial Being, incapable of being conceived by the soul or the mental faculties or otherwise, thou art the ruler of all and the Lord of Brahma. I seek thy protection. O God, thou art ever kindly disposed towards those that take refuge in thee. Do thou cherish me with thy kindness. O thou, with a complexion dark as the leaves of the blue lotus, and with eyes red as the corolla of the lily, and attired in yellow robes with, besides, the bright Kaustuba gem in thy bosom, thou art the beginning and the end of creation, and the great refuge of all. Thou art the supreme light and essence of the universe. Thy face is directed towards every point. They call thee supreme gem and the depository of all treasures. Under thy protections, O Lord of the gods, all evils lose their terror. As thou didst protect me before from disaster, do thou extricate me now from this difficulty. Vaisampayana continued, the great and sovereign God, and Lord of the earth, of mysterious movements, the Lord Kesava who is ever kind to the dependents, thou adored by Krishna, and perceiving her difficulty, instantly repaired to that place, leaving the bed of Rukmini who was sleeping by his side. Beholding Vasudeva, Draupadi bowed down to him in great joy and informed him of the arrival of the Munis and every other thing. And having heard everything, Krishna said unto her, I am very much afflicted with hunger. Do thou give me some food without delay, and then thou mayst go about thy work. At these words of Kesava, Krishna became confused, and replied unto him, saying, The sun-given vessel remains full till I finish my meal. But as I have already taken my meal today, there is no food in it now. Then that lotus-eyed and adorable being said unto Krishna, This is no time for jest. O Krishna, I am much distressed with hunger. Go thou quickly to fetch the vessel and show it to me. When Kesava, the tournament of the Yadu's race, had the vessel brought unto him, with such persistence, he looked into it and saw a particle of rice and vegetable sticking at its rim. And swallowing it, he said unto her, May it please the God Hari, the soul of the universe, and may that God who partaketh at sacrifices be satiated with this. Then the long-armed Krishna, that soother of miseries, said unto Bhimasena, Do thou speedily invite the Munis to dinner. Then, O good king, the celebrated Bhimasena quickly went to invite all those Munis, Durvasa and others, who had gone to the nearest stream of transparent and cool water to perform their oblations. Meanwhile, these ascetics, having plunged into the river, were rubbing their bodies and observing that they all felt their stomachs to be full. And coming out of the stream, they began to stare at one another. And turning towards Durvasa, all those ascetics observed, Having bade the king make our meals ready, we have come hither for a bath. But how, O regenerate Rishi, can we eat anything now, for our stomachs seem to be full to the throat? The repast hath been uselessly prepared for us. What is the best thing to be done now? Durvasa replied, By spoiling the repast, we have done a great wrong to that royal sage, King Yudhishthira. Would not the Pandavas destroy us by looking down upon us with angry eyes? I know the royal sage Yudhishthira to be possessed of great ascetic power. Ye Brahmanas, I am afraid of men that are devoted to Hari. The high-souled Pandavas are all religious men, learned, warlike, diligent in ascetic austerities and religious observances, devoted to Vasudeva, and always observant of rules of good conduct. If provoked, they can consume us with their wrath as fire doth a bale of cotton. Therefore, ye disciples, ye all run away quickly without seeing them again. Vaisampayana continued, All those Brahmanas, thus advised by their ascetic preceptor, became greatly afraid of the Pandavas and fled away in all directions. Then Bhimasena, not beholding those excellent Munis in the celestial river, made a search after them here and there at all the landing places. And learning from the ascetics of those places that they had run away, he came back and informed Yudhishthira of what had happened. Then all the Pandavas of subdued senses, expecting them to come, remained awaiting their arrival for some time. And Yudhishthira said, Coming dead of night the rishis will deceive us. Oh, how can we escape from this difficulty created by the facts? Seeing them absorbed in such reflections and breathing long deep sighs at frequent intervals, the illustrious Krishna suddenly appeared to them and addressed them these words, knowing, Ye sons of Pritha, your danger from that wrathful rishi. I was implored by Draupadi to come, and, therefore, have I come here speedily. But now ye have not the least fear from the rishi Durvasa. Afraid of your ascetic powers, he hath made himself scarce. Say this. Virtuous men never suffer. I now ask your permission to let me return home. May you always be prosperous. Vaisampayana continued, Hearing Kesava words, the sons of Pritha, with Draupadi, became easy in mind, and cured of their fever, of anxiety. They said unto him, As persons drowning in the wide ocean safely reach the shore by means of a boat, so have we, by thy aid, O Lord Govinda, escaped from this inextricable difficulty. do thou now depart in peace, and may prosperity be thine." Thus dismissed, he repaired to his capital, and the Pandavas too, O blessed Lord, wandering from forest to forest, passed their days merrily with Draupadi. Thus, O king, have I related to thee the story which thou askest me to repeat. And it was thus that the machinations of the wicked sons of Dhritarashtra about the Pandavas in the forest were frustrated. Section 6. Vaisampayana said, "These great warriors of the race of Bharata sojourned like immortals in the great forest of Kamyaka, employed in hunting and pleased with the sight of numerous wild tracts of country and wide reaches of woodland, gorgeous with flowers blossoming in season. And the sons of Pandu, each like unto Indra and the terror of his enemies, dwelt there for some time. And one day those valiant men, the conquerors of their foes, went about in all directions in search of game for feeding the Brahmanas in their company, leaving Draupadi alone at the hermitage, with the permission of the great ascetic Drinavindu, resplendent with ascetic grandeur, and of their spiritual guide Dharmu. Meanwhile, the famous king of Sindhu, the son of Vridakshatra, was, with a view to matrimony, proceeding to the kingdom of Salwa, dressed in his best royal apparel and accompanied by numerous princes. And the prince halted in the woods of Kamyaka, and in that secluded place he found the beautiful Draupadi, the beloved and celebrated wife of the Pandavas, standing at the threshold of the hermitage. And she looked grand in the superb beauty of her form, and seemed to shed a lustre on the woodland around, like lightning illuminating masses of dark clouds. And they who saw her asked themselves, "Is this an Apsara, or a daughter of the gods, or a celestial phantom?" And with this thought, their hands also joined together. They stood gazing on the perfect and faultless beauty of her form. And Jayadratha, the king of Sindhu, and the son of Vridakshatra, struck with amazement at the sight of that lady of faultless beauty, was seized with an evil intention. And inflamed with desire, he said to the prince named Kotika, "Whose is this lady of faultless form? Is she of the human kind? I have no need to marry if I can secure this exquisitely beautiful creature. Taking her with me, I shall go back to my abode, O sir, and inquire who she is and whence she has come, and why also that delicate being hath come into this forest beset with thorns. Will this ornament of womankind, this slender-waisted lady of so much beauty, endued with handsome teeth and large eyes, accept me as her lord? I shall certainly regard myself successful if I obtain the hand of this excellent lady. Go, Kotika, and inquire who her husband may be." Thus asked, Kotika, wearing a kandila, jumped out of his chariot and came near her, as a jackal approacheth a tigress, and spake unto her these words. Section 6. Kotika said, "Excellent lady, who art thou that standest alone, leaning on a branch of the Kadamba tree at this hermitage, and looking grand like a flame of fire blazing at night time, and fanned by the wind? Exquisitely beautiful as thou art, how is it that thou feelest not any fear in these forests? Methinks thou art a goddess, or a Yakshi, or a Danavi, or an excellent Apsara, or the wife of a Daitya, or a daughter of the Naga king, or a Rakshasi, or the wife of Varuna, or of Yama, or of Soma, or of Guvara, who, having assumed a human form, wanderest in these forests? Or hast thou come from the mansions of Datri, or of Vitri, or of Savitri, or of Vibhu, or of Sakra? Thou dost not ask us who we are, nor do we know who protects thee here. Respectfully do we ask thee, good lady, who is thy powerful father, and, oh, do tell us truly the names of thy husband, thy relatives, and thy race, and tell us also what thou dost here. As for us, I am King Zuratha's son, whom people know by the name of Kotika, and that man with eyes large as the petals of the lotus, sitting on a chariot of gold, like the sacrificial fire on the altar, is the warrior known by the name of Kshmankara, king of Trigarta. And behind him is the famous son of the king of Pulinda, who is even now gazing on thee. Armed with a mighty bow and endued with large eyes, and decorated with floral wreaths, he always liveth on the breasts of mountains. The dark and handsome young man, the scourge of his enemies, standing at the edge of the tank, is the son of Shivala of the race of Ikshwaku. And if, O excellent lady, thou hast ever heard the name of Jayadratha, the king of Soviras, even he is there at the head of 6,000 chariots, with horses and elephants and infantry, and followed by 12 Sovira princes as his standard-bearers, named Angaraka, Kanjara, Guptaka, Satranjaya, Srinjaya, Suprabhada, Prabhankara, Brahmara, Ravi, Zura, Pratapa and Kahana, all mounted on chariots drawn by chestnut horses, and every one of them looking like the fire on the sacrificial altar. The brothers also of the king, viz., the powerful Vilahaka, Anaka, Vitarana and others, are among his followers. These strong-limbed and noble youths are the flowers of the Sovira chivalry. The king is journeying in the company of these his friends, like Indra surrounded by the Maruts. O fine-haired lady, do tell us that art unacquainted with these matters, whose wife and whose daughter thou art. Section Glixif. Vaisampayana continued. The Princess Draupadi, thus questioned by the tournament of Sivi's race, moved her eyes gently, and letting go her hold of the Kadambha Blanche and arranging her silken apparel, she said, I am aware, O Prince, that it is not proper for a person like me to address you thus. But as there is not another man nor woman here to speak with thee, and as I am alone here just now, let me, therefore, speak. Know, worthy sir, that being alone in this forest here, I should not bespeak unto thee, remembering the usages of my sex. I have learned, O Saviour, that thou art Zuratha's son, whom people know by the name of Kotika. Therefore, on my part, I shall now tell thee of my relations and renowned race. I am the daughter of King Drupada, and people know me by the name of Krishna, and I have accepted as my husbands 5 persons of whom you may have heard while they were living at Gahandavaprastha. Those noble persons, viz., Yudhishthira, Bhimasena, Arjuna, and the 2 sons of Madri, leaving me here and having assigned unto themselves the 4 points of the horizon, have gone out on a hunting excursion. The king hath gone to the east, Bhimasena towards the south, Arjuna to the west, and the twin brothers towards the north. Therefore, do ye now alight and dismiss your carriages so that ye may depart after receiving a due welcome from them. The Haisul son of Dharma is fond of guests and will surely be delighted to see you. Having addressed Saviour's son in this way, the daughter of Drupada, with face beautiful as the moon, remembering well her husband's character for hospitality, entered his spacious cottage. Section CCLXV. Vaisampayana said, O Bharata, Kotikakai related to those princes who had been waiting all that had passed between him and Krishna. And hearing Kotikakai's words, Jayadratha said to that scion of the race of Sivi, having listened only to her speech, my heart has been lovingly inclined towards that tournament of womankind. Why therefore hast thou returned, thus unsuccessful? I tell thee truly, O thou of mighty arms, that having once seen this lady, other women now seem to me like so many monkeys. I having looked at her, she has captivated my heart. Do tell me, O Saviour, if that excellent lady is of the humankind. Kotika replied, this lady is the famous Princess Krishna, the daughter of Drupada, and the celebrated wife of the 5 sons of Pandu. She is the much esteemed and beloved and chaste wife of the sons of Pritha. Taking her with thee, do thou proceed towards Sovira. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed, the evil-minded Jayadratha, the king of Sindhu, Sovira and other countries, said, I must see Draupadi. and with 6 other men he entered that solitary hermitage, like a wolf entering the den of a lion. And he said unto Krishna, Hail to thee, excellent lady! Are thy husbands well, and those, besides, whose prosperity thou always wishest? Draupadi replied, Kunti's son King Yudhishthira of the race of Kuru, his brothers, myself, and all those of whom thou hast inquired of, are well. Is everything right with thy kingdom, thy government, exchequer, and thy army? Art thou, as sole ruler, governing with justice the rich countries of Saviour, Savi, Sindhu and others that thou hast brought under thy sway? Do thou, O Prince, accept this water for washing thy feet? Do thou also take this seat? I offer thee 50 animals for thy train's breakfast. Besides these, Yudhishthira himself, the son of Kunti, will give thee porcine deer and nanku deer, and does, and antelopes, and sarabas, and rabbits, and uru deer, and bears, and samvara deer, and giles, and many other animals, besides wild boars and buffaloes, and other animals of the quadruped tribe. Hearing this, Jayadratha replied, saying, All is well with me. By offering to provide our breakfast, thou hast in a manner actually done it. Come now and ride my chariot and be completely happy. For it becomes not thee to have any regard for the miserable sons of Pritha who are living in the woods, whose energies have been paralyzed, whose kingdom hath been snatched, and whose fortunes are at the lowest ebb. A woman of sense like thee doth not attach herself to a husband that is poor. She should follow her lord when he is in prosperity, but abandon him when in adversity. The sons of Bandu have forever fallen away from their high state, and have you lost their kingdom for all time to come. Thou hast no need, therefore, to partake of their misery from any regard for them. Therefore, O thou of beautiful hips, forsaking the sons of Pandu, be happy by becoming my wife, and share thou with me the kingdoms of Sindhu and Savira. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these frightful words of the king of Sindhu, Krishna retired from that place, her face furrowed into a frown owing to the contraction of her eyebrows. But disregarding his words from supreme contempt, the slender-waisted Krishna reproving said unto the king of Sindhu, Speak not thus again. Art thou not ashamed? Be on thy guard. And that lady of irreproachable character, anxiously expecting the return of her husband, began, with long speeches, to beguile him completely. Section Glicksvi. Vaisampayana said, the daughter of Drupada, though naturally handsome, was suffused with crimson arising from a fit of anger. And with eyes inflamed and eyebrows bent in wrath, she reproved the ruler of the Suviras, saying, Art thou not ashamed, O fool, to use such insulting words in respect of those celebrated and terrible warriors, each like unto Indra himself, and who are all devoted to their duties and who never waver in fight with even hosts of Yakshas and Rakshasas? O Savira, good men never speak ill of learned persons devoted to austerities and endued with learning, no matter whether they live in the wilderness or in houses. It is only wretches that are mean as thou who do so. Methinks there is none in this assemblage of Kshatriya who is capable of holding thee by the hand to save thee from falling into the pit thou openest under thy feet. In hoping to vanquish King Yudhishthira the just, thou really hopest to separate, stick in hand, from a herd roaming in Himalayan valleys, its leader, huge as a mountain peak and with the temporal juice trickling down its rent temples. Out of childish folly thou art kicking up into wakefulness the powerful lion lying asleep, in order to pluck the hair from off his face. Thou shalt, however, have to run away when thou seest Bhimasena in wrath. Thy courting a combat with the furious Jaishan may be likened to thy kicking up a mighty, terrible, full-grown and furious lion asleep in a mountain cave. The encounter thou speakest of with those two excellent youths, the younger Pandavas, is like unto the act of a fool that wantonly trampleth on the tails of two venomous black cobras with bifurcated tongues. The bamboo, the reed, and the plantain bear fruit only to perish and not to grow in size any further. Like also the crab that conceiveth for her own destruction, thou wilt lay hands upon me who am protected by these mighty heroes. Jayadratha replied, I know all this, O Krishna, and I am well aware of the prowess of those princes. But thou canst not frighten us now with these threats. We, too, O Krishna, belong by birth to the 17 high clans, and are endowed with the 6 royal qualities. 89 We, therefore, look down upon the Pandavas as inferior men. Therefore, do thou, O daughter of Drupada, ride this elephant or this chariot quickly, for thou canst not baffle us with thy words alone, or, speaking less boastfully, seek thou the mercy of the king of the Sauviras. Draupadi replied, Though I am so powerful, why doth the king of Sauvira yet consider me so powerless? Well known as I am, I cannot, from fear of violence, demean myself before that prince. Even Indra himself cannot abduct her for whose protection Krishna and Arjuna would together follow, riding in the same chariot. What shall I say, therefore, of a weak human being? When Kiriti, that slayer of foes, riding on his car, will, on my account, enter thy ranks, striking terror into every heart, he will consume everything around like fire consuming a stack of dry grass in summer. The warring princes of the Andaka and the Vrishani races, with Janardana at the head, and the mighty bowmen of the Kakya tribe, will all follow in my wake with great ardor. The terrible arrows of Dhananjaya, shot from the string of the Gandiva and propelled by his arms, fly with great force through the air, roaring like the very clouds. And when thou wilt behold Arjuna shooting from the Gandiva a thick mass of mighty arrows like unto a flight of locusts, then wilt thou repent of thine own folly. Bethink thyself of what thou wilt feel when that warrior armed with a Gandiva, blowing his conch shell and with gloves reverberating with the strokes of his bowstring, will again and again pierce thy breast with his shafts. And when Bhima will advance towards thee, mace in hand, and the 2 sons of Madri range in all directions, vomiting forth the venom of their wrath, thou wilt then experience pangs of keen regret that will last forever. As I have never been false to my worthy lords even in thought, so by that merit shall I now have the pleasure of beholding thee vanquished and dragged by the sons of Pritha. Thou canst not, cruel as thou art, frighten me by seizing me with violence. For as soon as those Kuru warriors will espy me, they will bring me back to the woods of Kamyaka. Vaisampayana continued, Then that lady of large eyes, beholding them ready to lay violent hands on her, rebuked them and said, Defile me not by your touch. And in a great alarm she then called upon her spiritual adviser, Damu. Jayadratha, however, seized her by her upper garment, but she pushed him with great vigor, and pushed by the lady, that sinful wretch fell upon the ground like a tree severed from its roots. Seized, however, once more by him with great violence, she began to pant for breath, and dragged by the wretch, Krishna at last ascended his chariot, having worshipped Dharmiya's feet. And Dharmiya then addressed Jayadratha and said, Do thou, O Jayadratha, observe the ancient custom of the Kshatriyas. Thou canst not carry her off without having vanquished those great warriors. Without doubt, thou shalt reap the painful fruits of this thy despicable act, when thou encounterest the heroic sons of Bandu with Yudhishthira the just at their head. Vaisampayana continued, having said these words, Dharmiya, entering into the midst of Jayadratha's infantry, began to follow that renowned princess who was thus being carried away by the ravisher. Section VI. Vaisampayana said, Meanwhile those foremost of bowmen on the face of the earth, having wandered separately and ranged in all directions, and having slain plenty of deer and buffaloes, at length met together. And observing that great forest, which was crowded with hosts of deer and wild beasts, resounding with the shrill cries of birds, and hearing the shrieks and yells of the denizens of the wilderness, Yudhishthira said unto his brothers, These birds and wild beasts, flying towards that direction which is illuminated by the sun, are uttering dissonant cries and displaying an intense excitement. All this only shows that this mighty forest hath been invaded by hostile intruders. Without a moment's delay let us give up the chase. We have no more need of game. My heart aches and seems to burn. The soul in my body, overpowering the intellect, seems ready to fly out. As a lake rid by Garuda of the mighty snake that dwells in it, as a pot drained of its contents by thirsty men, as a kingdom reft of king and prosperity, even so doth the forest of Kamyaka seem to me. Thus addressed, those heroic warriors drove towards their abode, on great cars of handsome make and drawn by steeds of the same Dava breed exceedingly fleet and possessed of the speed of the hurricane. And on their way back, they beheld a jackal yelling hideously on the wayside towards their left. And King Yudhishthira, regarding it attentively, said unto Bhima and Dhananjaya, This jackal that belongs to a very inferior species of animals, speaking to our left, speaketh a language which plainly indicates that the sinful Kurus, disregarding us, have commenced to oppress us by resorting to violence. Apostrophe After the sons of Bandu had given up the chase and said these words, they entered the grove which contained their hermitage. And there they found their beloved one's maid, the girl Datrika, sobbing and weeping. And Indrasena then quickly alighting from the chariot and advancing with hasty steps towards her, questioned her, O king, in great distress of mind, saying, What makes thee weep thus, lying on the ground, and why is thy face so woebegone and colourless? I hope no cruel wretches have done any harm to the Princess Draupadi, possessed of incomparable beauty and large eyes, and who is the second self of every one of those bulls of the Kuru race. So anxious hath been Dharma's son that if the princess hath entered the bowels of the earth, or hath soared to heaven, or dived into the bottom of the ocean, he and his brothers will go thither in pursuit of her. Who could that fool be that would carry away that priceless jewel belonging to the mighty and ever-victorious sons of Pandu, those grinders of foes, and which is dear unto them as their own lives? I don't know who the person could be that would think of carrying away that princess who hath such powerful protectors, and who is even like a walking embodiment of the hearts of the sons of Pandu, piercing whose breasts will terrible shafts stick to the ground today. Do not weep for her, O timid girl, for know thou that Krishna will come back this very day, and the sons of Pritha, having slain their foes, will again be united with Yagnas and E. Thus addressed by him, Datrika, wiping her beautiful face, replied unto Indrasena the charioteer, saying, disregarding the 5 Indra-like sons of Pandu, Jayadratha hath carried away Krishna by force. The track pursued by him hath not yet disappeared, for the broken branches of trees have not yet faded. Therefore, turn your cars and follow her quickly, for the princess cannot have gone far by this time. Ye warriors possessed of the prowess of Indra, putting on your costly bows of handsome make, and taking up your costly bows and quivers, speed ye in pursuit of her, lest overpowered by threats or violence, and losing her sense and the colour of her cheeks, she yields herself up to an undeserving wight, even as one poureth forth from the sacrificial ladle the sanctified oblation on a heap of ashes. Oh, see that the clarified butter is not poured into a new igniting fire of paddy chaff, that a garland of flowers is not thrown away in a cemetery. Oh, take care that the soma juice of a sacrifice is not licked up by a dog through the carelessness of the officiating priests. Oh, let not the lily be rudely torn by a jackal roaming for its prey in the impenetrable forest. Oh, let no inferior wight touch with his lips the bright and beautiful face of your wife, fair as the beams of the moon and adorned with the finest nose and the handsomest eyes, like a dog licking clarified butter kept in the sacrificial pot. Do ye speed in this track, and let not time steal a march on you. Yudhishthira said, Retire, good woman, and control thy tongue. Speak not this way before us. Kings or princes, whoever are infatuated with the possession of power, are sure to come to grief. Vaisampayana continued. With these words, they departed, following the track pointed out to them, and frequently breathing deep sighs like the hissing of snakes, and twanging the strings of their large bows. And then they observed a cloud of dust raised by the hoofs of the steeds belonging to Jayadratha's army. And they also saw Dharma in the midst of the ravishers' infantry, exhorting Bhima to quicken his steps. Then those princes, the sons of Pandu, with hearts undepressed, bade him be of good cheer and said unto him, Do thou return cheerfully! And then they rushed towards that host with great fury, like hawks swooping down on their prey. And possessed of the prowess of Indra, they had been filled with fury at the insult offered to Draupadi. But at sight of Jayadratha and of their beloved wife seated on his car, their fury knew no bounds. And those mighty bowmen, Bhima and Dhananjaya and the twin brothers and the king, called out Jayadratha to stop. Upon which the enemy was so bewildered as to lose their knowledge of directions. Section VI. Vaisampayana said, The hostile Kshatriyas, incensed at sight of Bhimasena and Arjuna, sent up a loud shout in the forest. And the wicked king Jayadratha, when he saw the standards of those bulls of the Kuru race, lost his heart, and addressing the resplendent Yagnisani seated on his car, said, Those 5 great warriors, O Krishna, that are coming, are I believe, thy husbands. As thou knowest the sons of Pandu well, do thou, O lady of beautiful dresses, describe them one by one to us, pointing out which of them rideth which car. Thus addressed, Draupadi replied, Having done this violent deed calculated to shorten thy life, what will it avail thee now, O fool, to know the names of those great warriors? For, now that my heroic husbands are come, not one of ye will be left alive in battle. However, as thou art on the point of death and hast tasked me, I will tell thee everything, this being consistent with the ordinance. Beholding King Yudhishthira the just with his younger brothers, I have not the slightest anxiety or fear from thee. That warrior at the top of whose flagstaff 2 handsome and sonorous tabors called Nanda and Upananda are constantly played upon comet, he, O Sauvira chief, hath a correct knowledge of the morality of his own acts. Men that have attained success always walk in his train, with a complexion like that of pure gold, possessed of a prominent nose and large eyes, and endued with a slender make. That husband of mine is known among people by the name of Yudhishthira, the son of Dharma and the foremost of the Kuru race. That virtuous prince of men granteth life to even a foe that yields. Therefore, O fool, throwing down thy arms and joining thy hands, run to him for thy good, to seek his protection. And that other man whom thou seest with long arms and tall as the full-grown salad tree, seated on his chariot, biting his lips, and contracting his forehead so as to bring the 2 eyebrows together, is he, my husband Vrikadara. Steeds of the noblest breed, plump and strong, well trained and endued with great might, draw the cars of that warrior. His achievements are superhuman. He is known, therefore, by the name of Bhima on earth. They that offend him are never suffered to live. He never forgetteth the foe. On some pretext or other he wreaketh his vengeance. Nor is he pacific even after he has wreaked a signal vengeance. And there, that foremost of bowmen, endues with intelligence and renown, with senses under complete control and reverence for the old, that brother and disciple of Yudhishthira, is my husband Ananjaya. Virtue he never forsaketh, from lust or fear or anger. Nor doth he ever commit a deed that is cruel. Endues with the energy of the fire and capable of withstanding every foe, that grinder of enemies is the son of Kunti. And that other youth, versed in every question of morality and profit, whoever dispelleth the fears of the affrighted, who is endued with high wisdom, who is considered as the handsomest person in the whole world, and who is protected by all the sons of Pandu, being regarded by them as dearer to them than their own lives for his unflinching devotion to them, is my husband Nakula, possessed of great prowess, endued with high wisdom, and having Sahadeva for his second, possessed of exceeding lightness of hand, he fighteth with the sword, making dexterous passes therewith. Thou, foolish man, shall witness today his performances on the field of battle, like unto those of Indra amid the ranks of Daityas. And that hero skilled in weapons and possessed of intelligence and wisdom, and intent on doing what is agreeable to the son of Dharma, that favourite and youngest born of the Pandavas, is my husband Sahadeva. Heroic, intelligent, wise and ever wrathful, there is not another man equal unto him in intelligence or in eloquence amid assemblies of the wise. Dearer to Kunti than her own soul, he is always mindful of the duties of Kshatriyas, and would much sooner rush into fire or sacrifice his own life than say anything that is opposed to religion and morals. When the sons of Pandu will have killed thy warriors in battle, then wilt thou behold thy army in the miserable plight of a ship on the sea, wrecked with its freight of jewels on the back of a whale. Thus have I described unto thee the prowess of the sons of Pandu, disregarding whom and thy foolishness thou hast acted so. If thou escapest unscathed from them, then, indeed, thou wilt have obtained a new lease of life. Vaisampayana continued, then those 5 sons of Pritha, each like unto Indra, filled with wrath, leaving the panic-stricken infantry alone who were imploring them for mercy, rushed furiously upon the charioteers, attacking them on all sides and darkening the very air with a thick shower of arrows they shot. Section 6. Vaisampayana said, meanwhile, the king of Sindhu was giving orders to those princes, saying, halt, strike, march, quick, and like. And on seeing Bhima, Arjuna and the twin brothers with Yudhishthira, the soldiers sent up a loud shout on the field of battle. And the warriors of the Sivi, Sauvira and Sindhu tribes, at the sight of those powerful heroes looking like fierce tigers, lost heart. And Bhimasena, armed with a mace entirely of Sakya iron and embossed with gold, rushed towards the Saindava monarch doomed to death. But Kotikakaya, speedily surrounding Vrikadara with an array of mighty charioteers, interposed between and separated the combatants. And Bhima, though assailed with numberless spears and clubs and iron arrows hurled at him by the strong arms of hostile heroes, did not waver for one moment. On the other hand, he killed, with his mace, an elephant with its driver and 14-foot soldiers fighting in the front of Jayadratha's car. And Arjuna also, desirous of capturing the Sauvira king, slew 500 brave mountaineers fighting in the van of the Sindhu army. And in that encounter, the king himself slew in the twinkling of an eye 100 of the best warriors of the Sauviras. And Nakula too, sword in hand, jumping out of his chariot, scattered in a moment, like Attila sowing seeds, the heads of the combatants fighting in the rear. And Sahadeva from his chariot began to fell with his iron shafts, many warriors fighting on elephants, like birds dropped from the boughs of a tree. Then the king of Trigartas, bow in hand descending from his great chariot, killed the 4 steeds of the king with his mace. But Kunti's son, King Yudhishthira the Just, seeing the foe approach so near, and fighting on foot, pierced his breast with a crescent-shaped arrow. And that hero, thus wounded in the breast, began to vomit blood, and fell down upon the ground beside Pritha's son, like an uprooted tree. And King Yudhishthira the Just, whose steeds had been slain, taking this opportunity, descended with Indrasena from his chariot and mounted that of Sahadeva. And the two warriors, Kshmankara and Mahamaksha, singling out Nakula, began to pour on him from both sides a perfect shower of keen-edged arrows. The son of Madri, however, succeeded in slaying, with a couple of long shafts, both those warriors who had been pouring on him an arrowy shower, like clouds in the rainy season. Zuritha, the king of Trigartas, well versed in elephant charges, approaching the front of Nakula's chariot, caused it to be dragged by the elephanty road. But Nakula, little daunted at this, leapt out of his chariot, and securing a point of vantage, stood shield and sword in hand, immovable as a hill. Thereupon Zuritha, wishing to slay Nakula at once, urged towards him his huge and infuriate elephant with trunk upraised. But when the beast came near, Nakula, with his sword severed from his head both trunk and tusks, and that mail-clad elephant, uttering a frightful roar, fell headlong upon the ground, crushing its riders by the fall. And having achieved this daring feat, heroic son of Madri, getting up on Bhimasena's car, obtained a little rest. And Bhima too, seeing Prince Kotikakai rush to the encounter, cut off the head of his charioteer with a horseshoe arrow. That prince did not even perceive that his driver was killed by his strong-armed adversary, and his horses, no longer restrained by a driver, ran about on the battlefield in all directions. And seeing that prince without a driver turn his back, that foremost of smiters, Bhima the son of Pandu, went up to him and slew him with a bearded dart. And Dhananjaya also cut off with his sharp crescent-shaped arrows the heads, as well as the bows of all the 12 Sauvira heroes. And the great warrior killed in battle, with the arrow, the leaders of the Ikshwakas and the hosts of Civis and Trigartas and Saindavas. And a great many elephants with their colours, and chariots with standards, were seen to fall by the hand of Arjuna. And heads without trunks, and trunks without heads, lay covering the entire field of battle. And dogs, and herons, and ravens, and crows, and falcons, and jackals, and vultures, feasted on the flesh and blood of warriors slain on that field. And when Jayadratha, the king of Sindhu, saw that his warriors were slain, he became terrified and anxious to run away, leaving Krishna behind. And in that general confusion, the wretch, setting down Draupadi there, fled for his life, pursuing the same forest path by which he had come. And King Yudhishthira the Just, seeing Draupadi with Dharmya walking before, caused her to be taken up on a chariot by the heroic Sahadeva, the son of Madri. And when Jayadratha had fled away, Bhima began to mow down with his iron arrows such of his followers as were running away, striking each trooper down after naming him. But Arjuna, perceiving that Jayadratha had run away, exhorted his brother to refrain from slaughtering the remnant of the Saindava host. And Arjuna said, I do not find on the field of battle Jayadratha, through whose fault alone we have experienced this bitter misfortune. Seek him out first, and may success crown thy effort. What is the good of thy slaughtering these troopers? Why art thou bent upon this unprofitable business? Vaisampayana continued, Bhimasena, thus exhorted by Arjuna of great wisdom, turning to Yudhishthira, replied, saying, As a great many of the enemy's warriors have been slain, and as they are flying in all directions, do thou, O king, now return home, taking with thee Draupadi and the twin brothers and Haisuladharmya, and console the princess after getting back to our asylum. That foolish king of Sindhu I shall not let alone as long as he lives, even if he find a shelter in the internal regions or is backed by Indra himself. And Yudhishthira replied, saying, O thou of mighty arms, remembering our sister, Dusala and the celebrated Gandhari, thou shouldst not slay the king of Sindh, who even though he is so wicked. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words, Draupadi was greatly excited. And that highly intelligent lady in her excitement said to her two husbands, Bhima and Arjuna, with indignation mixed with modesty, if you care to do what is agreeable to me, you must slay that mean and despicable wretch, that sinful, foolish, infamous and contemptible chief of the Saindava clan. That foe who forcibly carries away a wife, and he that wrests a kingdom, should never be forgiven on the battlefield, even though he should supplicate for mercy. Thus admonished, those two valiant warriors went in search of the Saindava chief. And the king, taking Krishna with him, returned home, accompanied by his spiritual adviser. And on entering the hermitage, he found it was laid over with seats for the ascetics and crowded with their disciples and graced with the presence of Markandeya and other brahmanas. And while those brahmanas were gravely bewailing the lot of Draupadi, Yudhishthira, endued with great wisdom, joined the company with his brothers. And beholding the king thus come back after having defeated the Saindava and the Sauvira host and recovered Draupadi, they were all elated with joy. And the king took his seat in their midst. And the excellent Princess Krishna entered the hermitage with the two brothers. Meanwhile Bhima and Arjuna, learning the enemy was full 2 miles ahead of them, urged their horses to greater speed in pursuit of him. And the mighty Arjuna performed a wonderful deed, killing the horse of Jayadratha although they were full 2 miles ahead of them. Armed with celestial weapons, undaunted by difficulties, he achieved this difficult feat with arrows inspired with mantras. And then the two warriors, Bhima and Arjuna, rushed towards the terrified king of Sindh, whose horses had been slain and who was alone and perplexed in mind. And the latter was greatly grieved on seeing his steed slain. And beholding Dhananjaya do such a daring deed, and intent on running away, he followed the same forest track by which he had come. And Falguna, seeing the Saindava chief so active in his fright, overtook him and addressed him, saying, possessed of so little manliness, how couldst thou dare to take away a lady by force? Turn round, O prince, it is not meet that thou shouldst run away. How canst thou act so, leaving thy followers in the midst of thy foes? Although addressed by the sons of Pritha thus, the monarch of Sindh, who did not even once turn round, and then bidding him to what he chose, the mighty Bhima overtook him in an instant, but the kind Arjuna entreated him not to kill that wretch. Section CCLXX. Vaisampayana said, Jayadratha, flying for his life upon beholding those two brothers with upraised arms, was sorely grieved and bolted off with speed and coolness. But the mighty and indignant Bhimasena, descending from his chariot, ran after him, thus fleeing, and seized him by the hair of his head. And holding him high up in the air, Bhima thrust him on the ground with violence. And seizing the prince by the head, he knocked him about. And when the wretch recovered consciousness, he groaned aloud and wanted to get up on his legs. But that hero endued with mighty arms kicked him on the head. And Bhima pressed him on the breast with his knees as well as with his fists. And the prince, thus belaboured, soon became insensible. Then Falguna dissuaded the wrathful Bhimasena from inflicting further chastisement on the prince, by reminding him of what Yudhishthira had said regarding their sister, Dusala. But Bhima replied, saying, This sinful wretch hath done a cruel injury to Krishna, who never can bear such treatment. He, therefore, deserveth to die at hands. But what can I do? The king is always overflowing with mercy, and thou, too, art constantly putting obstacles in my way from a childish sense of virtue. Having said these words, Vrikadara, with his crescent-shaped arrow, shaved the hair of the prince's head, heaving 5 tufts in as many places. Jayadratha uttered not a word at this. Then Vrikadara, addressing the foe, said, If thou wishest to live, Listen to me, O fool. I shall tell thee the means to attain that wish. In public assemblies and in open courts thou must say, I am the slave of the Pandavas. On this condition alone, I will pardon thee thy life. This is the customary rule of conquest on the field of battle. Thus addressed and treated, King Jayadratha said to the mighty and fierce warrior who always looked awful, "Be it so." And he was trembling and senseless and begrimed with dust. Then Arjuna and Vrikadara, securing him with chains, thrust him into a chariot. And Bhima, himself mounting that chariot, and accompanied by Arjuna, drove towards the hermitage. And approaching Yudhishthira seated there, he placed Jayadratha in that condition before the king. And the king, smiling, told him to set the Sindhu prince at liberty. Then Bhima said unto the king, "Do thou tell Draupadi that this wretch hath become the slave of the Pandavas." Then his eldest brother said unto him affectionately, "If thou hast any regard for us, do thou set this wretch at liberty." And Draupadi too, reading the king's mind, said, "Let him off. He hath become a slave of the king's, and thou, too, hast disfigured him by leaving 5 tufts of hair on his head." Then that crestfallen prince, having obtained his liberty, approached King Yudhishthira and bowed down unto him. And seeing those munis there, he saluted them also. Then the kind-hearted King Yudhishthira, the son of Dharma, beholding Jayadratha in that condition, almost supported by Arjuna, said unto him, "Thou art a free man now, I emancipate thee. Now go away and be careful not to do such thing again, shame to thee. Thou hadst intended to take away a lady by violence, even though thou art so mean and powerless. What other wretch save thee would think of acting thus?" Then that foremost king of Bharata's race sighed with pity that perpetrator of wicked deeds, and believing that he had lost his senses, said, "Mayst thy heart grow in virtue. Never set thy heart again on immoral deeds. Thou mayst depart in peace now with thy charioteers, cavalry and infantry." Thus addressed by Yudhishthira, the prince, O Bharata, was overpowered with shame, and bending down his head, he silently and sorrowfully wended his way to the place where the Ganga debouches on the plains. And imploring the protection of the god of 3 eyes, the consort of he did severe penance at that place. And the 3-eyed god, pleased with his austerities, deigned to accept his offerings in person. And he also granted him a boon. Do thou listen, O monarch, how the prince received that boon. Jayadratha, addressing that god, asked the boon, "May I be able to defeat in battle all the 5 sons of Bandu on their chariots?" The god, however, told him this cannot be. And Mahabharata said, "None can slay or conquer them in battle. Save Arjuna, however, thou shalt be able to only check them once on the field of battle." The heroic Arjuna, with mighty arms, is the god incarnate styled Nara. He practiced austerities of old in the Vadari forest. The god Narayana is his friend. Therefore, he is unconquerable of the very gods. I myself have given him the celestial weapon called Pasupata. From the regents also of all the 10 cardinal points, he has acquired the thunderbolt and other mighty weapons. And the great god Vishnu, who is the infinite spirit, the Lord preceptor of all the gods, is the supreme being without attributes, and the soul of the universe, and existeth pervading the whole creation. At the termination of a cycle of ages, assuming the shape of the all-consuming fire, he consumed the whole universe with mountains and seas and islands and hills and woods and forests. And after the destruction of the Naga world, also in the subterranean regions in the same way, vast masses of many-coloured and loud-pealing clouds, with streaks of lightning, spreading along the entire welkin, had appeared on high. Then pouring down water in torrents thick as axles of cars, and filling the space everywhere, these extinguishing that all-consuming fire. when at the close of 4,000 years the earth thus became flooded with water, like one vast sea, and all mobile creatures were hushed in death, and the sun and the moon and the winds were all destroyed, and the universe was devoid of planets and stars, the supreme being called Narayana, unknowable by the senses, adorned with 1,000 heads and as many eyes and legs, became desirous of rest. And the serpent Sesha, looking terrible with his 1,000 hoods, and shining with the splendor of 10,000 suns, and white as the kunda flower bore the moon or a string of pearls, or the white lotus, or milk, or the fibers of a lotus stalk, served for his conch. And that adorable and omnipotent God thus slept on the bosom of the deep, enveloping all space with nocturnal gloom. And when his creative faculty was excited, he awoke and found the universe denuded of everything. In this connection, the following sloka is recited respecting the meaning of Narayana. Water was created by the Rishi, Nara, and it formed his corpus, therefore do we hear it styled as Nara. And because it formed his ayana, resting place, therefore is he known as Narayana. As soon as that everlasting being was engaged in meditation for the recreation of the universe, a lotus flower instantaneously came into existence from his navel, and the four-faced Brahma came out of that navel lotus. And then the grandsire of all creatures, seating himself on that flower and finding that the whole universe was a blank, created in his own likeness, and from his will, the 9 great rishis, Marichi and others, and these in their turn observing the same thing, completed the creation, by creating yakshas, rakshas, pisachas, reptiles, men, and all mobile and immobile creatures. The Supreme Spirit hath 3 conditions. In the form of Brahma, he is the creator, and in the form of Vishnu he is the preserver, and in his form as Rudra, he is the destroyer of the universe. O King of Sindhu, hast thou not heard of the wonderful achievements of Vishnu, described to thee by the Munis and the Brahmanas learned in the Vedas? When the world was thus reduced to one vast sea of water, with only the heavens above, the Lord, like a firefly at night time during the rainy season, moved about hither and thither in search of stable ground, with a view of rehabilitating his creation, and became desirous of raising the earth submerged in water. What shape shall I take to rescue the earth from this flood? ? So thinking and contemplating with divine insight, he bethought himself of the shape of a wild boar fond of sporting in water, and assuming the shape of a sacrificial boar shining with effulgence and instinct with the Vedas and 10 yojanas in length, with pointed tusks and a complexion like dark clouds, and with a body huge as a mountain, and roaring like a conglomeration of clouds, the Lord plunged into the waters, and lifted up the earth with one of his tusks, and replaced it in its proper sphere. At another time, the mighty Lord, assuming a wonderful form with a body half lion, half man, and squeezing his hands, repaired to the court of the ruler of the Daityas. That progenitor of the Daityas, the son of Dati, who was the enemy of the gods, beholding the Lord's peculiar form, burst out into passion, and his eyes became inflamed with rage. And Hiranyakasipu, the warlike son of Dati and the enemy of the gods, adorned with garlands and looking like a mass of dark clouds, taking up his trident in hand and roaring like the clouds, rushed on that being half lion, half man. Then that powerful king of wild beasts, half man, half lion, taking a leap in the air, instantly rent the Daitya in twain by means of his sharp claws. And the adorable lotus-eyed lord of great effulgence, having thus slain the Daitya king for the well-being of all creatures, again took his birth in the womb of Aditi as son of Kasyapa. And at the expiration of 1,000 years she was delivered of that superhuman conception. And then was born that being, of the hue of rain-charged clouds with bright eyes and of dwarfish stature. He had the ascetic's staff and water-pot in hand, and was marked with the emblem of a curl of hair on the breast. and that adorable being wore matted locks and a sacrificial thread, and he was stout and handsome and resplendent with lustre. And that being, arriving at the sacrificial enclosure of Vali, king of the Danavas, entered the sacrificial assembly with the aid of Vrihaspati. And beholding that dwarf-bodied being, Vali was well pleased and said unto him, I am glad to see thee, O Brahmana. Say, what is it that thou wantest from me? Thus addressed by Vali, the dwarf god replied with a smile, saying, So be it. Do thou, Lord of the Danavas, give me 3 paces of ground. And Vali contented to give what that Brahmana of infinite power had asked. And while measuring with his paces the space he sought, Hari assumed a wonderful and extraordinary form. And with only 3 paces he instantly covered this illimitable world. And then that everlasting God, Vishnu, gave it away unto Indra. This history which has just been related to thee is celebrated as the incarnation of the dwarf, and from him all the gods had their being, and after him the world is said to be Vaishnava, or pervaded by Vishnu. And for the destruction of the wicked and the preservation of religion, even he hath taken his birth among men in the race of the Eddas. And the adorable Vishnu is styled Krishna. These, O King of Sindhu, are the achievements of the Lord whom all the worlds worship, and whom the learned describe as without beginning and without end, and born and divine. They call him the unconquerable Krishna with conch shell, discus and mace, and adorned with the emblem of a curl of hair, divine, clad in silken robes of yellow hue, and the best of those versed in the art of war. Arjuna is protected by Krishna, the possessor of these attributes. That glorious and lotus-eyed being of infinite power, that slayer of hostile heroes, riding in the same chariot with Pritha's son, protecteth him. He is, therefore, invincible. The very gods cannot resist his power, still less can one with human attributes vanquish the son of Pritha in battle. Therefore, O king, thou must let him alone. Thou shalt, however, be able to vanquish for a single day only the rest of Yudhishthira's forces along with thine enemies, the 4 sons of Pandu. Vaisampayana continued, having said these words unto that prince, the adorable Hara of 3 eyes, the destroyer of all sins, the consort of and lord of wild beasts, the destroyer of Dakshas, sacrifice, the slayer of Tripura, and he that had plucked out the eyes of Bhaga, surrounded by his dwarfish and hunchbacked and terrible followers having frightful eyes and ears and uplifted arms, vanished, O tiger among kings, from that place with his consort Dama. And the wicked Jayadratha also returned home, and the sons of Pandu continued to dwell in the forest of Kanyaka. Section Glksai. Janamjaya said, What did those tigers among men, the Pandavas, do, after they had suffered such misery in consequence of the ravishment of Draupadi? Vaisampayana said, Having defeated Jayadratha and rescued Krishna, the virtuous king Yudhishthira took his seat by the side of that best of Munis. And among those foremost of ascetics who were expressing their grief upon bearing Draupadi's misfortune, Yudhishthira, the son of Pandu, addressed Markandeya, saying, O adorable sire, amongst the gods and the ascetics, thou art known to have the fullest knowledge of both the past as well as the future. A doubt existeth in my mind, which I would ask thee to solve. This lady is the daughter of Drupada. She hath issued from the sacrificial altar and hath not been begotten of the flesh, and she is highly blessed and is also the daughter-in-law of the illustrious Pandu. I incline to think that time, and human destiny that dependeth on our acts, and the inevitable, are irresistible in respect of creatures. If it were not so, how could such a misfortune afflict this wife of ours so faithful and virtuous, like a false accusation of theft against an honest man? The daughter of a Drupada hath never committed any sinful act, nor hath she done anything that is not commendable. On the contrary, She hath assiduously practiced the highest virtues towards Brahmanas, and yet the foolish King Jayadratha had carried her away by force. In consequence of this act of violence on her, that sinful wretch hath his hair shaved off his head and sustained also, with all his allies, defeat in battle. It is true we have rescued her after slaughtering the troops of Sindhu. But the disgrace of this ravishment of our wife during our hours of carelessness hath stained us, to be sure. This life in the wilderness is full of miseries. We subsist by chase, and though dwelling in the woods, we are obliged to slay the denizens thereof that live with us. This exile also that we suffer is due to the act of deceitful kinsmen. Is there any one who is more unfortunate than I am? Hast thou ever seen or heard of such a one before? Section Klxxi. Markandeya said, O bull of the Bharata race, even Rama suffered unparalleled misery, for the evil-minded Ravana, king of the Rakshasas, having recourse to deceit and overpowering the vulture Jatayu, forcibly carried away his wife Sita from his asylum in the woods. Indeed, Rama, with the help of Sugriva, brought her back, constructing a bridge across the sea, and consuming Lanka with his keen-edged arrows. Yudhishthira said, In what race was Rama born, and what was the measure of his might and prowess? Whose son also was Ravana, and for what was it that he had any misunderstanding with Rama? It behoveth thee, O illustrious one, to tell me all this in detail, for I long to hear the story of Rama of great achievements. Markandeya said, Listen, O Prince of Bharata's race, to this old history exactly as it happened. I will tell thee all about the distress suffered by Rama together with his wife. There was a great king named sprung from the race of Ikshwaku. He had a son named Dasaratha who was devoted to the study of the Vedas and was ever pure. And Dasaratha had 4 sons conversant with morality and profit, known by the names, respectively, of Rama, Lakshmana, Satrufna, and the mighty Bharata. And Rama had for his mother Kausalya, and Bharata had for his mother Kaikeyi, while those scourge of their enemies Lakshmana and Satrufna were the sons of Sumitra. And Janaka was the king of Vida, and Sita was his daughter. And Tashtri himself created her, desiring to make her the beloved wife of Rama. I have now told thee the history of both Rama's and Sita's birth. And now, O king, I will relate unto thee birth of Ravana, that lord of all creatures and the creator of the universe, viz., the self-create Prajapati himself, that god possessed of great ascetic merit, is the grandfather of Ravana. And Pulastya hath a mighty son called Vaisravana, begotten of a cow. But his son, leaving his father, went to his grandfather. And, O king, angered at this, his father then created a second self of himself. And with half of his own self that regenerate one became born of Visrava for wreaking a vengeance on Vaisravana. But the grandsire, pleased with Vaisravana, gave him immortality, and sovereignty of all the wealth of the universe, the guardianship of one of the cardinal points, the friendship of his honor, and a son named Nilakuvara. And he also gave him for his capital Lanka, which was guarded by hosts of Rakshasas, and also a chariot called Pushpaka, capable of going everywhere according to the will of the rider. And the kingship of the Yakshas and the sovereignty over sovereigns were also his. Section Klxxi. Markandeya said, The Muni named Visrava, who was begotten of half the soul of Pulastya, in a fit of passion, began to look upon Vaisravana with great anger. But, O monarch, Kuvara, the king of the Rakshasas, knowing that his father was angry with him, always sought to please him. And, O best of Bharata's race, that king of kings living in Lanka, and born upon the shoulders of men, sent 3 Rakshasa women to wait upon his father. Their names, O king, were Pushpatkata, Raka and Malini. And they were skilled in singing and dancing, and were always assiduous in their attentions on that high Suldrishi. and those slender-waisted ladies vied with one another, O king, in gratifying the rishi. And that high-souled and adorable being was pleased with them and granted them boons. And to every one of them he gave princely sons according to their desire. 2 sons, those foremost of Rakshasas named Kumbhakarna and the 10-headed Ravana, both unequalled on earth in prowess, were born to Pushpatkata. And Malini had a son named Vibhishana, and Raka had twin children named Kara and Suparnika. And Vibhishana surpassed them all in beauty. And that excellent person was very pious and assiduously performed all religious rites. But that foremost of Rakshasas, with 10 heads, was the eldest to them all. And he was religious, and energetic, and possessed of great strength and prowess. And the Rakshasa Kumbhakarna was the most powerful in battle, for he was fierce and terrible and a thorough master of the arts of illusion. And Kara was proficient in archery, and hostile to the Brahmanas, subsisting as he did on flesh. And the fierce Suparnika was constant source of trouble to the ascetics. And the warriors, learned in the Vedas and diligent in ceremonial rites, all lived with their father in the Gandhamadana. And there they beheld Vaisravana seated with their father, possessed of riches and borne on the shoulders of men. And seized with jealousy, they resolved upon performing penances. And with ascetic penances of the most severe kind, they gratified Brahma. And the 10-headed Ravana, supporting life by means of their alone and surrounded by the 5 sacred fires and absorbed in meditation, remained standing on one leg for 1,000 years. And Kumbhakarna, with head downwards, and with restricted diet, was constant in austerities. And the wise and magnanimous Vibhishana, observing fasts and subsisting only on dry leaves and engaged in meditation, practiced severe austerities for a long period. And Kara and Suparnika, with cheerful hearts, protected and attended on them while they were performing those austerities. And at the close of 1,000 years, the invincible 10-headed one, cutting off his own heads, offered them as offering to the sacred fire. And at this act of his, the Lord of the universe was pleased with him. And then Brahma, personally appearing to them, bade them desist from those austerities and promised to grant boons unto every one of them. And the adorable Brahma said, I am pleased with you, my sons. Cease now from these austerities and ask boons of me. Whatever your desires may be, they, with a single exception of that of immortality, will be fulfilled. As thou hast offered thy heads to the fire from great ambition, they will again adorn thy body as before, according to thy desire. And thy body will not be disfigured, and thou shalt be able to assume any form according to thy desire and become the conqueror of thy foes in battle. There is no doubt of this. Thereupon Ravana said, May I never experience defeat at the hands of Gandharvas, Celestials, Kinnaras, Asuras, Yakshas, Rakshasas, serpents and all other creatures. Brahma said, From those that hast named, thou shalt never have cause of fear, except from men. Thou shalt have no occasion for fear. Good betide thee. So hath it been ordained by me. Markandeya said, thus addressed, the 10-headed Ravana was highly gratified, for on account of his perverted understanding, the man-eating one slightened human beings. Then the great-grandsire addressed Kumbhakarna as before. His reason being clouded by darkness, he asked for long-lasting sleep, saying, It shall be so. Brahma then addressed Vibhishana, O my son, I am much pleased with thee. Ask any boon thou pleasest. Thereupon, Vibhishana replied, Even in great danger, may I never swerve from the path of righteousness, and though ignorant, may I, O adorable sire, be illumined with the light of divine knowledge. And Brahma replied, O scourge of thy enemies, as thy soul inclines not to unrighteousness although born in the Rakshasa race, I grant thee immortality. Markandeya continued, having obtained this boon, the 10-headed Rakshasa defeated Kuvera in battle and obtained from him the sovereignty of Lanka. That adorable being, leaving Lanka and followed by Gandharvas, Yakshas, Rakshas, and Kinnaras, went to live on Mount Gandhamadana. And Ravana forcibly took from him the celestial chariot Pushpaka. And upon this phase Ravana cursed him, saying, "This chariot shall never carry thee, it shall bear him who will slay thee in battle. And as thou hast insulted me, thy elder brother, thou shalt soon die." The pious Vibhishana, O king, treading in the path followed by the virtuous and possessed of great glory, followed Kuvera, that adorable lord of wealth, highly pleased with his younger brothers, invested him with the command of the Yaksha and Raksha hosts. On the other hand, the powerful and man-eating Rakshasas and Pisachas, having assembled together, invested the 10-headed Ravana with their sovereignty. And Ravana, capable of assuming any form at will and terrible in prowess, and capable also of passing through the air, attacked the gods and the deities and wrested from them all their valuable possessions. And as he had terrified all creatures, he was called Ravana. And Ravana, capable of mustering any measure of might, inspired the very gods with terror. Section Glxxif. Markandeya said, Then the Brahmarshis, the Siddhas and the Devarshis, with Vaha as their spokesman, sought the protection of Brahma. And Agni said, That powerful son of Visrava, the 10-headed, cannot be slain on account of thy boon. Endued with great might he oppresseth in every possible way the creatures of the earth. Protect us, therefore, O adorable one. There is none else save thee to protect us. Brahma said, O Agni, he cannot be conquered in battle by either the gods or the Asuras. I have already ordained that which is needful for that purpose. Indeed his death is near. Urged by me, the 4-headed god hath already been incarnate for that object. Even Vishnu, that foremost of smiters, will achieve that object. Markandeya continued, Then the grandsire also asked Sakra, in their presence, Be thou, with all the celestials, born on earth, and beget ye on monkeys and bears, heroic sons possessed of great strength and capable of assuming any form at will as allies of Vishnu. And at this, the gods, the Gandharvas and the Danavas quickly assembled to take counsel as to how they should be born on earth according to their respective parts. And in their presence the boon-giving god commanded a Gandharvi, by name Dundubi, saying, Go the for accomplishing this object. And Dundubi, hearing these words of the grandsire, was born in the world of men as the hunchbacked Manthara. And all the principal celestials, with Sakra and others, begot offspring upon the wives of the foremost of monkeys and bears. And those sons equalled their sires in strength and fame. And they were capable of splitting mountain peaks, and their weapons were stones and trees of the Sala and the Tala species. And their bodies were hard as adamant, and they were possessed of very great strength. And they were all skilled in war and capable of mustering any measure of energy at will. And they were equal to 1,000 elephants in might, and they resembled the wind in speed. And some of them lived wherever they liked, while others lived in forests. And the adorable Creator of the universe, having ordained all this, instructed Manthara as to what she would have to do. And Manthara, quick as thought, understood all his words, and went hither and thither, ever engaged in fomenting quarrels. Section CCLXXV. Yudhishthira said, O adorable one, thou hast described to me in detail the history of the birth of Rama and others. I wish to learn the cause of their exile. Do thou, O Brahmana, relate why the sons of Dasaratha, the brothers Rama and Lakshmana, went to the forest with famous princess of Mithila. Markandeya said, The pious king Dasaratha, ever mindful of the old and assiduous and religious ceremonies, was greatly pleased when these sons were born. And his sons gradually grew up in might, and they became conversant with the Vedas together with all their mysteries, and with the science of arms. And when after having gone through the Brahmacharya vows the princes were married, King Dasaratha became happy and highly pleased. And the intelligent Rama, the eldest of them all, became the favourite of his father, and greatly pleased the people with his charming ways. And then, O Bharata, the wise king, considering himself old in years, took counsel with his virtuous ministers and spiritual adviser for installing Rama as regent of the kingdom. And all those great ministers were agreed that it was time to do so. And, O sign of Kuru's race, King Dasaratha was greatly pleased to behold his son Koma, that enhancer of Kausalya's delight, possessed of eyes that were red, and arms that were sinewy. And his steps were like those of a wild elephant. And he had long arms and high shoulders and black and curly hair. And he was valiant, and glowing with splendour, and not inferior to Indra himself in battle. And he was well versed in Holy Writ and was equal to Vrihaspati in wisdom. An object of love with all the people, he was skilled in every science. And with senses under complete control, his very enemies were pleased to behold him. And he was terror of the wicked and the protector of the virtuous. And possessed of intelligence and incapable of being baffled, he was victorious over all and never vanquished by any. And, O descendant of Kurus, beholding his son, that enhancer of Kausalya's joy, King Dasaratha became highly pleased. And reflecting on Rama's virtues, the powerful and mighty king cheerfully addressed the family priest, saying, Blessed be thou, O Brahmana. This night of the Pushaya constellation will bring in a very auspicious conjunction. Let, therefore, materials be collected and let Rama also be invited. This Pushaya constellation will last till tomorrow. And Rama, therefore, should be invested by me and my ministers as Prince Regent of all my subjects. Meanwhile Manthara, the maid of Kaikeyi, hearing these words of the king, went to her mistress, and spoke unto her as was suited to the occasion. And she said, By great luck, O Kaikeyi, hath this day been proclaimed by the king. O unlucky one, mayst thou be bitten by a fierce and enraged snake of virulent poison. Kausalya, indeed, is fortunate, as it is her son that is going to be installed on the throne. Where, indeed, is thy prosperity, when thy son obtaineth not the kingdom? Hearing these words of her maid, the slender-waisted and beautiful Kaikeyi put on all her ornaments, and sought her husband in a secluded place. And with a joyous heart, and smiling pleasantly, she addressed these words to him with all the blandishments of love. O king, thou art always true to thy promises. Thou didst promise before to grant me an object of my desire. Do thou fulfill that promise now and save thyself from the sin of unredeemed pledge. The king replied, saying, I will grant thee a boon. Ask thou whatever thou wishest. What man undeserving of death shall be slain today, and who that deserves death is to be set at liberty? Upon whom shall I bestow wealth today, or whose wealth shall be confiscated? Whatever wealth there is in this world, save what belongeth to Brahmanas, is mine. I am the king of kings in this world, and the protector of all the four classes. Tell me quickly, O blessed lady, what that object is upon which thou hast set thy heart. Hearing these words of the king, and tying him fast to his pledge, and conscious also of her power over him, she addressed him in these words, I desire that Bharata be the recipient of that investiture which thou hast designed for Rama, and let Rama go into exile, living in the forest of Dandaka for 14 years as an ascetic with matted locks on head and robed in rags and deerskins. Hearing these disagreeable words of cruel import, the king, O chief of the Bharata race, was sorely afflicted and became utterly speechless. But the mighty and virtuous Rama, learning that his father had been thus solicited, went into the forest so that the king's truth might remain inviolate. And, blessed be thou, he was followed by the auspicious Lakshmana, that foremost of bowmen, and his wife Sita, the princess of Vida and daughter of Janaka. And after Rama had gone into the forest, King Dasaratha took leave of his body, agreeably to the eternal law of time. And knowing that Rama not near and that the king was dead, Queen Kaikeyi, causing Bharata to be brought before her, addressed him in these words: Dasaratha hath gone to heaven, and both Rama and Lakshmana are in the forest. Take thou this kingdom which is so extensive and whose peace there is no rival to disturb. Thereupon the virtuous Bharata replied unto her, saying, Thou hast done a wicked deed, having slain thy husband and exterminated this family from lust of wealth alone. Heaping infamy on my head, O accursed woman of our race, thou hast, O mother, attained this, thy object. And having said these words, the prince wept aloud. And having proved his innocence before all the subjects of that realm, he set out in the wake of Rama, desiring to bring him back. And placing Kausalya and Sumitra and Kaikeyi in the vehicles at the van of his train, he proceeded with a heavy heart, in company with Satrufna. And he was accompanied by Vasishta and Vamadeva, and other Brahmanas by thousands, and by the people of the cities and the provinces, desiring to bring back Rama. And he saw Rama with Lakshmana, living on the mountains of Chitrakuta with bow in hand and decked with the ornaments of ascetics. Bharata, however, was dismissed by Rama, who was determined to act according to the words of his father. And returning, Bharata ruled at Nandigrama, keeping before him his brother's wooden sandals. And Rama, fearing a repetition of intrusion by the people of Ayodhya, entered into the great forest towards the asylum of Sarabhanga. And having paid his respects to Sarabhanga, he entered the forest of Dandaka and took up his abode on the banks of beautiful river Godavari. And while living there, Rama was inveigled into hostilities with Kara, then dwelling in Janasthana, on account of Supanaka. And for the protection of the ascetics, the virtuous scion of Raghu's race slew 14,000 Rakshasas on earth, and having slain those mighty Rakshasas, Kara and Dashana, the wise descendant of Raghu once more made that sacred forest free from danger. Apostrophe. And after these Rakshasas had been slain, Supanaka, with mutilated nose and lips, repaired to Lanka, the abode of her brother, Ravana. And when that Rakshasa woman, senseless with grief and with dry bloodstains on her face, appeared before Ravana, she fell down at his feet. And beholding her so horribly mutilated, Ravana became senseless with wrath, and grinding his teeth sprung up from his seat. And dismissing his ministers, he inquired of her in private, saying, Blessed sister, who hath made thee so, forgetting and disregarding me? Who is he that having got a sharp-pointed spear hath rubbed his body with it? Who is he that sleepeth in happiness and security, after placing a fire close to his head? Who is he that hath trodden upon a revengeful snake of virulent poison? Who indeed is that person who standeth with his hand thrust into the mouth of the maned lion? Then flames of wrath burst forth from his body, like those that are emitted at night from the hollows of a tree on fire. His sister then related unto him the prowess of Rama and the defeat of the Rakshasas with Kara and Dashana at their head. Informed of the slaughter of his relatives, Ravana, impelled by fate, remembered Marija for slaying Rama. And resolving upon the course he was to follow, and having made arrangements for the government of his capital, he consoled his sister, and set out on an aerial voyage. And crossing the Trikuta and the Kala mountains, he beheld the vast receptacle of deep waters, the abode of the Makaras. Then crossing the ocean, the 10-headed Ravana reached Gokarna, the favourite resort of the illustrious god armed with a trident. And there Ravana met with his old friend Marija, who, from fear of Rama himself, had adopted an ascetic mode of life. Section v. Markandeya said, beholding Ravana come, Marija received him with a respectful welcome, and offered him fruits and roots. And after Ravana had taken his seat, and rested himself a while. Marriage, skilled in speech, sat beside Ravana and addressed him who was himself as eloquent in speech, saying, "Thy complexion hath assumed an unnatural hue. Is it all right with thy kingdom, O king of the Rakshasas? What hath brought thee here? Do thy subjects continue to pay thee the same allegiance that they used to pay thee before? What business hath brought thee here? Know that it is already fulfilled, even if it be very difficult of fulfillment." Ravana, whose heart was agitated with wrath and humiliation, informed him briefly of the acts of Rama and the measures that were to be taken. And on hearing his story, Marriage briefly replied to him, saying, "Thou must not provoke Rama, for I know his strength. Is there a person who is capable of withstanding the impetus of his arrows? That great man hath been the cause of my assuming my present ascetic life. What evil-minded creature hath put thee up to this course calculated to bring ruin and destruction on thee?" To this Ravana indignantly replied, reproaching him thus, "If thou dost not obey my orders, thou shalt surely die at my hands." Marriage then thought within himself, "When death is inevitable, I shall do his bindings, for it is better to die at the hands of one that is superior." Then he replied to the Lord of the Rakshasas, saying, "I shall surely render thee whatever help I can." Then the 10-headed Ravana said unto him, "Go and tempt Sita, assuming the shape of a deer with golden horns and a golden skin. When Sita will observe thee thus, she will surely send away Rama to hunt thee. And then Sita will surely come within my power, and I shall forcibly carry her away. And then that wicked Rama will surely die of grief at the loss of his wife. Do thou help me in this way." Thus addressed, Marriage performed his obsequies in anticipation, and with a sorrowful heart followed Ravana, who was in advance of him. And having reached the hermitage of Rama of difficult achievements, they both did as arranged beforehand. And Ravana appeared in the guise of an ascetic with head shaven, and adorned with a kamandala and a treble staff. And Marriage appeared in the shape of a deer. And Marriage appeared before the princess of Ida in that guise. And impelled by fate, she sent away Rama after that deer. And Rama, with the object of pleasing her, quickly took up his bow, and leaving Lakshmana behind to protect her, went in pursuit of the deer. And armed with his bow and quiver and scimitar, and his fingers encased in gloves of Kwana skin, Rama went in pursuit of the deer, after the manner of Rudra following the stellar deer 90 in days of yore. And that Rakshasa enticed away Rama to a great distance by appearing before him at one time and disappearing from his view at another. And when Rama at last knew who and what that deer was, viz., that he was a Rakshasa, that illustrious descendant of Raghu's race, took out an infallible arrow and slew the Rakshasa in the disguise of a deer. And struck with Rama's arrow, the Rakshasa, imitating Rama's voice, cried out in great distress, calling upon Sita and Lakshmana. And when the princess of Ida heard that cry of distress, she urged Lakshmana to run towards the quarter from whence the cry came. Then Lakshmana said to her, "Timid lady, thou hast no cause of fear. Who is so powerful as to be able to smite Rama? O thou of sweet smiles, in a moment thou wilt behold thy husband Rama." Thus addressed, the chaste Sita, from that timidity which is natural to women, became suspicious of even the pure Lakshmana, and began to weep aloud. And that chaste lady, devoted to her husband, harshly reproved Lakshmana, saying, "The object which thou, O fool, cherishest in thy heart, shall never be fulfilled. I would rather kill myself with a weapon or throw myself from the top of a hill or enter into a blazing fire than live with a sorry wretch like thee, forsaking my husband Rama, like a tigress under the protection of a jackal." When the good-natured Lakshmana, who was very fond of his brother, heard these words, he shut his ears with his hands, and set out on the track that Rama had taken. And Lakshmana set out without casting a single glance on that lady with lips soft and red like the bimba fruit. Meanwhile, the Rakshas Ravana, wearing a genteel guise though wicked at heart, and like unto fire enveloped in a heap of ashes, showed himself thee. And he appeared there in the disguise of a hermit, for forcibly carrying away that lady of blameless character. The virtuous daughter of Janaka, seeing him come, welcomed him with fruits and root and a seat. Disregarding these and assuming his own proper shape, that bull among Rakshasas began to reassure the princess of Ida in these words, I am, O Sita, the king of the Rakshasas, known by the name of Ravana. My delightful city, known by the name of Lanka, is on the other side of the great ocean. There among beautiful women, thou wilt shine with me. O lady of beautiful lips, forsaking the ascetic Rama, do thou become my wife. Janaka's daughter of beautiful lips, hearing these and other words in the same strain, shut her ears and replied unto him, saying, Do not say so. The vault of heaven with all its stars may fall down, the earth itself may be broken into fragments, fire itself may change its nature by becoming cool, yet I cannot forsake the descendant of Raghu. How can a she-elephant, who hath lived with the mighty leader of a herd with rent temples, forsake him and live with a hog? Having once tasted the sweet wine prepared from honey or flowers, how can a woman, I fancy, relish the wretched arrack from rice? Having uttered those words, she entered the cottage, her lips trembling in wrath and her arms moving to and fro in emotion. Ravana, however, followed her thither and intercepted her further progress. And rudely scolded by the Rakshasa, she swooned away. But Ravana seized her by the hair of her head, and rose up into the air. Then a huge vulture of the name of Jatayu, living on a mountain peak, beheld that helpless lady thus weeping and calling upon Rama in great distress while being carried away by Ravana. Section VI. Markandeya said, that heroic king of the vultures, Jatayu, having Sampati for his uterine brother and Arjuna himself for his father, was a friend of Dasaratha. And beholding his daughter-in-law Sita on the lap of Ravana, that ranger of the skies rushed in wrath against the king of the Rakshasas. And the vulture addressed Ravana, saying, Leave the princess of Mithila, leave her, I say. How canst thou, O Rakshasa, ravish her when I am alive? If thou dost not release my daughter-in-law, thou shalt not escape from me with life. And having said these words, Jatayu began to tear the king of the Rakshasas with his talons. And he mangled him in 100 different parts of his body by striking him with his wings and beaks. And blood began to flow as copiously from Ravana's body as water from a mountain spring. And attacked thus by that vulture desirous of Rama's good, Ravana, taking up a sword, cut off the 2 wings of that bird. And having slain that king of the vultures, huge as a mountain peak shooting forth above the clouds, the Rakshasa rose high in the air with Sita on his lap. And the princess of Vida, wherever she saw an asylum of ascetics, a lake, a river, or a tank, threw down an ornament of hers. And beholding on the top of a mountain 5 foremost of monkeys, that intelligent lady threw down amongst them a broad piece of her costly attire. And that beautiful and yellow piece of cloth fell, fluttering through the air, amongst those 5 foremost of monkeys like lightning from the clouds. And that Rakshasa soon passed a great way through the firmament like a bird through the air. And soon the Rakshasa beheld his delightful and charming city of many gates, surrounded on all sides by high walls and built by Viswakrit himself. And the king of the Rakshasa then entered his own city known by the name of Lanka, accompanied by Sita. Apostrophe. And while Sita was being carried away, the intelligent Rama, having slain the great deer, retraced his steps and saw his brother Lakshmana on the way. And beholding his brother, Rama reproved him, saying, How couldst thou come hither, leaving the Princess of Vida in a forest that is haunted by the Rakshasa. And reflecting on his own enticement to a great distance by the Rakshasa in the guise of a deer, and on the arrival of his brother, leaving Sita alone in the asylum, Rama was filled with agony. And quickly advancing towards Lakshmana while reproving him still, Rama asked him, "O Lakshmana, is the Princess of Vida still alive? I fear she is no more." Then Lakshmana told him everything about what Sita had said, especially that unbecoming language of hers subsequently. With a burning heart, Rama then ran towards the asylum. And on the way he beheld a vulture huge as a mountain, lying in agonies of death. And suspecting him to be a Rakshasa, the descendant of the Kakasta race, along with Lakshmana rushed towards him, drawing with great force his bow to a circle. The mighty vulture, however, addressing them both, said, "Blessed be ye, I am the king of the vultures, and friend of Dasaratha." Hearing these words of his, both Rama and his brother put aside their excellent bow and said, "Who is this one that speaketh the name of our father in these woods?" And then they saw that creature to be a bird destitute of 2 wings, and that bird then told them of his own overthrow at the hands of Ravana for the sake of Sita. Then Rama inquired of the vulture as to the way Ravana had taken. The vulture answered him by a nod of his head and then breathed his last. And having understood from the sign the vulture had made that Ravana had gone towards the south, Rama, reverencing his father's friend, caused his funeral obsequies to be duly performed. Then those chastisers of foes, Rama and Lakshmana, filled with grief at the abduction of the Princess of Vida, took a southern path through the Dandaka woods. Beholding along there were many uninhabited asylums of ascetics, scattered over with seats of kusa grass and umbrellas of leaves and broken water pots, and abounding with hundreds of jackals. And in that great forest, Rama along with Sumitra's son beheld many herds of deer running in all directions. And they heard a loud uproar of various creatures like what is heard during a fast-spreading forest conflagration. And soon they beheld a headless Rakshasa of terrible mien. And that Rakshasa was dark as the clouds and huge as a mountain, with shoulders broad as those of a solar tree, and with arms that were gigantic. And he had a pair of large eyes on his breast, and the opening of his mouth was placed on his capacious belly. And that Rakshasa seized Lakshmana by the hand, without any difficulty. And seized by the Rakshasa, the son of Sumitra, Bharata, became utterly confounded and helpless. And casting his glances on Rama, that headless Rakshasa began to draw Lakshmana towards that part of his body where his mouth was. And Lakshmana in grief addressed Rama, saying, "Behold my plight. The loss of thy kingdom, and then the death of our father, and then the abduction of Sita, and finally this disaster that hath overwhelmed me. Alas, I shall not behold thee return with the Princess of Vida to Kosala and seated on thy ancestral throne as the ruler of the entire earth. They only that are fortunate will behold thy face, like unto the moon emerged from the clouds, after thy coronation bathed in water sanctified with kusa grass and fried paddy and black peas." And the intelligent Lakshmana uttered those and other lamentations in the same strain. The illustrious descendant, however, of Kakasta's race, undaunted amid danger, replied unto Lakshmana, saying, "Do not, O tiger among men, give way to grief. What is this thing when I am here? Cut thou off his right arm, and I shall cut off his left." And while Rama was still speaking so, the left arm of the monster was severed by him, cut off with a sharp scimitar, as if indeed that arm were a stalk of the telecorn. The mighty son of Sumitra then, beholding his brother standing before him, struck off with his sword the right arm also of that Rakshasa. And Lakshmana also began to repeatedly strike Rakshasa under the ribs, and then that huge headless monster fell upon the ground and expired quickly. And then there came out from the Rakshasa's body a person of celestial make, And he showed himself to the brothers, staying for a moment in the skies, like the sun in his effulgence in the firmament. And Rama, skilled in speech, asked him, saying, Who art thou? Answer me who inquire of thee. Whence could such a thing happen? All this seems to me to be exceedingly wonderful. Thus addressed by Rama, that being replied unto him, saying, I am, O Prince, a Gandharva of the name of Viswavasu. It was through the curse of a Brahmana that I had to assume the form and nature of a Rakshasa. As to thyself, O Rama, Sita hath been carried away with violence by King Ravana, who dwelleth in Lanka. Repair thou unto Sugriva, who will give thee his friendship. There, near enough to the peak of Rishyamukha, is the lake known by the name of Pampa of sacred water and grains. There dwelleth, with 4 of his counsellors, Sugriva, the brother of the monkey king Vali, decked with a garland of gold. Repairing unto him, inform of thy cause of sorrow. In plight very much like thy own, he will render thee assistance. This is all that we can say. Thou wilt, without doubt, see the daughter of Janaka. Without doubt Ravana and others are known to the king of the monkeys. Having said these words, that celestial being of great effulgence made himself invisible, and those heroes, both Rama and Lakshmana, wondered much. Section VI. Markandeya said, afflicted with grief at the abduction of Sita, Rama had not to go much further before he came upon Pampa, that lake which abounded with lotuses of various kinds. And fanned by the cool, delicious and fragrant breezes in those woods, Rama suddenly remembered his dear spouse. And, O mighty monarch, thinking of that dear wife of his, and afflicted at the thought of his separation from her, Rama gave way to lamentations. The son of Sumitra then addressed him, saying, O thou that givest proper respect to those that deserve it, despondency such as this should not be suffered to approach thee, like illness that can never touch an old man leading a regular life. Thou hast obtained information of Ravana and of the princess of Vida. Liberate her now with exertion and intelligence. Let us now approach Sugriva, that foremost of monkeys, who is even now on the mountain top. Console thyself, when I, thy disciple and slave and ally, am near. And addressed by Lakshmana in these and other words of the same import, Rama regained his own nature and attended to the business before him. And bathing in the waters of Pampa and offering oblations therewith unto their ancestors, both those heroic brothers, Rama and Lakshmana, set out for Rishyamukha. And arriving at Rishyamukha, which abounded with fruits and roots and trees, those heroes beheld 5 monkeys on the top of the mountain peak. And seeing them approach, Sugriva sent his counsellor, the intelligent Hanuman, huge as the Himavat mountains, to receive them. And the brothers, having first exchanged words with Hanuman, approached Sugriva. And then, O king, Rama made friends with Sugriva. And when Rama informed Sugriva of the object he had in view, Sugriva showed him the piece of cloth that Sita had dropped among the monkeys while being carried away by Ravana. And having obtained from him those credentials, Rama himself installed Sugriva, that foremost of monkeys, in sovereignty of all the monkeys of earth. And Rama also pledged himself to slay Vali in battle. And having come to that understanding and placing the fullest confidence in each other, they all repaired to Kiskindaya, desirous of battle with Vali. And arriving at Kiskindaya, Sugriva sent forth a loud roar deep as that of a cataract. Unable to bear that challenge, Vali was for coming out, but his wife, Taro, stood in way, saying, himself endued with great strength, the way in which Sugriva is roaring showeth, I ween, that he hath found assistance. It behoveth thee not, therefore, to go out. Thus addressed by her, that king of the monkeys, the eloquent Vali, decked in a golden garland, replied unto Dara of face beautiful as the moon, saying, Thou understandest the voice of every creature. Tell me after reflection whose help it is that this brother in name only of mine hath obtained. Thus addressed by him Dara, endued with wisdom and possessed of the effulgence of the moon, answered her lord after a moment's reflection, saying, Listen, O monarch of the monkeys. That foremost of bowmen, endued with great might, Rama the son of Dasaratha, whose spouse hath been ravished, hath made an alliance offensive and defensive with Sugriva. And his brother the intelligent Lakshmana also of mighty arms, the unvanquished son of Sumitra, standeth beside him for the success of Sugriva's object. And Mainda and Dwivida, and Hanuman the son of Pavana, and Jamvuman, the king of the bears, are besides Sugriva as his counsellors. All these illustrious ones are endued with great strength and intelligence. And these all, depending upon the might and energy of Rama, are prepared for thy destruction. Hearing these words of hers that were for his benefit, the king of the monkeys disregarded them altogether. And filled with jealousy, he also suspected her to have set her heart on Sugriva. And addressing Dara in harsh words, he went out of his cave and coming before Sugriva who was staying by the side of the mountains of Malyavat, he spoke unto him thus, Frequently vanquished before by me, fond as thou art of life, thou art allowed by me to escape with life owing to thy relationship with me. What hath made thee wish for death so soon? Thus addressed by Vali, Sugriva, that slayer of foes, as if addressing Rama himself or informing him of what had happened, replied unto his brother in these words of grave import, O king, robbed by thee of my wife and my kingdom also, what need have I of life? Know that it is for this that I have come. Then addressing each other in these and other words of the same import, Vali and Sugriva rushed to the encounter, fighting with Sala and Tala trees and stones. And they struck each other down on the earth. And leaping high into the air, they struck each other with their fists. And mangled by each other's nail and teeth, both of them were covered with blood. And the two heroes shone on that account like a pair of blossoming kinchukas. And as they fought with each other, no difference in aspect could be observed so as to distinguish them. Then Hanuman placed on Sugriva's neck a garland of flowers. And that hero thereupon shone with that garland on his neck, like the beautiful and huge peak of Malya with its cloudy belt. And Rama, recognizing Sugriva by that sign, then drew his foremost of huge bows, aiming at Vali as his mark. And the twang of Rama's bow resembled the roar of an engine. And Vali, pierced in the heart by the arrow, trembled in fear. And Vali, his heart having been pierced through, began to vomit forth blood. And he then beheld standing before him Rama with Sumatra's son by his side. And reproving that descendant of Kakust his race, Vali fell down on the ground and became senseless. And Dara then beheld that lord of hers possessed of the effulgence of the moon, lying prostrate on the bare earth. And after Vali had been thus slain, Sugriva regained possession of Kishkinda, and along with it, of the widowed Dara also of face beautiful as the moon. And the intelligent Rama also dwelt on the beautiful breast of the Malyavat hill for 4 months, duly worshipped by Sugriva all the while. Meanwhile Ravana, excited by lust, having reached his city of Lanka, placed Sita in an abode, resembling Nandana itself, within a forest of asakas, that looked like an asylum of ascetics. And the large-eyed Sita passed her days there in distress, living on fruits and roots, practicing ascetic austerities with fasts, attired in ascetic garb, and waning thin day by day, thinking of her absent lord. And the king of the Rakshasas appointed many Rakshasa women armed with bearded darts and swords and lances and battle-axes and maces and flaming brands, for guarding her. And some of these had 2 eyes, and some 3, and some had eyes on their foreheads, and some had long tongues and some had none. and some had 3 breasts, and some had only 1 leg, and some had 3 matted braids on their heads, and some had only 1 eye. And these, and others of blazing eyes and hair stiff as the camels, stood beside Sita, surrounding her day and night most watchfully. And those Pisatya women of frightful voice and terrible aspect always addressed that large-eyed lady in the harshest tones. And they said, "Let us eat her up, let us mangle her, let us tear her into pieces, her, that is, that dwelleth here disregarding our Lord." And filled with grief at the separation from her Lord, Sita drew a deep sigh and answered those Rakshasa women, saying, "Reverend ladies, eat me up without delay. I have no desire to live without that husband of mine, of eyes like lotus leaves and locks wavy and blue in hue. Truly I will, without food and without the least love of life, emaciate my limbs, like a she-snake, hibernating within a tala tree. Know this for certain, that I will never seek the protection of any other person than the descendant of Raghu. And knowing this, do what ye think fit." And hearing these words of hers, those Rakshasas with dissonant voice went to the king of the Rakshasas, for representing unto him all she had said. And when those Rakshasas had gone away, one of their number known by the name of Trijata, who was virtuous and agreeable in speech, began to console the princess of Ida. And she said, "Listen, O Sita. I will tell thee something. O friend, believe in what I say. O thou of fair hips, cast off thy fears, and listen to what I say. There is an intelligent and old chief of the Rakshasas known by the name of Avindaya. He always seeketh Rama's good, and hath told me these words for thy sake. Reassuring and cheering her, tell Sita in my name, saying, Thy husband the mighty Rama is well and is waited upon by Lakshmana. And the blessed descendant of Raghu hath already made friends with Sugriva, the king of the monkeys, and is ready to act for thee. And, O timid lady, entertain thou no fear on account of Ravana, who is censured by the whole world. For, O daughter, thou art safe from him on account of Nalakuva's curse. Indeed, this wretch had been cursed before for his having violated his daughter-in-law, Ramba. This lustful wretch is not able to violate any woman by force. Thy husband will soon come, protected by Sugriva and with the intelligent son of Sumitra in his train, and will soon take thee away hence. O lady, I have had a most terrible dream of evil omen, indicating the destruction of this wicked-minded wretch of Pulastia's race. This night wanderer of mean deeds is, indeed, most wicked and cruel. He inspireth terror in all by the defects of his nature and the wickedness of his conduct. And deprived of his senses by fate, he challengeth the very gods. In my vision I have seen every indication of his downfall. I have seen the 10-headed, with his crown shaven and body besmeared with oil, sunk in mire, and the next moment dancing on a chariot drawn by mules. I have seen Kamakana and others, perfectly naked and with crowns shaven, decked with red wreaths and unguents, and running towards the southern direction. Vibhishana alone, with umbrella over his head, and graced with a turban, and with body decked with white wreaths and unguents, I beheld ascending the summit of the white hill. And I saw 4 of his counsellors also, decked with white wreaths and unguents, ascending the summit of that hill along with him. All this bodeth that these alone will be saved from the impending terror. The whole earth with its oceans and seas will be enveloped with Rama's arrows. O lady, thy husband will fill the whole earth with his fame. I also saw Lakshmana, consuming all directions, with his arrows, and ascending on a heap of bones and drinking thereon honey and rice boiled in milk. And thou, O lady, hast been beheld by me running towards a northerly direction, weeping and covered with blood and protected by a tiger. And, O princess of Vida, soon wilt thou find happiness, being united, O Sita, with thy lord, that descendant of Ragwe accompanied by his brother. Hearing these words of Trijata, that girl with eyes like those of a young gazelle, once more began to entertain hopes of a union with her lord. And when at last those fierce and cruel Pisacha guards came back, they saw her sitting with Trijatu as before. Section 6. Markandeya said, and while the chaste Sita was dwelling there afflicted with melancholy and grief on account of her lord, attired in mean garb, with but a single jewel, on the marital thread on her wrist, and incessantly weeping, seated on the stone, and waited upon by Rakshasa women, Ravana, afflicted by the shafts of the god of desire, came to her and approached her presence. And inflamed by desire, that conqueror in battle of the gods, the Danavas, the Gandhavas, the Yakshas, and the Kimpurashas, attired in celestial robes and possessing handsome features, decked with jeweled earrings and wearing a beautiful garland and crown, entered the Asoka woods, like an embodiment of the vernal season. And dressed with care, Ravana looked like a kalpa tree in Indra's garden. But though adorned with every embellishment that inspired her only with awe, like a beautified banyan in the midst of a cemetery. And that night wanderer, having approached the presence of that slender-waisted lady, looked like the planet Saturn in the presence of Rohini. And smitten with the shafts of the god of the flowery emblem he accosted that fair-hipped lady, then affrighted like a helpless doe, and told her these words, "Thou hast, O Sita, shown thy regard for thy lord too much. O thou of delicate limbs, be merciful unto me. Let thy person be embellished now by these maids in waiting. O excellent lady, accept me as thy lord. And, O thou of the most beautiful complexion, attired in costly robes and ornaments, take thou the first place among all the women of my household. Many are the daughters of the celestials and also the Gandhavas that I possess. I am lord also of many Danava and Daitya ladies. 140 millions of Pisachas, twice as many man-eating Rakshasa of terrible deed, and thrice as many Yaksha do my bidding. Some of these are under the sway of my brother who is the lord of all treasures. In my drinking hall, O excellent lady of beautiful thighs, Gandharvas and Apsaras wait on me as they do on my brother. I am, again, the son of that regenerate Rishi Visravas himself of high ascetic merit. I am renowned, again, as the fifth regent of the universe. And, O beautiful lady, of food and edibles and drinks of the very best kind, I have as much as the Lord himself of the celestials. Let all thy troubles consequent on the life in the woods cease. O thou of fair hips, be my queen, as Mandodari herself. Thus addressed by him, the beautiful princess of Vida, turning away and regarding him as something less than a straw, replied unto that wanderer of the night. And at that time the princess of Vida, that girl of beautiful hips, had her deep and compact bosom copiously drenched by her inauspicious tears shed ceaselessly. And she who regarded her husband as her god, answered that mean wretch, saying, By sheer ill luck it is, O king of the Rakshasas, that I am obliged to hear such words of grievous import spoken by thee. Blessed be thou, O Rakshasa fond of sensual pleasures, let thy heart be withdrawn from me. I am the wife of another, ever devoted to my husband, and, therefore, incapable of being possessed by thee. A helpless human being that I am, I cannot be a fit wife for thee. What joy can be thine by using violence towards an unwilling woman? Thy father is a wise Brahmana, born of Brahma and equal unto that Lord himself of the creation. Why dost thou not, therefore, thyself being equal to a regent of the universe, observe virtue? Disgracing thy brother, that king of the Yakshas, that adorable one who is the friend of Maeswara himself, that lord of treasures, how is it that thou feelest no shame? Having said these words, Sita began to weep, her bosom shivering in agitation, and covering her neck and face with her garments. And the long and well-knit braid, black and glossy, falling from the head of the weeping lady, looked like a black snake. And hearing these cruel words uttered by Sita, the foolish Ravana, although thus rejected, addressed Sita once more, saying, "O lady, let the god having the Makara for his emblem burn me sorely. I will, however, on no account, O thou of sweet smiles and beautiful hips, approach thee, as thou art unwilling. What can I do to thee that still feelest a regard for Rama, who is only a human being and, therefore, our food?" Having said those words unto that lady of faultless features, the king of the Rakshasa made himself invisible then and there and went away to the place he liked. And Sita, surrounded by those Rakshasa women, and treated with tenderness by Trijata, continued to dwell there in grief. Section CCLXXX. Markandeya said, meanwhile the illustrious descendant of Raghu, along with his brother, hospitably treated by Sugriva, continued to dwell on the breast of the Malyavat hill, beholding every day the clear blue sky. And one night, while gazing from the mountain top on the bright moon in the cloudless sky surrounded by planets and stars and stellar bodies, that slayer of foes was suddenly awakened to a remembrance of Sita by the cold breezes fragrant with the perfumes of the lily, lotus and other flowers of the same species. And virtuous Rama, dejected in spirits at the thought of Sita's captivity in the abode of the Rakshasa, addressed the heroic Lakshmana in the morning saying, "Go, Lakshmana, and seek in Kishkinda that ungrateful king of the monkeys, who understand well his own interest and is even now indulging in dissipations, that foolish wretch of his race whom I have installed on the throne and to whom all apes and monkeys and bears owe allegiance, that fellow for whose sake, O mighty armed perpetuator of Raghu's race, Vali was slain by me with thy help in the wood of Kishkinda. I regard that worst of monkeys on earth to be highly ungrateful, for, O Lakshmana, that wretch hath now forgotten me who am sunk in such distress. I think he is unwilling to fulfill his pledge, disregarding, from dullness of understanding, one who hath done him such services. If thou findest him lukewarm and rolling in sensual joys, thou must then send him, by the path Vali hath been made to follow, to the common goal of all creatures. If, on the other hand, thou sayest that foremost of monkeys delight in our cause, then, O descendant of Kakustha, shouldst thou bring him hither with thee. Be quick, and delay not. Thus addressed by his brother, Lakshmana, ever attentive to the behests and welfare of his superiors, set out taking with him his handsome bow with string and arrows. And reaching the gates of Kishkinda he entered the city unchallenged. And knowing him to be angry, the monkey king advanced to receive him. And with his wife, Sugriva the king of the monkeys, with a humble heart, joyfully received him with due honours. And the dauntless son of Sumitra then told him what Rama had said. And having heard everything in detail, O mighty monarch, Sugriva, the king of the monkeys with his wife and servants, joined his hands, and cheerfully said unto Lakshmana, that elephant among men, these words, I am, O Lakshmana, neither wicked, nor ungrateful, nor destitute of virtue. Hear what efforts I have made for finding out Sita's place of captivity. I have dispatched diligent monkeys in all directions. All of them have stipulated to return within a month. They will, O hero, search the whole earth with her forests and hills and seas, her villages and towns and cities and mines. Only 5 nights are wanting to complete that month, and then thou wilt, with Rama, hear tidings of great joy. Thus addressed by that intelligent king of the monkeys, the high-suit Lakshmana became appeased, and he in his turn worshipped Sugriva. And accompanied by Sugriva, he returned to Rama on the breast of the Malyavat hill. And approaching him, Lakshmana informed him of the beginning already made in respect of his undertaking. And soon thousands of monkey chiefs began to return, after having carefully searched the 3 quarters of the earth, viz., the north, the east and the west. But they that had gone towards the south did not make their appearance, and they that came back represented to Rama, saying that although they had searched the whole earth with her belt of seas, yet they could not find either the princess of Vida or of Anna. But that descendant of Kakustha's race, afflicted at heart, managed to live yet, resting his hopes of hearing Sita's tidings on the great monkeys that had gone towards the south. After the lapse of 2 months, several monkeys, seeking with haste the presence of Sugriva, addressed him, saying, O king, that foremost of monkeys, the son of Pavana, as also Angada, the son of Vali, and the other great monkeys whom thou hadst dispatched to search the southern region, have come back and are pillaging that great and excellent orchard called Madhuvana, which was always guarded by Vali, and which hath been well guarded by thee also after him. Hearing of this act of liberty on their part, Sugriva inferred the success of their mission, for it is only servants that have been crowned with success that can act in this way. And that intelligent and foremost of monkeys communicated his suspicions to Rama. And Rama also, from this, guessed that the princess of Mitla had been seen. Then Hanuman and the other monkeys, having refreshed themselves thus, came towards the king, who was then staying with Rama and Lakshmana. And, O Bharata, observing the gait of Hanuman and the colour of his face, Rama was confirmed in the belief that Hanuman had really seen Sita. Then those successful monkeys with Hanuman at the head, duly bowed unto Rama and Lakshmana and Sugriva. And Rama then taking up his bow and quiver, addressed those monkeys, saying, Have you been successful? Will ye impart life unto me? Will ye once more enable me to reign in Ayodhya after having slain my enemy in battle and rescued the daughter of Janaka? With the princess of Vida unrescued, and the foe unslain in battle, I dare not live, robbed of wife and honour. Thus addressed by Rama, the son of Pavana, replied unto him, saying, I bring thee good news, O Rama, for Janaka's daughter hath been seen by me. Having searched the southern region with all its hills, forests, and mines for some time, we became very weary. At length we beheld a great cavern, and having beheld it, we entered that cavern which extended over many yojanas. It was dark and deep and overgrown with trees and infested by worms. And having gone a great way through it, we came upon sunshine and beheld a beautiful palace. It was, O Raghava, the abode of the deity Maya. And we beheld a female ascetic named Prabhavati engaged in ascetic austerities. And she gave us food and drink of various kinds. And having refreshed ourselves therewith and regained our strength, we proceeded along the way shown by her. At last we came out of the cavern and beheld the briny sea, and on its shores, the Saya, the Himalaya and the great Dadra mountains. And ascending the mountains of Malaya, we beheld before us the vast ocean. 91 And beholding it we felt sorely grieved in mind, and dejected in spirits, and afflicted with pain, and famishing with hunger, we despaired of returning with our lives. Casting our eyes on the great ocean extending over many hundreds of yojanas and abounding in whales and alligators and other aquatic animals, we became anxious and filled with grief. We then sat together, resolved to die there of starvation. And in course of conversation we happened to talk of the vulture Jatayu. Just then we saw a bird huge as a mountain, of frightful form, and inspiring terror into every heart, like a second son of Vinata. 92 And coming upon us unawares for devouring us, he said, Who are ye that are speaking thus of my brother Jatayu? I am his elder brother, by name Sampati, and am the king of birds. Once upon a time, we two, with a desire of outstripping each other, flew towards the sun. My wings got burnt, but those of Jatayu were not. That was the last time I saw my beloved brother Jatayu, the king of vultures. My wings burnt. I fell down upon the top of this great mountain where I still am. When he finished speaking, we informed him of the death of his brother in a few words, and also of this calamity that hath befallen thee. And, O king, the powerful Sampati, hearing this unpleasant news from us, was greatly afflicted, and again inquired of us, saying, Who is this Rama, and why was Sita carried off, and how was Jatayu slain? Ye foremost of monkeys, I wish to hear everything in detail. We then informed him of everything about this calamity of thine, and of the reason also of our vow of starvation. That king of birds then urged us to give up our vow by these words of his. Ravana is, indeed, known to me. Lanka is his capital. I beheld it on the other side of the sea in the valley of the Trikita hills. Sita must be there. I have little doubt of this. Hearing these words of his, we rose up quickly and began, O chastiser of foes, to take counsel of one another for crossing the ocean. And when none dared to cross it, I, having recourse to my father, crossed the great ocean, which is 100 yojanas in width. And having slain the Rakshasas on the waters, I saw the chaste Sita within Ravana's harem, observing ascetic austerities, eager to behold her lord, with matted locks on head, and body besmeared with filth, and lean, and melancholy and helpless. Recognizing her as Sita by those unusual signs, and approaching that worshipful lady while alone, I said, I am, O Sita, an emissary of Rama and monkey begotten by Pavana! 93 Desirous of having a sight of thee, hither have I come travelling through the skies. Protected by Sugriva, that monarch of all the monkeys, the royal brothers Rama and Lakshmana are in peace. And Rama, O lady, with Sumitra's son, hath inquired of thy welfare. And Sugriva also, on account of his friendship with Rama and Lakshmana, inquireth of thy welfare. Followed by all the monkeys, thy husband will soon be here. Confide in me, O adorable lady, I am a monkey and not a Rakshasa. Thus addressed by me, Sita seemed to meditate for a moment and then replied to me, saying, From the words of Avindaya I know that thou art an human. O mighty armed one, Avindaya is an old and respected Rakshasa. He told me that Sugriva is surrounded by counsellors like thee. Thou mayst depart now. And with these words she gave me this jewel as a credential. And, indeed, it was by means of this jewel that the faultless Sita had been able to support her existence. And the daughter of Janaka further told me as a token from her, that by thee, O tiger among men, a blade of grass, inspired with mantras and thus converted into a fatal weapon, had once been shot at a crow while ye were on the breast of the mighty hill known by the name of Chitrakuta. And this she said as evidence of my having met her and hers being really the princess of Vida. I then caused myself to be seized by Ravana's soldiers, and then set fire to the city of Lanka. Section Glxxxi. Markandeya said, It was on the breast of that very hill where Rama was seated with those foremost of monkeys that great monkey chiefs at the command of Sugriva began to flock together. The father-in-law of Vali, the illustrious Sushna, accompanied by 1,000 crores of active apes, came to Rama. And those two foremost of monkeys endued with mighty energy, viz., Gaya and Gavakshaya, each accompanied by 100 crores of monkeys, showed themselves there. And, O king, Gavakshaya also of terrible mien and endued with a bovine tail, showed himself thee, having collected 60,000 crores of monkeys. And the renowned Gandamadana, dwelling on the mountains of the same name, collected 100,000 crores of monkeys. and the intelligent and mighty monkey known by the name of Panasa mustered together 52 crores of monkeys. 94 And that foremost and illustrious of monkeys named Didymachus of mighty energy mustered a large army of monkeys possessed of terrible prowess. And Jamvuvan showed himself there with 100,000 crores of black bears of the terrible deeds and faces having the Tilaka mark. 95 And these and many other chiefs of monkey chiefs, countless in number, O king, came the foraging Rama's cause. And endued with bodies huge as mountain peaks and roaring like lions, loud was the uproar that was heard made by those monkeys running restlessly from place to place. And some of them looked like mountain peaks, and some looked like buffaloes. And some were of the hue of autumnal clouds, and the faces of some were red as vermilion. And some rose high, and some fell down, and some cut capers, and some scattered the dust, as they mustered together from various directions. And that monkey army, vast as the sea at full tide, encamped there at Sugriva's bidding. And after those foremost of monkeys had mustered from every direction, the illustrious descendant of Raghu, with Sugriva by his side, set out in an auspicious moment of a very fair day under a lucky constellation, accompanied by the host arrayed in order of battle, as if for the purpose of destroying all the worlds. And Hanuman, the son of the wind god, was in the van of that host, while the rear was protected by the fearless son of Sumatra, and surrounded by the monkey chiefs, those princes of Raghu's house with fingers cased in guana skin, shone, as they went, like the sun and the moon in the midst of the planets. And that monkey host armed with stones and sala and tala trees, looked very much like a far-extending field of corn under the morning sun. And that mighty army, protected by Nala and Nila and Angada and Kratha and Mainda and Dvivida, marched forth for achieving the purpose of Raghava, and encamping successively, without interruption of any kind, on wide and healthy tracts and valleys abounding with fruits and roots and water and honey and meat, the monkey host at last reached the shores of the briny sea. And like unto a second ocean, that mighty army with its countless colours, having reached the shores of sea, shook up its abode there. Then the illustrious son of Dasaratha, addressing Sugriva amongst all those foremost monkeys, spoke unto him these words that were suited to the occasion: This army is large. The ocean also is difficult to cross. What contrivance, therefore, commends itself to thee for crossing the ocean? At these words, many vainglorious monkeys answered, We are fully able to cross the sea. This answer, however, was not of much use, as all could not avail of that means. Some of the monkeys proposed to cross the sea in boats, and some in rafts of various kinds. Rama, however, conciliating them all, said, This cannot be. The sea here is a full 100 yojanas in width. All the monkeys, ye heroes, will not be able to cross it. This proposal, therefore, that ye have made, is not consonant to reason. Besides, we have not the number of boats necessary for carrying all our troops. How, again, can one like us raise such obstacles in the way of the merchants? Our army is very large. The foe wilt make a great havoc if the whole is detected. Therefore, to cross the sea in boats and rafts doth not recommend itself to me. I will, however, pray to the ocean for the necessary means. Foregoing food, I will lie down on the shore. He will certainly show himself to me. If, however, he doth not show himself, I will chastise him then by means of my great weapons that are more blazing than fire itself and are incapable of being baffled. Having said these words, both Rama and Lakshmana touched water 96 and duly laid themselves down on a bed of kusa grass on the seashore. The divine and illustrious ocean, then that lord of male and female rivers, surrounded by aquatic animals, appeared unto Rama in a vision. And addressing Rama in sweet accents, the genius of the ocean, surrounded by countless mines of gems, said, "O son of Kausalya, tell me what aid, O bull among men, I am to render thee. I also have sprung from the race of Ikshwaku 97 and am, therefore, a relative of thine." Rama replied unto him, saying, "O Lord of rivers, male and female, I desire thee to grant me a way for my troops, passing along which I may slay the 10-headed Ravana, that wretch of Pulastia's race. If thou dost not grant the way I beg of thee, I will then dry thee up by means of my celestial arrows inspired with mantras." And hearing these words of Rama, the genius of Varuna's abode, joining his hands, answered in great affliction, "I do not desire to put any obstacle in thy way. I am no foe of thine. Listen, O Rama, to these words, and having listened, do what is proper. If, at thy command, I get a way for the passage of thy army, others then, from strength of their bows, will command me to do the same. In thy army there is a monkey of the name of Nala, who is a skillful mechanic, and endues with great strength. Nala is the son of Tashtri, the divine artificer of the universe. And whether it is wood, or grass or stone, that he will throw into my waters, I will support the same on my surface, and thus wilt thou have a bridge, over which to pass." And having said these words, the genius of the ocean disappeared. And Rama awaking, called Nala unto him and said, "Build thou a bridge over the sea. Thou alone, I am sure, art able to do it." And it was by this means that the descendant of Kakustha's race caused a bridge to be built that was 10 yojanas in width and 100 yojanas in length. And to this day that bridge has celebrated over all the world by the name of Nala's Bridge. And having completed that bridge, Nala, of body huge as a hill, came away at the command of Rama. And while Rama was on this side of the ocean, the virtuous Vibhishana, the brother of the king of the Rakshasas, accompanied by 4 of his counsellors, came unto Rama. And the high Sudrama received him with a due welcome. Sugriva, however, feared, thinking he might be a spy. The son of Raghu, meanwhile perfectly satisfied with Vibhishana, in consequence of the sincerity of his exertions and the many indications of his good conduct, worshipped him with respect. And he also installed Vibhishana in the sovereignty of all the Rakshasas and made him his own junior counsellor, and a friend of Lakshmana's. And it was under Vibhishana's guidance, O king, that Rama with all his troops crossed the great ocean by means of that bridge in course of a month. And having crossed the ocean and arrived at Lanka, Rama caused its extensive and numerous gardens to be devastated by his monkeys. And while Rama's troops were there, 2 of Ravana's counsellors and officers, named Sukha and Sarana, who had come as spies, having assumed the shape of monkeys, were seized by Vibhishana. And when those wanderers of the night assumed their real Rakshasa forms, Rama showed them his troop and dismissed them quietly. And having quartered his troops in those woods that skirted the city, Rama then sent the monkey Angada with great wisdom as his envoy to Ravana. Section Klxxi. Markandeya said, having quartered his army in those groves abounding with food and water and with fruits and roots, the descendant of Kakustha began to watch over them with care. Ravana, on the other hand, planted in his city many appliances constructed according to the rules of military science. And his city, naturally impregnable on account of its strong ramparts and gateways, had 7 trenches that were deep and full of water to the brim and that abounded with fishes and sharks and alligators, made more impregnable still by means of pointed stakes of Kadira wood. And the ramparts, heaped with stones, were made impregnable by means of catapults. And the warriors, who guarded the walls, were armed with earthen pots filled with venomous snakes, and with resinous powders of many kinds. And they were also armed with clubs, and firebrands and arrows and lances and swords and battle-axes. And they had also Satignes 98 and stout maces steeped in wax. 99 And at all the gates of the city were planted movable and immovable encampments manned by large numbers of infantry supported by countless elephants and horses. And Angada, having reached one of the gates of the city, was made known to the Rakshasas. And he entered the town without suspicion or fear, and surrounded by countless Rakshasas. That hero in his beauty looked like the sun himself in the midst of masses of clouds. And having approached the hero of poor last year's race in the midst of his counsellors, the eloquent Angada saluted the king and began to deliver Rama's message in these words: That descendant of Raghu, O king, who ruleth at Kosala and whose renown hath spread over the whole world, saith unto thee these words suited to the occasion. Accept thou that message and act according to it. Provinces and towns, in consequence of their connection with sinful kings incapable of controlling their souls, are themselves polluted and destroyed. By the violent abduction of Sita, thou alone hast injured me. Thou, however, wilt become the cause of death to many unoffending persons. Possessed of power and filled with pride, thou hast, before this, slain many rishis living in the woods, and insulted the very gods. Thou hast slain also many great kings and many weeping women. For those transgressions of thine, retribution is about to overtake thee. I will slay thee with thy counsellors. Fight and show thy courage! 100 O wanderer of the night, behold the power of my bow, although I am but a man. Release Sita, the daughter of Janaka. If thou dost not release her, I shall make the earth divested of all Rakshasas with my keen-edged arrows. Hearing these defiant words of the enemy, King Ravana bore them ill, becoming senseless with wrath. And thereupon 4 Rakshasas, skilled in reading every sign of their master, seized Angada like 4 hawks seizing a tiger. With those Rakshasas, however, holding him fast by his limbs, Angada leapt upwards and alighted on the palace terrace. And as he leapt up with a great force, those wanderers of the night fell down the earth, and bruised by the violence of the fall, had their ribs broken. And from the golden terrace on which he had alighted, he took a downward leap. And overleaping the walls of Lanka, he alighted to where his comrades were. And approaching the presence of the Lord of Kosala and informing him of everything, the monkey Angada, endued with great energy, retired to refresh himself, dismissed with due respect by Rama. The descendant of Rag then caused the ramparts of Lanka to be broken down by a united attack of all those monkeys endued with the speed of the wind. Then Lakshmana, with Vibhishana and the king of the bears marching in the van, blew up the southern gate of the city that was almost impregnable. Rama then attacked Lanka with 100,000 crores of monkeys, all possessed of great skill in battle, and endued with reddish complexions like those of young camels. And those crores of greyish bears with long arms and legs and huge paws, and generally supporting themselves on their broad haunches, were also urged on to support the attack. And in consequence of those monkeys leaping up and leaping down and leaping in transverse directions, the sun himself, his bright disk completely shaded, became invisible for the dust they raised. And the citizens of Lanka beheld the wall of their town assume all over a tawny hue, covered by monkeys of complexions yellow as the ears of paddy, and grey as shirisha flowers, and red as the rising sun, and white as flax or hemp. And the Rakshasas, O king, with their wives and elders, were struck with wonders at that sight. And the monkey warriors began to pull down pillars made of precious stones and the terraces and tops of palatial mansions, and breaking into fragments the propellers of catapults and other engines, they began to cast them about in all directions. And taking up the Saturnes along with the discs, the clubs, and stones, they threw them down into the city with great force and loud noise. And attacked thus by the monkeys, Those Rakshasas that had been placed on the walls to guard them fled precipitately by hundreds and thousands. Then hundreds of thousands of Rakshasas, of terrible mien, and capable of assuming any form at will, came out at the command of the king, and pouring a perfect shower of arrows and driving the denizens of the forest, those warriors, displaying great prowess, adorned the ramparts. And soon those wanderers of the night, looking like masses of flesh, and of terrible mien, forced the monkeys to leave the walls. And mangled by the enemy's lances, numerous monkey chiefs fell down from the ramparts, and crushed by the falling columns and gateways. Numerous Rakshasas also fell down to rise no more. And the monkeys and the brave Rakshasas that commenced to eat up the foe, struggled, seizing one another by the hair, and mangling and tearing one another with their nails and teeth. And the monkeys and the Rakshasas roared and yelled frightfully, and while many of both parties were slain and fell down to rise no more, neither side gave up the contest. And Rama continued all the while to shower a thick downpour of arrows like the very clouds. And the arrows he shot, enveloping Lanka, killed large numbers of Rakshasas. And the son of Sumitra, too, that mighty bowman incapable of being fatigued in battle, naming particular Rakshasas stationed on the ramparts, slew them with his cloth-yard shafts. And then the monkey host, having achieved success, was withdrawn at the command of Rama, after it had thus pulled down the fortifications of Lanka and made all objects within the city capable of being aimed at by the besieging force. Section XXXI. Markandeya said, and while those troops, thus withdrawn, were reposing themselves in their quarters, many little Rakshasas and Pisachas, owning Ravana as their leader, penetrated amongst them. And among these were Pavana, Paitana, Jamba, Kara, Krodavasa, Hari, Prarua, Arua and Pragasa, and others. And as these wicked ones were penetrating, the monkey host, in their invisible forms, Vibhishana, who had the knowledge thereof, broke the spell of their invisibility. And once seen, O king, by the powerful and long-leaping monkeys, they were all slain and prostrated on the earth, deprived of life. And unable to endure this, Ravana marched out at the head of his troops. And surrounded by his terrible army of Rakshasas and Pisachas, Ravana, who was conversant with the rules of warfare like a second Usanas, invested the monkey host, having disposed his troops in that array which is named after Usanas himself. And beholding Ravana advancing with his army disposed in that array, Rama, following the mode recommended by Vrihaspati, disposed his troops in counter-array for opposing that wanderer of the night. And coming up quickly, Ravana began to fight with Rama. And Lakshmana singled out Indrajit, and Sugriva singled out Virupakshaya, and Kavata fought with Dara, and Nala with Danda, and Patusa with Panasa. And each warrior, advancing up to him whom he regarded as his match, began to fight with him on that field of battle, relying on the strength of his own arms, and that encounter, so frightful to timid persons, soon became terrible and fierce like that between the gods and the Asuras in the days of old. And Ravana covered Rama with a shower of darts and lances and swords, and Rama also afflicted Ravana with his whetted arrows of iron furnished with the sharpest points. And in the same way Lakshmana smote the contending Indrajit with arrows capable of penetrating into the most vital parts, and Indrajit also smote Sumitra's son with an arrowy shower. And Vibhishana showered upon Prasta, and Prasta showered upon Vibhishana, without any regard for each other, a thick downpour of winged arrows furnished with the sharpest points. And thus between those mighty warriors there came about an encounter of celestial weapons of great force, at which the three worlds with their mobile and immobile creatures were sorely distressed. Section XXXIV. Markandeya said, then Prasta, suddenly advancing up to Vibhishana and uttering a loud yell, struck him with his mace. But though struck with that mace of terrible force, the mighty armed Vibhishana of great wisdom, without wavering in the least, stood still as the mountains of Himavat. Then Vibhishana, taking up a huge and mighty javelin furnished with 100 bells, inspired it with mantras and hurled it at the head of his adversary. And by the impetuosity of that weapon rushing with the force of the thunderbolt, Prasta's head was severed off, as he thereupon looked like a mighty tree broken by the wind. And beholding that wanderer of the night, Prasta, thus slain in battle, Dharmraksha rushed with great impetuosity against the monkey host. And beholding the soldiers of Dharmraksha, looking like the clouds and endued with terrible mien, advancing up towards them, the monkey chief suddenly broke and fled. And seeing those foremost of monkeys suddenly give way, that tiger among monkeys, Hanuman, the son of Pavana, began to advance. And beholding the son of Pavana staying still on the field of battle, the retreating monkeys, O king, one and all quickly rallied. Then mighty and great and fearful was the uproar that arose there in consequence of the warriors of Rama and Ravana rushing against each other. And in that battle which raged terribly, the field soon became miry with blood. And Dharmraksha afflicted the monkey host with volleys of winged shafts. Then that vanquisher of foes, Hanuman, the son of Pavana, quickly seized that advancing leader of the Rakshasa. And the encounter that took place between that monkey and the Rakshasa hero, is desirous of defeating the other, was fierce and terrible, like that of Indra and Prahlada, in days of yore. And the Rakshasas struck the monkey with his maces and spiked clubs, while the monkey struck the Rakshasa with trunks of trees and shorn of their branches. Then Hanuman, the son of Pavana, slew in great wrath that Rakshasa along with his charioteer and horses, and broke his chariot also into pieces. And beholding Dharmraksha, that foremost of Rakshasa, thus slain, the monkeys, abandoning all fear, rushed against the Rakshasa army with great valor. And slaughtered in large numbers by the victorious and powerful monkeys, the Rakshasas became dispirited and fled in fear to Lanka. And the surviving wreck of the Rakshasa army, having reached the city, informed King Ravana of everything that had happened. And hearing from them that Prasta and that mighty archer Dharmraksha had both, with their armies, been slain by the powerful monkeys, Ravana drew a deep sigh, and springing up from his excellent seat, said, "The time is come for Kamakana to act." And having said this, he awake, by means of various loud-sounding instruments, his brother Kamakana from his deep and prolonged slumbers. And having awaked him with great efforts, the Rakshasa king, still afflicted with anxiety, addressed the mighty Kamakana and said unto him, when seated at his ease on his bed, having perfectly recovered consciousness and self-possession, these words: "Thou, indeed, art happy, O Kamakana, that canst enjoy profound and undisturbed repose, unconscious of the terrible calamity that hath overtaken us. Rama with his monkey host hath crossed the ocean by a bridge, and disregarding us all is waging a terrible war against us. I have stealthily brought away his wife Sita, the daughter of Janaka, and it is to recover her that he hath come hither, after having made a bridge over the great ocean. Our great kinsmen also, Prasta and others, have already been slain by him. And, O scourge of thy enemies, there is not another person, save thee, that can slay Rama. Therefore, O warrior, putting on thy armor, do thou set out this day for the purpose of vanquishing Rama and his followers. The two younger brothers of Dashana, viz., Vajraviga and Promathan, will join thee with their forces." And having said this unto the mighty Kamakana, the Rakshasa king gave instructions to Vajraviga and Promathan as to what they should do. And accepting his advice, those two warlike brothers of Dashana quickly marched out of the city, preceded by Kamakana. Section CCLXXXV. Markandeya said, Then Kamakana set out from the city, accompanied by his followers. And soon he beheld the victorious monkey troops encamped before him. And passing them by with the object of seeking out Rama, he beheld the son of Sumitra standing at his post, bow in hand. Then the monkey warriors, speedily advancing towards him, surrounded him on all sides. And then they commenced to strike him with numberless large trees. And many amongst them fearlessly began to tear his body with their nails. And those monkeys began to fight with him in various ways approved by the laws of warfare. And they soon overwhelmed that chief of the Rakshasas with a shower of terrible weapons of various kinds. And attacked by them thus, Kamakana only laughed at them and began to eat them up. And he devoured those foremost of monkeys known by the name of Chala, and Chandakala, and Vajravau. And beholding that fearful act of the Rakshasa, other monkeys were frightened and set forth a loud wail of fear. And hearing the screams of those monkey leaders, Sugriva boldly advanced towards Kamakana. And that high-souled king of the monkeys, swiftly approaching the Rakshasa, violently struck him on the head with the trunk of a sala tree. And though the high-souled Sugriva, always prompt in action, broke that sala tree on the head of Kamakana, he failed to make any impression on that Rakshasa. And then, as if roused from his torpor by that blow, Kamakana, stretching forth his arms, seized Sugriva by main force. And beholding Sugriva dragged away by the Rakshasa, the heroic son of Sumitra, that delighter of his friends, rushed towards Kamakana. And that slayer of hostile heroes, Lakshmana, advancing towards Kamakana, discharged at him an impetuous and mighty arrow furnished with golden wings. And that arrow, cutting through his coat of mail and penetrating into his body, passed through it outright and struck into the earth, stained with the Rakshasa's blood. Kamakana then, having his breast thus bored through, released the king of monkeys. And taking up a huge mass of stone as his weapon, the mighty warrior Kamakana then rushed towards the son of Sumitra, aiming it at him. And as the Rakshasa rushed towards him, Lakshmana cut off his upraised arms by means of a couple of keen-edged shafts furnished with heads resembling razors. But as soon as the two arms of the Rakshasa were thus cut off, double that number of arms soon appeared on his person. Sumitra's son, however, displaying his skill in weapon, soon by means of similar arrows cut off those arms also, each of which had seized a mass of stone. At this, that Rakshasa assumed a form enormously huge and furnished with numerous heads and legs and arms. Then the son of Sumitra arrived, with a Brahma weapon, that warrior looking like an assemblage of hell. And rent by means of that celestial weapon, that Rakshasa fell on the field of battle like a huge tree with spreading branches suddenly consumed by heaven's thunderbolt. And beholding Kamakana endued with great activity and resembling the Azure of Vritra himself, deprived of life and prostrated on the field of battle, the Rakshasa warriors fled in fear. And beholding the Rakshasa warriors running away from the field of battle, the younger brother of Dashana, rallying them, rushed in great wrath upon the son of Sumitra. Sumitra's son, however, with a loud roar, received with his winged shafts both those wrathful warriors, Vajraviga and Promadhin, rushing towards him. The battle then, O son of Pritha, that took place between those two younger brothers of Dashana on the one hand and the intelligent Lakshmana on the other, was exceedingly furious and made the bristles of the spectators stand on end. And Lakshmana overwhelmed the two Rakshasas with a perfect shower of arrows. And those two Rakshasa heroes, on the other hand, both of them excited with fury, covered Lakshmana with an arrowy hail. And that terrible encounter between Vajraviga and Promadhin and the mighty armed Lakshmana lasted for a short while. And Hanumana, the son of Pavana, taking up a mountain peak, rushed towards one of the brothers, and with that weapon took the life of the Rakshasa Vajraviga. And that mighty monkey, Nala, also, with a large mass of rock, crushed Bromadhan, that other younger brother of Dasana. The deadly struggle, however, between the soldiers of Rama and Ravana, rushing against one another, instead of coming to an end even after this, raged on as before. And hundreds of Rakshasas were slain by the denizens of the forest, while many of the latter were slain by the former. The loss, however, in killed, of the Rakshasas was far greater than that of the monkeys. Section v. Markandeya said, learning that Kamakarna had with his followers fallen in battle, as also that great warrior Prahasta and Chamraksha, two of mighty energy, Ravana then addressed his heroic son Indrajit, saying, O slayer of foes, slay thou in battle Rama and Sugriva and Lakshmana. My good son, it was by thee that this blazing fame of mine had been acquired by vanquishing in battle that wielder of the thunderbolt, the thousand-eyed lord of Sikhi. Having the power of appearing and vanishing at thy will, slay thou, O smiter of foes, my enemies by means, O thou foremost of all wielders of weapons, of thy celestial arrows received as boons from the gods. Rama and Lakshmana and Sugriva are incapable of enduring the bare touch of thy weapons. What shall I say, therefore, of their followers? That cessation of hostilities which could not be brought about by either Prahasta or Kamakarna in battle, be it thine, O mighty armed one, to bring about. Slaying my enemies with all their army by means of thy keen-edged shafts, enhance my joy today, O son, as thou didst once before by vanquishing Vasava. Thus addressed by him, Indrajit said, So be it, and encased in mail he quickly ascended his chariot, and proceeded, O king, towards the field of battle. And then that bull amongst Rakshasas, loudly announcing his own name, challenged Lakshmana, endued with auspicious marks, to a single combat. And Lakshmana, thus challenged, rushed towards that Rakshasa, with his bow and arrows, and striking terror into his adversary's heart by means of the flapping of his bowstring on the leathern case of his left hand. And the encounter that took place between those warriors that defied each other's prowess, and each of whom was desirous of vanquishing the other, and both of whom were conversant with celestial weapons, was terrible in the extreme. But when the son of Ravana found that he could not by his arrows gain any advantage over his adversary, that foremost of mighty warriors mustered all his energy. And Indrajit then began to hurl at Lakshmana with great force numberless javelins. The son of Sumitra, however, cut them into fragments by means of his own keen-edged arrows. And those javelins, thus cut into pieces by the keen-edged arrows of Lakshmana, dropped down upon the ground. Then the handsome Angada, the son of Vali, taking up a large tree, rushed impetuously at Indrajit and struck him with it on the head. Undaunted at this, Indrajit of mighty energy sought to smite Angada with a lance. Just at that juncture, however, Lakshmana cut into pieces the lance taken up by Ravana's son. The son of Ravana then took up a mace and struck on the left flank that foremost of monkeys, the heroic Angada, who was then staying close beside him. Angada, the powerful son of Vali, little recking that stroke, hurled at Indrajit a mighty salstem. And hurled in wrath by Angada for the destruction of Indrajit, the tree, O son of Pritha, destroyed Indrajit's chariot along with his horses and charioteer. And thereupon jumping from his horseless and driverless car, the son of Ravana disappeared from sight, O king, by aid of his powers of illusion. And beholding that Rakshasa, abundantly endued with powers of illusion, disappear so suddenly, Rama proceeded towards that spot and began to protect his troops with care. Indrajit, however, with arrows, obtained as boons from the gods, began to pierce both Rama and mighty Lakshmana in every part of their bodies. Then the heroic Rama and Lakshmana both continued to contend with their arrows against Ravana's son, who had made himself invisible by his powers of illusion. But Indrajit continued to shower in wrath all over those lions among men his keen-edged shafts by hundreds and thousands. And seeking that invisible warrior who was ceaselessly showering his arrows, the monkeys penetrated into every part of the firmament, armed with huge masses of stone. Them as well as the two brothers, however, the invisible Rakshasa began to afflict with his shafts. Indeed, the son of Ravana, concealing himself by his powers of illusion, furiously attacked the monkey host. And the heroic brothers Rama and Lakshmana, pierced all over with arrows, dropped down on the ground like the sun and the moon fallen down from the firmament. Section vi. Markandeya said, beholding both the brothers Rama and Lakshmana prostrate on the ground, the son of Ravana tied them in a network of those arrows of his which he had obtained as boons, and tied by Indrajit on the field of battle by means of that arrowy net. Those heroic tigers among men resembled a couple of hawks immured in a cage. And beholding those heroes prostrate on the ground pierced with hundreds of arrows, Sugriva with all the monkeys stood surrounding them on all sides. And the king of the monkeys stood there, accompanied by Sushna and Mainda and Dvivida, and Kumuda and Angada and Hanuman and Nila and Dara and Nala. And Vibhishana, having achieved success in another part of the field, soon arrived at that spot, and roused those heroes from insensibility, awakening them by means of the weapon called Prajna. 101. Then Sugriva soon extracted the arrows from their bodies, and by means of that most efficacious medicine called the Visalya 102, applied with celestial mantras, those human heroes regained their consciousness. And the arrow having been extracted from their bodies, those mighty warriors in a moment rose from their recumbent posture, their pains and fatigue thoroughly alleviated. And beholding Rama, the descendant of Ikshwaku's race, quite at his ease, Vibhishana, O son of Pritha, joining his hands, told him these words, O chastiser of foes, at the command of the king of the Gayakas, the Gayaka hath come from the White Mountains, bringing with him his water! 103. O great king, this water is a present to thee from Guvara, so that all creatures that are invisible may, O chastiser of foes, become visible to thee. This water laved over the eyes will make every invisible creature visible to thee, as also to any other person to whom thou mayst give it! Saying, so be it. Rama took that sacred water, and sanctified his own eyes therewith, and the high-minded Lakshmana also did the same. And Sugriva and Jambuvan, and Hanuman and Angada, and Mainda and Dvivida, and Nila and many other foremost of the monkeys, laved their eyes with that water. And thereupon it exactly happened as Vibhishana had said. For, O Yudhishthira, soon did the eyes of all these became capable of beholding things that could not be seen by the unassisted eye. Meanwhile, Indrajit, after the success he had won, went to his father, and having informed him of the feats he had achieved, he speedily returned to the field of battle and placed himself at the van of his army. The son of Sumitra then, under Vibhishana's guidance, rushed towards the wrathful son of Ravana coming back, from desire of battle, to lead the attack. And Lakshmana, excited to fury and receiving a hint from Vibhishana, and desiring to slay Indrajit who had not completed his daily sacrifice, smote with his arrows that warrior burning to achieve success. And desirous of vanquishing each other, the encounter that took place between them was exceedingly wonderful, like that, in days of yore, between the Lord of Celestials and Prahada. And Indrajit pierced the son of Sumitra with arrows penetrating into his very vitals. And the son of Sumitra also pierced Ravana's son with arrows of fiery energy. And pierced with Lakshmana's arrows, the son of Ravana became senseless with wrath, and he shot at Lakshmana 8 shafts fierce as venomous snakes. Listen now, O Yudhishthira, as I tell thee how the heroic son of Sumitra then took his adversary's life by means of 3-winged arrows possessed of the energy and effulgence of fire. With one of these, he severed from Indrajit's body that arm of his enemy which had grasped the bow. With the second he caused that other arm which had held the arrows to drop down on the ground. With a third that was bright and possessed of the keenest edge, he cut off his head decked with a beautiful nose and bright with earrings. And shorn of arms and head, the trunk became fearful to behold. And having slain the foe thus, that foremost of mighty men then slew with his arrows the charioteer of his adversary. And the horses then dragged away the empty chariot into the city. And Ravana then beheld that car without his son on it. And hearing that his son had been slain, Ravana suffered his heart to be overpowered with grief. And under the influence of extreme grief and affliction, the king of the Rakshasas suddenly cherished the desire of killing the princess of Mithila. And seizing a sword, the wicked Rakshasa hastily ran towards that lady staying within the Asoka wood longing to behold her lord. Then Avindaya, beholding that sinful purpose of the wicked wretch, appeased his fury. Listen, O Yudhishthira, to the reasons urged by Avindaya. That wise Rakshasa said, placed as thou art on the blazing throne of an empire, it behoveth thee not to slay a woman. Besides, this woman is already slain, considering that she is a captive in thy power. I think she would not be slain if only her body were destroyed. Slay thou her husband. He being slain, she will be slain too. Indeed, not even he of 100 sacrifices, Indra, is thy equal in prowess. The gods with Indra at their head had repeatedly been affrighted by thee in battle. With these and many other words of the same import, Avindaya succeeded in appeasing Ravana. And the latter did, indeed, listen to his counsellor's speech. And that wanderer of the night, then, resolved to give battle himself, sheathed his sword, and issued orders for preparing his chariot. Section VI. Markandeya said, that then-necked Ravana, excited to fury at the death of his beloved son, ascended his car decked with gold and gems. And surrounded by terrible Rakshasas with various kinds of weapons in their hands, Ravana rushed towards Rama, fighting with numerous monkey chief. And beholding him rushing in wrath towards the monkey army, Maindra and Nila and Nala and Angada, and Hanuman and Jamvuman, surrounded him with all their troops. And those foremost of monkeys and bears began to exterminate with trunks of trees the soldiers of the ten-necked Ravana in his every sight. And beholding the enemy slaughtering his troops, the Rakshasa king, Ravana, possessed of great powers of illusion, began to put them forth. And forth from his body began to spring hundreds and thousands of Rakshasas armed with arrows and lances and double-edged swords in hand. Rama, however, with a celestial weapon slew all those Rakshasas. The king of the Rakshasas then once more put forth his prowess of illusion, the ten-faced, producing from his body numerous warriors resembling Mahabharata. Both Rama and Lakshmana rushed towards the two brothers. And then those Rakshasas, hostile to Rama and Lakshmana and armed with bows and arrows, rushed towards Rama, and beholding that power of illusion put forth by the king of Rakshasas, that descendant of Ikshwaku's race, the son of Sumitra, addressed Rama in these heroic words, slay those Rakshasas, those wretches with forms like thy own. And Rama thereupon slew those and other Rakshasas of forms resembling his own. And that time Matli, the charioteer of Indra, approached Rama on the field of battle, with a car refulgent as the sun and unto which were yoked horses of a tawny hue. And Matli said, O son of Kakustha's race, this excellent and victorious car, unto which have been yoked this pair of tawny horses, belonging to the Lord of Celestials. It is on this excellent car, O tiger among men, that Indra hath slain in battle hundreds of Daityas and Danavas. Therefore, O tiger among men, do thou, riding on the car driven by me, quickly slay Ravana in battle. Do not delay in achieving this. Thus addressed by him, the descendant of Raghu's race, however, doubted the truthful words of Matli, thinking this is another illusion produced by the Rakshasas. Vibhishana then addressed him saying, "This, O tiger among men, is no illusion of the wicked Ravana. Ascend thou this chariot quickly, for this, O thou of great effulgence, belongeth to Indra." The descendant of Kakustha then cheerfully said unto Vibhishana, "So be it," and riding on that car, rushed wrathfully upon Ravana. And when Ravana, too, rushed against his antagonist, a loud wail of woe was set up by the creatures of the earth, while the celestials in heaven sent forth a leonine roar accompanied by beating of large drums. The encounter then that took place between the 10-necked Rakshasa and that prince of Raghu's race was fierce in the extreme. Indeed, that combat between them hath no parallel elsewhere. And Rakshasa hurled at Rama a terrible javelin looking like Indra's thunderbolt and resembling a Brahmana's curse on the point of utterance. 104 Rama, however, quickly cut into fragments that javelin by means of his sharp arrows. And beholding that most difficult feat, Ravana was struck with fear. But soon his wrath was excited, and the 10-necked hero began to shower on Rama whetted arrows by thousands and tens of thousands, and countless weapons of various kinds, such as rockets and javelins and maces and battle axes and darts of various kinds and shataknis and whetted shafts. And beholding that terrible form of illusion displayed by the 10-necked Rakshasa, the monkeys fled in fear in all directions. Then the descendant of Kakustha, taking out of his quiver an excellent arrow furnished with handsome wings and golden feathers and a bright and beautiful head, fixed it on the bow with Brahmastra mantra. And beholding that excellent arrow transformed by Rama, with proper mantras into a Brahma weapon, the celestials and the Gandharvas with Indra at their head, began to rejoice. And the gods and the Danavas and the Kinnaras were led by the display of that Brahma weapon to regard the life of their Rakshasa for almost closed. Then Rama shot that terrible weapon of unrivaled energy, destined to compass Ravana's death, and resembling the curse of a Brahmana on the point of utterance. And as soon, O Bharata, as that arrow was shot by Rama from his bow drawn to a circle, the Rakshasa king with his chariot and charioteer and horses blazed up, surrounded on all sides by a terrific fire. And beholding Ravana slain by Rama of famous achievements, the celestials, with the Gandharvas and the Charanas, rejoiced exceedingly. And deprived of universal dominion by the energy of the Brahma weapon, the 5 elements forsook the illustrious Ravana, and were consumed by the Brahma weapon, the physical ingredients of Ravana's body. His flesh and blood were all reduced to nothingness, so that the ashes even could not be seen. Section 6. Markandeya said, having slain Ravana, that wretched king of the Rakshasas and foe of the celestials, Rama with his friends and Sumitra's son rejoiced exceedingly. And after the 10-necked Rakshasa hath been slain, the celestials with the rishis at their head worshipped Rama of mighty arms, blessing and uttering the word Jaya repeatedly. And all the celestials and the Gandharvas and the denizens of the celestial regions gratified Rama of eyes like lotus leaves, with hymns and flowery showers. And having duly worshipped Rama, they all went away to those regions whence they had come. And, O thou of unfading glory, the firmament at that time looked as if a great festival was being celebrated. And having slain the 10-necked Rakshasa, the Lord Rama of worldwide fame, that conqueror of hostile cities, bestowed Lanka on Vibhishana. Then that old and wise counsellor of Ravana, known by the name of Avandaya, with Sita walking before him but behind Vibhishana, who was at the front, came out of the city. And with great humility Avindiya said unto the illustrious descendant of Kakustha, O illustrious one, accept thou this goddess, Janaka's daughter of excellent conduct. Hearing these words, the descendant of Ikshwaku's race alighted from his excellent chariot and beheld Sita bathed in tears. And beholding that beautiful lady seated within her vehicle, afflicted with grief, besmeared with filth, with matted locks on head, and attired in dirty robes, Rama, afraid of the loss of his honour, said unto her, Daughter of Vida, go with us over thou likest. Thou art now free. What should have been done by me, hath been done. O blessed lady, owning me for thy husband, it is not meet that thou shouldst grow old in the abode of the Rakshasa. It is for this I have slain that wanderer of the night. But how can one like us, acquainted with every truth of morality, embrace even for a moment a woman that had fallen into others' hands? O princess of Mitla, whether thou art chaste or unchaste, I dare not enjoy thee, now that thou art like sacrificial butter lapped by a dog. Hearing these cruel words, that adorable girl suddenly fell down in great affliction of heart, like a plantain tree severed from its roots. And the colour that was suffusing her face in consequence of the joy she had felt, quickly disappeared, like watery particles on a mirror blown thereon by the breath of the mouth. And hearing these words of Rama, all the monkeys also with Lakshmana became still as dead. Then the divine and pure-souled Brahma of 4 faces, that creator of the universe himself sprung from a lotus, showed himself on his cart Raghu's son. And Sakra and Agni and Vayu, and Yama and Varuna and the illustrious lord of the Yakshas, and the holy Rishis, and King Dasaratha also in the celestial and effulgent form and on car drawn by swans, showed themselves. And then the firmament crowded with celestials and Gandharvas became as beautiful as the autumnal welkin spangled with stars. And rising up from the ground, the blessed and famous Princess of Vida, in the midst of those present, spoke unto Rama of wide chest these words, O Prince, I impute no fault to thee, for thou art well acquainted with the behaviour that one should adopt towards both men and women. But hear thou these words of mine. The ever-moving ear is always present within every creature. If I have sinned, let him forsake my vital forces. If I have sinned, then let fire, and water, and space, and earth, like air, whom I have already invoked, also forsake my vital forces. And as, O hero, I have never, even in my dreams, cherished the image of any other person, so be thou my lord as appointed by the gods. After Sita had spoken, a sacred voice, resounding through the whole of that region, was heard in the skies, gladdening the hearts of the high-souled monkeys. And the wind god was heard to say, O son of Raghu, what Sita hath said is true. I am the god of wind. The princess of Mitla is sinless. Therefore, O king, be united with thy wife. And the god of fire said, O son of Raghu, I dwell within the bodies of all creatures. O descendant of Kakustha, the princess of Mitla is not guilty of even the minutest fault. And Varuna then said, O son of Raghu, the humours in every creature's body derive their existence from me. I tell thee, let the princess of Mitla be accepted by thee. And Brahma himself then said, O descendant of Kakustha, O son, in thee that art honest and pure and conversant with the duties of royal sages, this conduct is not strange. Listen, however, to these words of mine. Thou hast, O hero, slain this enemy of the gods, the Gandharvas, the Nagas, the Yakshas, the Danavas, and the great Rishis. It was through my grace that he had hitherto been unslayable of all creatures. And indeed, it was for some reason that I had tolerated him for some time. The wretch, however, abducted Sita for his own destruction. And as regards Sita, I protected her through Nalakuvara's curse. For that person had cursed Ravana of old, saying, that if he ever approached an unwilling woman, his head should certainly be split into 100 fragments. Let no suspicion, therefore, be thine. O thou of great glory, accept thy wife. Thou hast indeed achieved a mighty feat for the benefit of the gods, O thou that art of divine effulgence. And last of all Dasaratha said, I have been gratified with thee, O child. Blessed be thou, I am thy father Dasaratha. I command thee to take back thy wife, and rule thy kingdom, O thou foremost of men. Rama then replied, If thou art my father, I salute thee with reverence, O King of Kings. I shall indeed return, at thy command, to the delightful city of Ayodhya. Markandeya continued, thus addressed his father, O bull of the Brata race, gladly answered Rama, the corners of whose eyes were of a reddish hue, saying, Return to Ayodhya and rule thou that kingdom. O thou of great glory, thy 14 years of exile have been completed. Thus addressed by Dasaratha, Rama bowed to the gods, and saluted by his friends he was united with his wife, like the lord of the celestials with the daughter of Puloman. And that chastiser of foes then gave a boon to Avandaya. And he also bestowed both riches and honours on the Rakshasa woman named Rajata. And when Brahma with all the celestials having India at their head, said unto Rama, O thou that ownest Kausalya for thy mother, what boons after thy heart shall we grant thee? Rama, thereupon, prayed them to grant him firm adherence to virtues and invincibility in respect of all foes. And he also asked for the restoration to life of all those monkeys that had been slain by the Rakshasas, and after Brahma had said, So be it, those monkeys, O king, restored to life, rose up from the field of battle, and Sita too, of great good fortune, granted unto Hanuman a boon, saying, Let thy life, O son, last as long as the fame of Rama's achievements. And, O Hanuman of yellow eyes, let celestial viands and drinks be ever available to thee through my grace. Then the celestials with Indra at their head all disappeared in the very sight of those warriors of spotless achievements. And beholding Rama united with the daughter of Janaka, the charioteer of Sakra, highly pleased, addressed him in the midst of friends, and said these words, O thou of prowess that can never be baffled, thou hast dispelled the sorrow of the celestials, the Gandharvas, the Yakshas, the Asuras, the Nagas, and human beings. As long, therefore, as the earth will hold together, so long will all creatures with the celestials, the Asuras, the Gandharvas, the Yakshas, the Rakshasas, and the Panagas, speak of thee. And having said these words unto Rama, Matali worshipped that son of Raghu, and having obtained the leave of that foremost of wielders of weapons, he went away, on that same chariot of solar refulgence. And Rama also, with Sumatara's son and Vibhishana, and accompanied by all the monkeys with Sugriva at their head, placing Sita in the van and having made arrangements for the protection of Lanka, recrossed the ocean by the same bridge. And he rode on that beautiful and sky-ranging chariot called the Pushpaka that was capable of going everywhere at the will of the rider. And that subduer of passions was surrounded by his principal counsellors in order of precedence. And arriving at that part of the seashore where he had formerly laid himself down, the virtuous king, with all the monkeys, pitched his temporary abode. And the son of Rag then, bringing the monkeys before him in due time, worshipped them all, and gratifying them with presents of jewels and gems, dismissed them one after another. And after all the monkey chiefs, and the apes with bovine tails, and the bears, had gone away, Rama re-entered Kishkinda with Sugriva. And accompanied by both Vibhishana and Sugriva, Rama re-entered Kishkinda riding on the Pushpaka car and showing the princess of Ida the woods along the way. And having arrived at Kishkinda, Rama, that foremost of all smiters, installed the successful Angada as prince regent of the kingdom. and accompanied by the same friends as also by Sumitra's son, Rama proceeded towards his city along the same path by which he had come. And having reached the city of Ayodhya, the king dispatched Hanuman thence as envoy to Bharata. And Hanuman, having ascertained Bharata's intentions from external indications, gave him the good news of Rama's arrival. And after the son of Pavana had come back, Rama entered Nandigrama. And having entered the town, Rama beheld Bharata besmeared with filth and attired in rags and seated with his elder brother's sandals placed before him. And being united, O bull of Bharata race, with both Bharata and Shatrufna, the mighty son of Raghu, along with Sumitra's son, began to rejoice exceedingly. And Bharata and Shatrufna also, united with their eldest brother, and beholding Sita, both derived great pleasure. And Bharata then, after having worshipped his returned brother, made over to him with great pleasure the kingdom that had been in his hands as a sacred trust. And Vasishta and Vamadeva then together installed the Chiro in the sovereignty of Ayodhya, at the 8th Mewar to 105 of the day under the asterism called Ravana. And after his installation was over, Rama gave leave to well-pleased Sugriva, the king of the monkeys, along with all his followers, as also to rejoicing Vibhishana of Pulastia's race, to return to their respective abodes. And having worshipped them with various articles of enjoyment, and done everything that was suitable to the occasion, Rama dismissed those friends of his with a sorrowful heart. And the son of Rag then, having worshipped that Pushpaka chariot, joyfully gave it back unto Vaisravana. And then, assisted by the celestial rishi, Vasishta, Rama performed on the banks of the Gomati 10 horse sacrifices without obstruction of any kind and with treble presents unto Brahmanas. Section CCLXL. Markandeya said, "It was thus, O mighty armed one, that Rama of immeasurable energy had suffered of old such excessive calamity in consequence of his exile in the woods. O tiger among men, do not grieve, for, O chastiser of foes, thou art Kshatriyu. Thou too treadest in the path in which strength of arms is to be put forth, the path that leadeth to tangible rewards. Thou hast not even a particle of sin. Even the celestials with Indra at their head, and the Asuras have to tread in the path that is trod by thee. It was after such afflictions that the wielder of the thunderbolt, aided by the Maruts, slew Vritra, and the invincible Namachi and the Rakshasi of long tongue. He that hath assistance, always secureth the accomplishment of all his purposes. What is that which cannot be vanquished in battle by him that hath Dhananjaya for his brother? This Bhima, also, of terrible prowess, is the foremost of mighty persons. The heroic and youthful sons of Madravati again are mighty bowmen. With allies such as these, why dost thou despair, O chastiser of foes? These are capable of vanquishing the army of the wielder himself of the thunderbolt with the Maruts in the midst. Having these mighty bowmen of the celestial forms for thy allies, thou, O bull of Bharata race, art sure to conquer in battle all thy foes. Behold, this Krishna, the daughter of Drupada, forcibly abducted by the wicked-minded Saindava from pride of strength and energy, hath been brought back by these mighty warriors after achieving terrible feats. Behold, King Jayadratha was vanquished and lay powerless before thee. The princess of Ida was rescued with almost no allies by Rama after the slaughter in battle of the 10-necked Rakshasa of terrible prowess. Indeed, the allies of Rama in that contest were monkeys and black-faced bears, creatures that were not even human. Think of all this, O king, in thy mind. Therefore, O foremost of Kurus, grieve not for all that hath occurred, O bull of the Bharata race. Illustrious persons like thee never indulge in sorrow, O smiter of foes. Vaisampayana continued, it was thus that the king was comforted by Markandeya. And then that Hycilled one, casting off his sorrows, once more spoke unto Markandeya. Section Glixlai. Pativarata Mahatmya Pava. Yudhishthira said, O mighty sage, I do not so much grieve for myself or these my brothers or the loss of my kingdom as I do for this daughter of Drupada. When we were afflicted at the game of the dice by those wicked sooth ones, it was Krishna that delivered us. And she was forcibly carried off from the forest by Jayadratha. Hast thou even seen nor heard of any chaste and exalted lady that resembleth this daughter of Drupada? Markandeya said, Listen, O king, how the exalted merit of chaste ladies, O Yudhishthira, was completely obtained by a princess named Savitri. There was a king among the Madras, who was virtuous and highly pious. And he always ministered unto the Brahmanas, and was high-souled and firm in promise. And he was of subdued senses, and given to sacrifices. And he was the foremost of givers, and was able, and beloved by both the citizens and the rural population. And the name of that lord of earth was Aswarpati. And he was intent on the welfare of all beings. And that forgiving monarch, of truthful speech and subdued senses, was without issue. And when he got old, he was stricken with grief at this. And with the object of raising offspring, he observed rigid vows and began to live upon frugal fare, having recourse to the Brahmacharya mode of life, and restraining his senses. And that best of kings, daily, offering 10,000 oblations to the fire, recited mantras in honor of Savitri 106 and ate temperately at the 6th hour. And he passed 18 years, practicing such vows. Then, when the 18 years were full, Savitri was pleased with him. And O king, issuing with great delight, in embodied form, from the Agnihotra fire, the goddess showed herself to that king. And intent on conferring boons, she spoke these words unto the monarch, I have been gratified, O king, with thy Brahmacharya practices, thy purity and self-restraint and observance of vows, and all thy endeavours and veneration. Do thou, O mighty king, O Aswarpati, ask for the boon that thou desirest. Thou ought, however, by no means show any disregard for virtue. Thereat Aswarpati said, It is with the desire of attaining virtue that I have been engaged in this task. O goddess, may many sons be born unto me worthy of my race. If thou art pleased with me, O goddess, I ask for this boon. The twice-born ones have assured me that great merit lieth in having offspring. Savitri replied, O king, having already learnt this thy intention, I had spoken unto that lord, the grandsire, about thy sons. Through the favour granted by the self-create, there shall speedily be born unto thee on earth a daughter of great energy. It behoveth thee not to make any reply. Well pleased, I tell thee this at the command of the grandsire. Markandeya said, having accepted Savitri's words and saying, So be it. The king again gratified her and said, May this happen soon. On Savitri vanishing away, the monarch entered his own city. And that hero began to live in his kingdom, ruling his subjects righteously. And when some time had elapsed, that king, observant of vows, begat offspring on his eldest queen engaged in the practice of virtue. And then, O bull of the Brata race, the embryo in the womb of the princess of Malava increased like the lord of stars in the heavens during the lighted fortnight. And when the time came, she brought forth a daughter furnished with lotus-like eyes. And that best of monarchs joyfully performed the usual ceremonies on her behalf. And as she had been bestowed with delight by the goddess Savitri by virtue of the oblations offered in honor of that goddess, both her father and the Brahmanas named her Savitri. And the king's daughter grew like unto Sari herself in an embodied form. And in due time, that damsel attained her puberty. And beholding that graceful maiden of slender waist and ample hips, and resembling a golden image, people thought, I have received a goddess, and overpowered by her energy, none could wed that girl of eyes like lotus leaves, and possessed of a burning splendor. And it came to pass that once on the occasion of a parva, having fasted and bathed her head, she presented herself before the family deity and caused the brahmanas to offer oblations with due rites to the sacrificial fire. And taking the flowers that had been offered to the god, that lady, beautiful as Sri herself, went to her high soothsayer. And having reverenced the feet of her father and offering him the flowers she had brought, that maiden of exceeding grace, with joined hands, stood at the side of the king. And seeing his own daughter resembling a celestial damsel arrived at puberty, and unsought by people, the king became sad. And the king said, Daughter, the time for bestowing thee is come. Yet none asketh thee. Do thou, therefore, thyself seek for a husband equal to thee in qualities. That person who may be desired by thee should be notified to me. Do thou choose for thy husband as thou listest. I shall bestow thee with deliberation. Do thou, O auspicious one, listen to me as I tell thee the words which I heard recited by the twice-born ones. The father that doth not bestow his daughter cometh by disgrace, and the husband that knoweth not his wife in her season meeteth with disgrace. And the son that doth not protect his mother when her husband is dead, also suffereth disgrace. Hearing these words of mine, do thou engage thyself in search of a husband. Do thou act in such a way that we may not be censured by the gods. Markandeya said, having said these words to his daughter and his old counsellors, he instructed the attendants to follow her, saying, Come, go. Thereat, bashfully bowing down unto her father's feet, the meek maid went out without hesitation, in compliance with the words of her sire. And ascending a golden car, she went to the delightful asylum of the royal sages, accompanied by her father's aged counsellors. There, O son, worshipping the feet of the aged ones, she gradually began to roam over all the woods. Thus the king's daughter, distributing wealth in all sacred regions, ranged the various places belonging to the foremost of the twice-born ones. Section 6. Markandeya continued, on one occasion, O Bharata, when that king, the lord of the Madras, was seated with Narada in the midst of his court, engaged in conversation, Savitri, accompanied by the king's counsellors, came to her father's abode after having visited various sacred regions and asylums. And beholding her father seated with Narada, she worshipped the feet of both by bending down her head. And Narada then said, Whither had this thy daughter gone? And, O king, whence also doth she come? Why also dost thou not bestow her on a husband, now that she hath arrived at the age of puberty? Aswapati answered, saying, Surely it was on this very business that she had been sent, and she returneth now from her search. Do thou, O celestial sage, listen, even from her as to the husband she hath chosen herself. Markandeya continued, Then the blessed maid, commanded by her father with the words, relate everything in detail, regarded those words of her sire as if they were those of the god, and spoke unto him thus, There was, amongst the Salwas, a virtuous Kshatriya king known by the name of Dhumatsena. And it came to pass that in course of time he became blind. And that blind king, possessed of wisdom, had an only son. And it so happened that an old enemy dwelling in the vicinity, taking advantage of the king's mishap, deprived him of his kingdom. And thereupon the monarch, accompanied by his wife bearing a child on her breast, went into the woods. And having retired into the forests, he adopted great vows and began to practice ascetic austerities. And his son, born in the city, began to grow in the hermitage. That youth, fit to be my husband, I have accepted in my heart for my lord. At these words of hers, Narada said, Alas, O king, Savitri hath committed a great wrong, since, not knowing, she hath accepted for her lord this Satyavan of excellent qualities. His further speaketh the truth, and his mother also is truthful in her speech. And it is for this that the Brahmanas have named the son Satyavan. In his childhood he took great delight in horses, and used to make horses of clay. And he used also to draw pictures of horses. And for this that youth is sometimes called by the name of Chitraswa. The king then asked, and is Prince Satyavan, who is devoted to his father, endued with energy and intelligence and forgiveness and courage? Narada replied, saying, in energy Satyavan is like unto the sun, and in wisdom like unto Vrihaspati. And he is brave like unto the Lord of the Celestials, and forgiving like unto the earth herself. Aswarpati then said, and is the Prince Satyavan liberal in gifts and devoted to the Brahmanas? Is he handsome and magnanimous and lovely to behold? Narada said, in bestowal of gifts according to his power, the mighty son of Dhumatsana is like unto Socrates' son Rantideva. In truthfulness of speech and devotion unto Brahmanas, he is like Sivi, the son of Usnara. And he is magnanimous like Yayati, and beautiful like the moon. And in beauty of person he is like either of the twin Aswins. And with senses under control, he is meek, and brave, and truthful. And with passion in subjection he is devoted to his friends, and free from malice, and modest and patient. Indeed, briefly speaking, they that are possessed of great ascetic merit and are of exalted character say that he is always correct in his conduct, and that honour is firmly seated on his brow. Hearing this, Aswarpati said, O reverend sage, thou tellest me that he is possessed of every virtue. Do thou now tell me his defects, if, indeed, he hath any. Narada then said, he hath one only defect that hath overwhelmed all his virtues. That defect is incapable of being conquered by even the greatest efforts. He hath only one defect, and no other. Within a year from this day, Satyavan, endued with a short life, will cast off his body. Hearing these words of the sage, the king said, Come, O Savitri, go thou and choose another for thy lord, O beautiful damsel. That one great defect in this youth existeth, covering all his merits. The illustrious Narada, honoured by even the gods, saith that Satyavan will have to cast off his body within the year, his days being numbered. At these words of her father, Savitri said, the death can fall but once, a daughter can be given away but one, and once only can a person say, I give away. These three things can take place only once. Indeed, with a life short or long, possessed of virtues or bereft of them, I have, for once, selected my husband. Twice I shall not select. Having first settled a thing mentally, it is expressed in words, and then it is carried out into practice. Of this my mind is an example. Narada then said, O best of men, the heart of thy daughter Savitri wavereth not. It is not possible by any means to make her swerve from this path of virtue. In no other person are those virtues that dwell in Satyavan. The bestowal of thy daughter, therefore, is approved by me. The king said, What thou hast said, O illustrious one, should never be disobeyed, for thy words are true. And I shall act as thou hast said, since thou art my preceptor. Narada said, May the bestowal of thy daughter Savitri be attended with peace. I shall now depart. Blessed be all of ye. Markandeya continued, having said this, Narada rose up into the sky and went to heaven. On the other hand, the king began to make preparations for his daughter's wedding. Section 6. Markandeya said, having pondered over these words of Narada about his daughter's marriage, the king began to make arrangements about the nuptials. And summoning all the old Brahmanas and Ritwajas together with the priests, he set out with his daughter on an auspicious day. And arriving at the asylum of Dhumatsana in the sacred forest, the king approached the royal sage on foot, accompanied by the twice-born ones. And there he beheld the blind monarch of great wisdom seated on the cushion of the cusa grass spread under a salad tree. And after duly reverencing the royal sage, the king in an humble speech introduced himself. Thereupon, offering him the argyle, a seat, and a cow, the monarch asked his royal guest, "Wherefore is this visit?" Thus addressed the king disclosed everything about his intentions and purpose with reference to Satyavin. And as were party said, "O royal sage, this beautiful girl is my daughter named Savitri. O thou versed in morality, do thou, agreeably to the customs of our order, take her from me as thy daughter-in-law." Hearing these words, Dumatsana said, "Deprived of kingdom, and taking up our abode in the woods, we are engaged in the practice of virtue as ascetics with regulated lives. Unworthy of a forest life, how will thy daughter, living in the sylvan asylum, bear this hardship?" As were party said, "When my daughter knoweth, as well as myself, that happiness and misery come and go, without either being stationary, such words as these are not fit to be used towards one like me. O king, I have come hither, having made up my mind. I have bowed to thee from friendship. It behoveth thee not, therefore, to destroy my hope. It behoveth thee not, also, to disregard me who, moved by love, have come to thee. Thou art my equal and fit for an alliance with me, as indeed I am thy equal and fit for alliance with thee. Do thou, therefore, accept my daughter for thy daughter-in-law and the wife of the good Satyavin." Hearing these words, Dumatsana said, "Formerly I had desired an alliance with thee, but I hesitated, being subsequently deprived of my kingdom. Let this wish, therefore, that I had formerly entertained, be accomplished this very day. Thou art, indeed, a welcome guest to me." Then summoning all the twice-born ones residing in the hermitages of that forest, the two kings caused the union to take place with due rites. And having bestowed his daughter with suitable robes and ornaments, as were party went back to his abode in great joy. And Satyavin, having obtained a wife possessed of every accomplishment, became highly glad, while she also rejoiced exceedingly upon having gained the husband after her own heart. And when her father had departed, she put off all her ornaments, and clad herself in barks and cloths dyed in red. And by her services and virtues, her tenderness and self-denial, and by her agreeable offices unto all, she pleased everybody. And she gratified her mother-in-law by attending to her person and by covering her with robes and ornaments. And she gratified her father-in-law by worshipping him as a god and controlling her speech. And she pleased her husband by her honeyed speeches, her skill in every kind of work, the evenness of her temper, and by the indications of her love in private. And thus, O Bharata, living in the asylum of those pious dwellers of the forest, they continued for some time to practice ascetic austerities. But the words spoken by Narada were present night and day in the mind of the sorrowful Savitri. Section Glixlif. Markandeya said, "At length, O king, after a long time had passed away, the hour that had been appointed for the death of Satyavin arrived. And as the words that had been spoken by Narada were ever present in the mind of Savitri, she had counted the days as they passed. And having ascertained that her husband would die on the 4th day following, the damsel fasted day and night, observing the Charitra vow. And hearing of her vow, the king became exceedingly sorrow, and rising up soothed Savitri and said these words, "This vow that thou hast begun to observe, O daughter of a king, is exceedingly hard, for it is extremely difficult to fast for 3 nights together." And hearing these words, Savitri said, "Thou needest not be sorry, O father. This vow I shall be able to observe. I have for certain undertaken this task with perseverance, and perseverance is the cause of the successful observance of vows." And having listened to her, Dumatsana said, I can by no means say unto thee, do thou break thy vow. One like me should, on the contrary, say, do thou complete thy vow. And having said this to her, the high-minded Dumatsina stopped. And Savitri, continuing to fast, began to look lean, like a wooden doll. And, O bull of the Brata race, thinking that her husband would die on the morrow, the woe-stricken Savitri, observing a fast, spent that night in extreme anguish. And when the sun had risen about a couple of hands, Savitri, thinking within herself, today is that day, finished her morning rites, and offered oblations to the flaming fire. And bowing down unto the aged Brahmanas, and her father-in-law, and mother-in-law, she stood before them with joined hands, concentrating her senses. And for the welfare of Savitri, all the ascetics dwelling in that hermitage uttered the auspicious benediction that she should never suffer widowhood. And Savitri, immersed in contemplation, accepted those words of the ascetics, mentally saying, so be it! And the king's daughter, reflecting on those words of Narada, remained, expecting the hour and the moment. Then, O best of the Bratas, well pleased, her father-in-law and mother-in-law said these words unto the princess seated in a corner, thou hast completed the vow as prescribed. The time for thy meal hath now arrived, therefore, do thou what is proper. Thereat Savitri said, now that I have completed the purposed vow, I will eat when the sun goes down. Even this is my heart's resolve, and this my vow. Markandeya continued, and when Savitri had spoken thus about her meal, Satyavan, taking his axe upon his shoulders, set out for the woods. And at this, Savitri said unto her husband, it behoveth thee not to go alone. I will accompany thee. I cannot bear to be separated from thee. Hearing these words of hers, Satyavan said, thou hast never before repaired to the forest. And, O lady, the forest paths are hard to pass. Besides, thou hast been reduced by fast on account of thy vow. How wouldst thou, therefore, be able to walk on foot? Thus addressed, Savitri said, I do not feel languor because of the fast, nor do I feel exhaustion. And I have made up my mind to go. It behoveth thee not, therefore, to prevent me. At this, Satyavan said, if thou desirest to go, I will gratify that desire of thine. Do thou, however, take the permission of my parents, so that I may be guilty of no fault. Markandeya continued, thus addressed by her lord, Savitri of high vows saluted her father-in-law and mother-in-law and addressed them, saying, this my husband goeth to the forest for procuring fruits. Permitted by my revered lady mother and father-in-law, I will accompany him. For today I cannot bear to be separated from him. Thy son goeth out for the sake of the sacrificial fire and for his reverend superiors. He ought not, therefore, to be dissuaded. Indeed, he could be dissuaded if he went into the forest on any other errand. Do ye not prevent me. I will go into the forest with him. It is a little less than a year that I have not gone out of the asylum. Indeed, I am extremely desirous of beholding the blossoming woods. Hearing these words, Dumatsina said, since Savitri hath been bestowed by her father as my daughter-in-law, I do not remember that she hath ever spoken any words couching the request. Let my daughter-in-law, therefore, have her will in this matter. Do thou, however, O daughter, act in such a way that Satyavan's work may not be neglected. Markandeya continued, having received the permission of both, the illustrious Savitri departed with her lord, in seeming smiles although her heart was racked with grief. And that lady of large eyes went on, beholding picturesque and delightful woods inhabited by swarms of peacocks. And Satyavan sweetly said unto Savitri, behold these rivers of sacred currents and these excellent trees decked with flowers. But the faultless Savitri continued to watch her lord in all his moods, and recollecting the words of the celestial sage, she considered her husband as already dead, and with heart cleft in twain, that damsel, replying to her lord, softly followed him expecting that hour. Section CCLXRV. Markandeya said, the powerful Satyavan then, accompanied by his wife, plucked fruits and filled his wallet with them, and he then began to fell branches of trees, and as he was hewing them, he began to perspire, and in consequence of that exercise his head began to ache, and afflicted with toil, he approached his beloved wife, and addressed her, saying, O Savitri, owing to this hard exercise my head acheth, and all my limbs and my heart also are afflicted sorely. O thou of restrained speech, I think myself unwell, I feel as if my head is being pierced with numerous darts. Therefore, O auspicious lady, I wish to sleep, for I have not the power to stand. Hearing these words, Savitri, quickly advancing, approached her husband, and sat down upon the ground, placing his head upon her lap. And that helpless lady, thinking of Narada words, began to calculate their appointed division of the day, the hour, and the moment. The next moment she saw a person clad in red attire with his head decked with a diadem, and his body was of large proportions and effulgent as the sunday, and he was of a darkish hue, had red eyes, carried a noose in his hand, and was dreadful to behold. And he was standing beside Satyavan and was steadfastly gazing at him. And seeing him, Savitri gently placed her husband's head on the ground, and rising suddenly, with a trembling heart, spake these words in distressful accents, seeing this thy superhuman form, I take thee to be a deity. If thou will, tell me, O chief of the gods, who thou art and what also thou intendest to do. Thereat, Yama replied, O Savitri, thou art ever devoted to thy husband, and thou art also endued with ascetic merit. It is for this reason that I hold converse with thee. Do thou, O auspicious one, know me for Yama. This thy lord Satyavan, the son of a king, hath his days run out. I shall, therefore, take him away binding him in this noose. Know this to be my errand. At these words Savitri said, I had heard that thy emissaries come to take away mortals, O worshipful one. Why then, O Lord, hast thou come in person? Markandeya continued, thus addressed by her, the illustrious lord of Bytras, with a view to oblige her, began to unfold to her truly all about his intentions. And Yama said, this prince is endued with virtues and beauty of person, and is a sea of accomplishments. He deserveth not to be borne away by my emissaries. Therefore is it that I have come personally. Saying this, Yama by main force pulled out of the body of Satyavan, a person of the measure of the thumb, bound in noose and completely under subjection. And when Satyavan's life had thus been taken out, the body, deprived of breath, and shorn of lustre, and destitute of motion, became unsightly to behold. And binding Satyavan's vital essence, Yama proceeded in a southerly direction. Thereupon, with heart overwhelmed in grief, the exalted Savitri, ever devoted to her lord and crowned with success in respect of her vows, began to follow Yama. And at this, Yama said, desist, O Savitri. Go back, and perform the funeral obsequies of thy lord. Thou art freed from all thy obligations to thy lord. Thou hast come as far as it is possible to come. Savitri replied, whither my husband is being carried, or whither he goeth of his own accord, I will follow him thither. This is the eternal custom. By virtue of my asceticism, of my regard for my superiors, of my affection for my lord, of my observance of vows, as well as of thy favour, my course is unimpeded. It hath been declared by wise men endued with true knowledge that by walking only 7 paces with another, one contracteth a friendship with one's companion. Keeping that friendship, which I have contracted with thee, in view, I shall speak to thee something. Do thou listen to it. They that have not their souls under control, acquire not merit by leading the four successive modes of life, viz. Celibacy with study, domesticity, retirement into the woods, and renunciation of the world. That which is called religious merit is said to consist of true knowledge. The wise, therefore, have declared religious merit to be the foremost of all things, and not the passage through the four successive modes. By practicing the duties of even one of these four modes agreeable to the directions of the wise, we have attained to true merit, and, therefore, we do not desire the second or the third mode, viz. Celibacy with study or renunciation. It is for this again that the wise have declared religious merit to be the foremost of all things. Hearing these words of hers, Yama said, "Do thou desist? I have been pleased with these words of thine couched in proper letters and accents, and based on reason. Do thou ask for a boon. Accept the life of thy husband, O thou of the faultless features. I will bestow on thee any boon that thou mayst solicit." Hearing these words, Savitri said, "Deprived of his kingdom and bereft also of sight, my father-in-law leadeth a life of retirement in our sylvan asylum. Let that king through thy favour retain his eyesight, and become strong like either the fire or the sun." Yama said, "O thou of the faultless features, I grant thee this boon. It will even be as thou hast said. It seems that thou art fatigued with thy journey. Do thou desist, therefore, and return. Suffer not thyself to be weary any longer." Savitri said, "What weariness can I feel in the presence of my husband? The lot that is my husband's is certainly mine also. Whither thou carriest my husband, thither will I also repair. O chief of the celestials, do thou again listen to me. Even a single interview with the pious is highly desirable. Friendship with them is still more so. An intercourse with the virtuous can never be fruitless. Therefore, one should live in the company of the righteous." Yama said, "These words that thou hast spoken, so fraught with useful instruction, delight the heart and enhance the wisdom of even the learned. Therefore, O lady, solicit thou a second boon. Accept the life of Satyavan." Savitri said, "Some time before, my wise and intelligent father-in-law was deprived of his kingdom. May that monarch regain his kingdom, and may that superior of mine never renounce his duties. Even this is the second boon that I solicit." Then Yama said, "The king shall soon regain his kingdom, nor shall he ever fall off from his duties. Thus, O daughter of the king, have I fulfilled thy desire. Do thou now desist. Return. Do not take any future trouble." Savitri said, "Thou hast restrained all creatures by thy decrees, and it is by thy decrees that thou takest them away, not according to thy will. Therefore it is, O God, O Divine One, that people call thee Yama. Do thou listen to the words that I say. The eternal duty of the good towards all creatures is never to injure them in thought, word, and deed, but to bear them love and give them their due. As regards this world, everything here is like this husband of mine. Men are destitute of both devotion and skill. The good, however, show mercy to even their foes when these seek their protection." Yama said, "As water to the thirsty soul, so are these words uttered by thee to me. Therefore, do thou, O fair lady, if thou will, once again ask for any boon except Salyavana's life." At these words Savitri replied, "That Lord of Earth, my father, is without sons. That he may have 100 sons begotten of his loins, so that his line may be perpetuated, is the third boon I would ask of thee." Yama said, "Thy sire, O auspicious lady, shall obtain 100 illustrious sons, who will perpetuate and increase their father's race. Now, O daughter of a king, thou hast obtained thy wish. Do thou desist. Thou hast come far enough." Savitri said, "Staying by the side of my husband, I am not conscious of the length of the way I have walked. Indeed, my mind rusheth to yet a longer way of. Do thou again As thou goest on, listen to the words that I will presently utter. Thou art the powerful son of Vivaswat. It is for this that thou art called Vivaswat by the wise. And, O Lord, since thou dealest out equal law unto all created things, thou hast been designated the Lord of justice. One reposeth not, even in one's own self, the confidence that one doth in the righteous. Therefore, every one wisheth particularly for intimacy with the righteous. It is goodness of heart alone that inspireth the confidence of all creatures. And it is for this that people rely particularly on the righteous. And hearing these words, Yama said, The words that thou utterest, O fair lady, I have not heard from any one save thee. I am highly pleased with this speech of thine. Accept the life of Satyavan, solicit thou, therefore, a fourth boon, and then go thy way. Savitri then said, Both of me and Satyavan's loins, begotten by both of us, let there be a century of sons possessed of strength and prowess and capable of perpetuating a race. Even this is the fourth boon that I would beg of thee. Hearing these words of hers, Yama replied, Thou shalt, O lady, obtain a century of sons, possessed of strength and prowess, and causing thee great delight, O daughter of a king. Let no more weariness be thine. Do thou desist. Thou hast already come too far. Thus addressed, Savitri said, They that are righteous always practice eternal morality, and the communion of the pious with the pious is never fruitless. Nor is there any danger to the pious from those that are pious. And verily it is the righteous who by their truth make the sun move in the heaven. And it is the righteous that support the earth by their austerities. And, O king, it is the righteous upon whom both the past and the future depend. Therefore, they that are righteous are never cheerless in the company of the righteous. Knowing this to be the eternal practice of the good and righteous, they that are righteous continue to do good to others without expecting any benefit in return. A good office is never thrown away on the good and virtuous. Neither interest nor dignity suffereth any injury by such an act. And since such conduct ever adheres to the righteous often become the protectors of all. Hearing these words of hers, Yama replied, The more thou utterest such speeches that are pregnant with great import, full of honeyed phrases, instinct with morality, and agreeable to mind, the more is the respect that I feel for thee. O thou that art so devoted to thy Lord, ask for some incomparable boon. Thus addressed, Savitri said, O bestower of honours, the boon thou hast already given me is incapable of accomplishment without union with my husband. Therefore, among other boons, I ask for this, may this Satyavan be restored to life. Deprived of my husband, I am as one dead. Without my husband, I do not wish for happiness. Without my husband, I do not wish for heaven itself. Without my husband, I do not wish for prosperity. Without my husband, I cannot make up my mind to live. Thou thyself hast bestowed on me the boon, namely, of a century of sons, yet thou takest away my husband. I ask for this boon. May Satyavan be restored to life, for by that thy words will be made true. Markandeya continued, thereupon saying, So be it, Vivaswat's son, Yama, the dispenser of justice, untied his noose, and with cheerful heart said these words to Savitri, Thus, O auspicious and chaste lady, is thy husband fled by me. Thou wilt be able to take him back free from disease, and he will attain to success. And along with thee, he will attain a life of 400 years. And celebrating sacrifices with due rites, he will achieve great fame in this world. And upon these Satyavan will also beget a century of sons. And these Kshatriyas with their sons and grandsons will all be kings, and will always be famous in connection with thy name. And thy father also will beget 100 sons on thy mother Malavi. And under the name of the Malavas, thy Kshatriya brothers, resembling the celestials, will be widely known along with their sons and daughters. And having bestowed these boons on Savitri and having thus made her desist, Yama departed for his abode. Savitri, after Yama had gone away, went back to the spot where her husband's ash-coloured corpse lay, and seeing her lord on the ground, she approached him, and taking hold of him, she placed his head on her lap and herself sat down on the ground. Then Satyavan regained his consciousness, and affectionately eyeing Savitri again and again, like one come home after a sojourn in a strange land, he addressed her thus: "Alas, I have slept long. Wherefore didst thou not awake me? And where is that same sable person that was dragging me away?" At these words of his, Savitri said, "Thou hast, O bull among men, slept long on my lap." That restrainer of creatures, the worshipful Yama, had gone away. "Thou art refreshed, O blessed one, and sleep hath forsaken thee, O son of a king. If thou art able, raise thou up. Behold, the night is deep." Markandeya continued, having regained consciousness, Satyavan rose up like one who had enjoyed a sweet sleep, and seeing every side covered with woods, said, "O girl of slender waist, I came with thee for procuring fruits. Then while I was cutting wood I felt a pain in my head, and on account of that intense pain about my head I was unable to stand for any length of time, and, therefore, I lay on thy lap and slept. All this, O auspicious lady, I remember. Then, as thou didst embrace me, sleep stole away my senses. I then saw that it was dark all around. In the midst of it I saw a person of exceeding effulgence. If thou knowest everything, do thou then, O girl of slender waist, tell me whether what I saw was only a dream or a reality." Thereupon, Savitri addressed him, saying, "The night deepens. I shall, O prince, relate everything unto thee on the morrow. Arise, arise, may good betide thee. And, O thou of excellent vows, come and behold thy parents. The sun hath set a long while ago and the night deepens. Those rangers of the night, having frightful voices, are walking about in glee. And sounds are heard, proceeding from the denizens of the forest dreading through the woods. These terrible shrieks of jackals that are issuing from the south and the east make my heart tremble, in fear." Satyavan then said, "Covered with deep darkness, their wilderness hath worn a dreadful aspect. Thou wilt, therefore, not be able to discern the tract, and consequently wilt not be able to go." Then Savitri replied, "In consequence of a conflagration having taken place in the forest today, a withered tree standeth aflame, and the flames being stirred by the wind are discerned now and then. I shall fetch some fire and light these faggots around. Do thou dispel all anxiety. I will do all this, if thou darest not go, for I find thee unwell. Nor wilt thou be able to discover the way through this forest enveloped in darkness. Tomorrow when the woods become visible, we will go hence, if thou please. If, O sinless one, it is thy wish, we shall pass this night even here." At these words of hers, Satyavan replied, "The pain in my head is off, and I feel well in my limbs. With thy favour I wish to behold my father and mother. Never before did I return to the hermitage after the proper time had passed away. Even before it is twilight my mother confineth me within the asylum. Even when I come out during the day, my parents become anxious on my account, and my father searcheth for me, together with all the inhabitants of the sylvan asylums. Before this, moved by deep grief, my father and mother had rebuked me many times and often, saying, Thou comest having tarried long. I am thinking of the pass they have today come to on my account, for, surely, great grief will be theirs when they miss me. One night before this, the old couple, who love me dearly, wept from deep sorrow and said unto me, Deprived of thee, O son, we cannot live for even a moment. As long as thou livest, so long, surely, we also will live. Thou art the crutch of these blind ones, on thee doth perpetuity of our race depend. On thee also depend our funeral cake, our fame and our descendants. My mother is old, and my father also is so. I am surely the crutch. If they see me not in the night, what, oh, will be their plight? I hate that slumber of mine for the sake of which my unoffending mother and my father have both been in trouble, and I myself also am placed in such rending distress. Without my father and mother, I cannot bear to live. It is certain that by this time my blind father, his mind disconsolate with grief, is asking every one of the inhabitants of the hermitage about me. I do not, O fair girl, grieve so much for myself as I do for my sire, and for my weak mother ever obedient to her lord. Surely, they will be afflicted with extreme anguish on account of me. I hold my life so long as they live, and I know that they should be maintained by me, and that I should do only what is agreeable to them. Markandeya continued, having said this, that virtuous youth who loved and revered his parents, afflicted with grief, held up his arms and began to lament in accents of woe. And seeing her lord overwhelmed with sorrow, the virtuous Savitri wiped away the tears from his eyes and said, If I have observed austerities, and have given away in charity, and have performed sacrifice, may this night be for the good of my father-in-law, mother-in-law and husband. I do not remember having told a single falsehood, even in jest. Let my father-in-law and mother-in-law hold their lives by virtue of the truth. Satyavan said, I long for the sight of my father and mother. Therefore, O Savitri, proceed without delay. O beautiful damsel, I swear by my own self that if I find any evil to have befallen my father and mother, I will not live. If thou hast any regard for virtue, if thou wishest me to live, if it is thy duty to do what is agreeable to me, proceed thou to the hermitage. The beautiful Savitri then rose, and tying up her hair, raised her husband in her arms. And Satyavan, having risen, rubbed his limbs with his hands. And as he surveyed all around, his eyes fell upon his wallet. Then Savitri said unto him, Tomorrow thou mayst gather fruits, and I shall carry thy axe for thy ease. Then hanging up the wallet upon the bough of a tree, and taking up the axe, she reapproached her husband. And that lady of beautiful thighs, placing her husband's left arm upon her left shoulder, and embracing him with her right arms, proceeded with elephantic gait. Then Satyavan said, O timid one, by virtue of habit, the forest paths are known to me. And further, by the light of the moon between the trees, I can see them. We have now reached the same path that we took in the morning for gathering fruits. Do thou, O auspicious one, proceed by the way that we had come. Thou needest not any longer feel dubious about our path. Near that tract overgrown with palliser tree, the way diverges into two. Do thou proceed along the path that lies to the north of it. I am now well and have got back my strength. I long to see my father and mother. Saying this, Satyavan hastily proceeded towards the hermitage. Section Gluksalvi. Markandeya said, Meanwhile the mighty Duryodhana, having regained his sight, could see everything. And when his vision grew clear, he saw everything around him. And, O bull of the Bharata race, proceeding with his wife Saviour to all the neighbouring asylums in search of his son, he became extremely distressed on his account. And that night the old couple went about searching in asylums, and rivers, and woods, and floods. And whenever they heard any sound, they stood raising their heads, anxiously thinking that their son was coming, and said, O yonder cometh Satyavan with Savitri. And they rushed hither and thither like maniacs, their feet torn, cracked, wounded, and bleeding, pierced with thorns and closer blades. Then all the Brahmanas dwelling in that hermitage came unto them, and surrounding them on all sides, comforted them, and brought them back to their own asylum. And the Dumatsana, with his wife surrounded by aged ascetics, was entertained with stories of monarchs of former times. And although that old couple, desirous of seeing their son, was comforted, yet recollecting the youthful days of their son, they became exceedingly sorry. And afflicted with grief, they began to lament in piteous accents, saying, Alas, O son! Alas, O chaste daughter-in-law! Where are you? Then a truthful Brahmana of the name of Shivakas spake unto them, saying, considering the austerities, self-restraint, and behaviour of his wife Savitri, there can be no doubt that Satyavan liveth. And Gautama said, I have studied all the Vedas with their branches, and I have acquired great ascetic merit, and I have led a celibate existence, practicing also the Brahmacharya mode of life. I have gratified Agni and my superiors. With rapt soul I have also observed all the vows, and I have, according to the ordinance, frequently lived upon air alone. By virtue of this ascetic merit, I am cognizant of all the doings of others. Therefore, do thou take it for certain that Satyavan liveth. Thereupon his disciple said, The words that have fallen from the lips of my preceptor can never be false. Therefore, Satyavan surely liveth. And the Rishi said, considering the auspicious marks that his wife Savitri beareth, and all of which indicate immunity from widowhood, there can be no doubt that Satyavan liveth. And Varadwara said, having regard to the ascetic merit, self-restraint, and conduct of his wife Savitri, there can be no doubt that Satyavan liveth. And Dalbhaya said, since thou hast regained thy sight, and since Savitri hath gone away after completion of the vow, without taking any food, there can be no doubt that Satyavan liveth. And Apastamba said, from the manner in which the voices of birds and wild animals are being heard through the stillness of the atmosphere on all sides, and from the fact also of thy having regained the use of thy eyes, indicating thy usefulness for earthly purposes once more, there can be no doubt that Satyavan liveth. And Dharma said, as thy son is graced with every virtue, and as he is the beloved of all, and as he is possessed of marks betokening a long life, there can be no doubt that Satyavan liveth. Markandeya continued, thus cheered by those ascetics of truthful speech, Dumatsana, pondering over those points, attained a little ease. A little while after, Savitri with her husband Satyavan reached the hermitage during the night and entered it with a glad heart. The Brahmanas then said, beholding this meeting with thy son, and thy restoration to eyesight, we all wish thee well, O Lord of earth. Thy meeting with thy son, the sight of thy daughter-in-law, and thy restoration to sight, constitute a threefold prosperity which thou hast gained. What we all have said must come to pass, there can be no doubt of this. Henceforth thou shalt rapidly grow in prosperity. Then, O Pritha's son, the twice-born ones lighted a fire and sat themselves down before King Dumatsana, and Saviour, and Satyavan, and Savitri, who stood apart, their hearts free from grief, sat down with the permission of them all. Then, O Patha, seated with the monarch, those dwellers of the woods, actuated by curiosity, asked the king's son, saying, why didst thou not, O illustrious one, come back earlier with thy wife? Why hast thou come so late in the night? What obstacle prevented thee? We do not know, O son of a king, why thou hast caused such alarm to us, and to thy father and mother. It behoveth thee to tell us all about this. Thereupon, Satyavan said, with the permission of my father, I went to the woods with Savitri. There, as I was hewing wood in the forest, I felt a pain in my head, and in consequence of the pain, I fell into a deep sleep. This is all that I remember. I had never slept so long before. I have come so late at night, in order that ye might not grieve on my account. There is no other reason for this. Gautama then said, Thou knowest not then the cause of thy father's sudden restoration to sight. It, therefore, behoveth Savitri to relate it. I wish to hear it from thee, for surely thou art conversant with the mysteries of good and evil. And, O Savitri, I know thee to be like the goddess Savitri herself in splendor. Thou must know the cause of this. Therefore, do thou relate it truly. If it should not be kept a secret, do thou unfold it unto us. At these words of Gautama, Savitri said, It is as ye surmise. Your desire shall surely not be unfulfilled. I have no secret to keep. Listen to the truth then. The high-souled Narada had predicted the death of my husband. Today was the appointed time. I could not, therefore, bear to be separated from my husband's company. And after he had fallen asleep, Yama, accompanied by his messengers, presented himself before him, and tying him, began to take him away towards the region inhabited by the Pythras. Thereupon I began to praise that august God, with truthful words. And he granted me 5 boons, of which do ye hear from me. For my father-in-law I have obtained these 2 boons, viz., his restoration to sight as also to his kingdom. My father also hath obtained 100 sons. And I myself have obtained 100 sons. And my husband Satyavan hath obtained a life of 400 years. It was for the sake of my husband's life that I had observed that vow. Thus have I narrated unto you in detail the cause by which this mighty misfortune of mine was afterwards turned into happiness. The rishis said, O chaste lady of excellent disposition, observant of vows and endued with virtue, and sprung from an illustrious line, by thee hath the race of this foremost of kings, which was overwhelmed with calamities, and was sinking in an ocean of darkness, been rescued. Markandeya continued, then having applauded and reverenced that best of women, those rishis there assembled bade farewell to that foremost of kings as well as to his son. And having saluted them thus, they speedily went, in peace with cheerful hearts, to their respective abodes. Section Klikslavyi. Markandeya continued, when the night had passed away, and the solar orb had risen, those ascetics, having performed their morning rites, assembled together. And although those mighty sages again and again spake unto Duryodhana of the high fortune of Savitri, yet they were never satisfied. And it so happened, O king, that there came to that hermitage a large body of people from Salwa. And they brought tidings of the enemy of Duryodhana having been slain by his own minister. And they related unto him all that had happened, viz., how having heard that the usurper had been slain with all his friends and allies by his minister, his troops had all fled, and how all the subjects had become unanimous, on behalf of their legitimate king, saying, whether possessed of sight or not, even he shall be our king. And they said, we have been sent to thee in consequence of that resolve. This car of thine, and this army also consisting of 4 kinds of forces, have arrived for thee. Good betide thee, O king. Do thou come. Thou hast been proclaimed in the city. Do thou forever occupy the station belonging to thy father and grandfather. And beholding the king possessed of sight and able-bodied, they bowed down their heads, their eyes expanded with wonder. Then having worshipped those old and Brahmanas dwelling in the hermitage and honoured by them in return, the king set out for his city. And surrounded by the soldiers, Saviour also accompanied by Savitri, went in a vehicle furnished with shining sheets and borne on the shoulders of men. Then the priests with joyful hearts installed Duryodhana on the throne with his high-souled son as prince regent. And after the lapse of a long time, Savitri gave birth to a century of sons, all warlike and unretreating from battle, and enhancing the fame of Salwa's race. And she also had a century of highly powerful uterine brothers born unto Iswar Party, the lord of the Madras, by Malavi. Thus, O son of Pritha, did Savitri raise from pitiable plight to high fortune herself, and her father and mother, her father-in-law and mother-in-law, as also the race of her husband. And like that gentle lady Savitri, the auspicious daughter of Drupada, endued with excellent character, will rescue you all. Vaisampayana said, thus exhorted by that high sage, the son of Pandu, O king, with his mind free from anxiety, continued to live in the forest of Kamyaka. The man that listeneth with reverence to the excellent story of Savitri, attaineth to happiness and success in everything, and never meeteth with misery. Section Klikslavai. Janamjaya said, what, O Brahmana, was that great fear entertained by Yudhishthira in respect of Karna, for which Lomasa had conveyed to the son of Pandu a message of deep import from Indra in these words, that intense fear of thine which thou dost never express to anyone, I will remove after Dhananjaya goeth from hence. And, O best of ascetics, why was it that the virtuous Yudhishthira never expressed it to anyone? Vaisampayana said, as thou askest me, O tiger among kings, I will relate that history unto thee. Do thou listen to my words, O best of the Bharatas. After 12 years of their exile had passed away and the 13th year had set in, Sakra, ever friendly to the sons of Pandu, resolved to beg of Karna his earrings. And, O mighty monarch, ascertaining this intention of the great chief of the celestials about Karna's earrings, Surya, having effulgence for his wealth, went unto Karna. And, O foremost of kings, while that hero devoted to the Brahmanas and truthful in speech was lying down at night at his ease on a rich bed overlaid with a costly sheet, the effulgent deity, filled with kindness and affection for his son, showed himself, O Bharata, unto him in his dreams. And assuming from ascetic power the form of a handsome Brahmana versed in the Vedas, Surya sweetly said unto Karna these words for his benefit, O son, do thou, O Karna, listen to these words of mine, O thou foremost of truthful persons. O mighty armed one, I tell thee today from affection, what is for thy great good, with the object, O Karna, of obtaining thy earrings. Sakra, moved by the desire of benefiting the sons of Pandu, will come unto thee, disguised as a Brahmana. He, as well as all the world, knoweth thy character, viz., that when solicited by pious people, thou givest away but never takest in gift. Thou, O son, givest unto Brahmanas wealth or any other thing that is asked of thee, and never refusest anything to anybody. Knowing thee to be such, the subduer himself of Parka will come to beg of thee thy earrings and coat of mail. When he beggeth the earrings of thee, it behoveth thee not to give them away, but to gratify him with sweet speeches to the best of thy power. Even this is for thy supreme good. While asking thee for the earrings, thou shalt, with various reasons, repeatedly refuse Purandara, who is desirous of obtaining them, offering him, instead, various other kinds of wealth, such as gems and women and kine, and citing various precedents. If thou, O Kama, givest away thy beautiful earrings born with thee, thy life being shortened, thou wilt meet with death. Arrayed in thy mail and earrings, thou wilt, O bestower of honours, be incapable of being slain by foes in battle. Do thou lay to heart these words of mine. Both these jewelled ornaments have sprung from Amrita. Therefore, they should be preserved by thee, if thy life is at all dear to thee. Hearing these words, Kama said, Who art thou that tellest me so, showing me such kindness? If it pleaseth thee, tell me, O illustrious one, who thou art in the guise of a Brahmana! The Brahmana thereupon said, O son, I am he of 1,000 rays. Out of affection, I point out to thee the path. Act thou according to my words, as it is for thy great good to do so. Kama replied, Surely, this itself is highly fortunate for me that the God himself of splendor addresses me today, seeking my welfare. Listen, however, to these words of mine. May it please thee, O bestower of boons, it is only from affection that I tell thee this. If I am dear to thee, I should not be dissuaded from the observance of my vow. O thou that art possessed of the wealth of effulgence, the whole world knoweth this to be my vow that, of a verity, I am prepared to give away life itself unto superior Brahmanas. If, O best of all rangers of the sky, Sakra cometh to me, disguised as a Brahmana, to beg for the benefit of the sons of Pandu, I will, O chief of the celestials, give him the earrings and the excellent mail, so that my fame which hath spread over the 3 worlds may not suffer any diminution. For persons like us, it is not fit to save life by a blameworthy act. On the contrary, it is even proper for us to meet death with the approbation of the world and under circumstances bringing fame. Therefore, will I bestow upon Indra the earrings with my coat of mail. If the slayer himself of valor and Vritra cometh to ask for the earrings for the benefit of the sons of Pandu, that will conduce to my fame, leading at the same time to his infamy. O thou possessed of splendor, I wish for fame in this world, even if it is to be purchased with life itself, for they that have fame enjoy the celestial regions, while they that are destitute of it are lost. Fame keepeth people alive in this world even like a mother, while infamy killeth men even though they may move about with bodies undestroyed. O Lord of the worlds, O thou possessed of the wealth of effulgence, that fame is the life of men is evidenced by an ancient sloka sung by the Creator himself, in the next world it is fame that is the chief support of a person, while in this world pure fame lengthens life. Therefore, by giving away my earrings and mail with both of which I was born, I will win eternal fame. And by duly giving away the same to Brahmanas according to the ordinance, by offering up my body, as a gift to the gods, in the sacrifice of war, by achieving feats difficult of performance, and by conquering my foes in fight, I will acquire nothing but renown. And by dispelling on the field of battle the fears of the affrighted that may beg for their lives, and relieving old men and boys and Brahmanas from terror and anxiety, I will win excellent fame and the highest heaven. My fame is to be protected with the sacrifice of even my life. Even this, know thou, is my vow. By giving away such a valuable gift to Maghavan disguised as a Brahmana, I will, O God, acquire in this world the most exalted state. Section Glixlix. Surya said, Never do, O Kana, anything that is harmful to thyself and thy friends, thy sons, thy wives, thy father, and thy mother, O thou best of those that bear life. People desire renown in this world, and lasting fame in heaven, without wishing to sacrifice their bodies. But as thou desirest undying fame at the expense of thy life, she will, without doubt, snatch away thy life. O bull among men, in this world, the father, the mother, the son, and other relatives are of use only to him that is alive. O tiger among men, as regard kings, it is only when they are alive that prowess can be of any use to them. Do thou understand this? O thou of exceeding splendor, fame is for the good of these only that are alive. Of what use is fame to the dead whose bodies have been reduced to ashes? One that is dead cannot enjoy renown. It is only when one is alive that one can enjoy it. The fame of one that is dead is like a garland of flowers around the neck of a corpse. As thou reverest me, I tell thee this for thy benefit, because thou art a worshipper of mine. They that worship me are always protected by me. That also is another reason for my addressing thee thus. Thinking again, O mighty armed one, that this one revereth me with great reverence, I have been inspired with love for thee. Do thou, therefore, act according to my words. There is, besides, some profound mystery in all this, ordained by fate. It is for this that I tell thee so. Do thou act without mistrust of any kind. O bull among men, It is not fit for thee to know this which is a secret to the very gods. Therefore, I do not reveal that secret unto thee. Thou wilt, however, understand it in time. I repeat what I have already said. Do thou, O Radha's son, lay my words to heart. When the wielder of the thunderbolt asketh thee for them, do thou never give him thy earrings. O thou of exceeding splendor, with thy handsome earrings, thou lookest beautiful, even like the moon himself in the clear firmament, between the Vizika constellation. Dost thou know that fame availeth only the person that is living? Therefore, when the Lord of the Celestials will ask the earrings, thou shouldst, O son, refuse him. Repeating again and again answers fraught with various reasons, thou wilt, O sinless one, be able to remove the eagerness of the Lord of the Celestial for the possession of the earrings. Do thou, O Gana, after Purandara's purpose by urging answers fraught with reason and grave import and adorned with sweetness and suavity. Thou dost always, O tiger among men, challenge him that can draw the bow with his left hand, and heroic Arjuna also will surely encounter thee in fight. But when furnished with thy earrings, Arjuna will never be able to vanquish thee in fight even if Indra himself comes to his assistance. Therefore, O Gana, if thou wishest to vanquish Arjuna in battle, these handsome earrings of thine should never be parted with to Sakra. Section CCC. Karna said, As thou, O Lord of splendor, knowest me for thy worshipper, so also thou knowest that there is nothing which I cannot give away in charity, O thou of fiery rays. Neither my wives, nor my sons, nor my own self, nor my friends, are so dear to me as thou, on account of the veneration I feel for thee, O Lord of splendor. Thou knowest, O Maker of light, that high-souled persons bear a loving regard for their dear worshippers. Karna revereth me and is dear to me. He knoweth no other's deity in heaven, thinking this thou hast, O Lord, said unto me what is for my benefit. Yet, O thou of bright rays, again do I beseech thee with bended head, again do I place myself in thy hands. I will repeat the answer I have already given. It behoveth thee to forgive me. Death itself is not fraught with such terrors for me as untruth. As regards especially the Brahmanas, again, I do not hesitate to yield up my life even for them. And, O Divine One, respecting what thou hast said unto me of Fulgana, the son of Pandu, let thy grief born of thy anxiety of heart, O Lord of splendor, be dispelled touching him and myself, for I shall surely conquer Arjuna in battle. Thou knowest, O deity, that I have great strength of weapons obtained from Jamadanya and the high-souled Drona. Permit me now, O foremost of celestials, to observe my vow, so that unto him of the thunderbolt coming to beg of me, I may give away even my life. Surya said, If, O son, thou givest away thy earrings to the wielder of the thunderbolt, O thou of mighty strength, thou shouldst also, for the purpose of securing victory, speak unto him, saying, O thou of 100 sacrifices, I shall give thee earrings under a condition. Furnished with the earrings, thou art certainly incapable of being slain by any being. Therefore, it is, O son, that desirous of beholding thee slain in battle by Arjuna, the destroyer of the Danavas, desireth to deprive thee of thy earrings. Repeatedly adoring with truthful words that Lord of the Celestials, viz., Purandara, armed with weapons incapable of being frustrated, do thou also beseech him, saying, Give me an infallible dart capable of slaying all foes, and I will, O thousand-eyed deity, give the earrings with the excellent coat of mail. On this condition shouldst thou give the earrings unto Sakra. With that dart, O Gana, thou wilt slay foes in battle, for, O mighty armed one, that dart of the chief of the celestials doth not return to the hand that hurleth it, without slaying enemies by hundreds and by thousands. Vaisampayana continued, having said this, the thousand-rayed deity suddenly vanished away. The next day, after having told his prayers, Karna related his dream unto the Sunday, and Varisha related unto him the vision he had seen, and all that had passed between them in the night. Thereupon, having heard everything, that enemy of Swabanu, that lord, the resplendent and divine Surya, said unto him with a smile, It is even so. Then Radha's son, that slayer of hostile heroes, knowing all about the matter, and desirous of obtaining the dart, remained in expectation of Vasava. Section CCCI. Janamjaya said, What was that secret which was not revealed to Karna by the deity of warm rays? Of what kind also were those earrings, and of what sort was that coat of mail? Whence, too, was that mail and those earrings? All this, O best of men, I wish to hear. O thou possessed of the wealth of asceticism, do tell me all this. Vaisampayana said, I will, O monarch, tell thee that secret which was not revealed by the deity possessed of the wealth of effulgence. I will also describe unto thee those earrings and that coat of mail. Once on a time, O king, there appeared before Kantibhawa a Brahmana of fierce energy and tall stature, bearing a beard and matted locks, and carrying a staff in his hand. And he was agreeable to the eye and of faultless limbs, and seemed to blaze forth in splendor. And he was possessed of a yellow-blue complexion like that of honey. And his speech was mellifluous, and he was adorned with ascetic merit and a knowledge of the Vedas. And that person of great ascetic merit, addressing King Kantibhawa, said, O thou that art free from pride, I wish to live as a guest in thy house, feeding on the food obtained as alms from thee. Neither thy followers, nor thou thyself, shall ever act in such a way as to produce my displeasure. If, O sinless one, it liketh thee, I would then live in thy house thus. I shall leave thy abode when I wish, and come back when I please. And, O king, no one shall offend me in respect of my food or bed. Then Kantibhawa spake unto him these words cheerfully, Be it so, and more. And he again said unto him, O thou of great wisdom, I have an illustrious daughter named Pritha, and she beareth an excellent character, is observant of vow, chaste, and of subdued senses. And she shall attend on thee and minister unto thee with reverence. And thou wilt be pleased with her disposition. And having said this to that Brahmana and duly paid him homage, the king went to his daughter Pritha of large eyes, and spake thus unto her, O child, this eminently pious Brahmana is desirous of dwelling in my house. I have accepted his proposal, saying, So be it, relying, O child, on thy aptitude and skill in ministering unto Brahmanas. It, therefore, behoveth thee to act in such a manner that my words may not be untrue. Do thou give him with alacrity whatever this reverend Brahmana possessed of ascetic merit and engaged in the study of the Vedas may want. Let everything that this Brahmana asketh for be given to him cheerfully. A Brahmana is the embodiment of pre-eminent energy. He is also the embodiment of the highest ascetic merit. It is in consequence of the virtuous practices of Brahmanas that the sun shineth in the heavens. It was for their disregard of Brahmanas that were deserving of honor that the mighty Ajuravatapi, as also Tilajana, was destroyed by the curse of the Brahmanas. For the present, O child, it is a highly virtuous one of that order that is entrusted to thy keep. Thou shouldst always tend this Brahmana with concentrated mind. O daughter, I know that, from childhood upwards, thou hast ever been attentive to Brahmanas, and superiors, and relatives, and servants, and friends, to thy mothers and myself. I know thou bearest thyself well, bestowing proper regard upon everyone. And, O thou of the faultless limbs, in the city of the interior of my palace, on account of thy gentle behavior, there is not one, even among the servants, that is dissatisfied with thee. I have, therefore, thought thee fit to wait upon all Brahmanas of wrathful temper. Thou art, O Pritha, a girl and has been adopted as my daughter. Thou art born in the race of the Vrishnis, and art the favourite daughter of Zura. Thou wert, O girl, given to me gladly by thy father himself. The sister of Vasudeva by birth, thou art, by adoption, the foremost of my children. Having promised me in these words, I will give my firstborn, thy father gladly gave thee to me while thou wert yet in thy infancy. It is for this reason that thou art my daughter. Born in such a race and reared in such a race, thou hast come from one happy state to another like a lotus transferred from one lake to another. O auspicious girl, women, especially they that are of mean extraction, although they may with difficulty be kept under restraint, become in consequence of their unripe age, generally deformed in character. But thou, O Pritha, art born in a royal race, and thy beauty also is extraordinary. And then, O girl, thou art endued with every accomplishment. Do thou, therefore, O damsel, renouncing pride and haughtiness and a sense of self-importance, wait upon and worship the boon-giving Brahmana, and thereby attain, O Pritha, to an auspicious state. By acting thus, O auspicious and sinless girl, thou wilt surely attain to auspiciousness. But if, on the contrary, thou stirrest up the anger of this best of the twice-born ones, my entire race will be consumed by him. Section CI. Kunti said, according to thy promise, I will, O king, with concentrated mind, serve that Brahmana. O foremost of kings, I do not say this falsely. It is my nature to worship Brahmanas. And, as in the present case, my doing so would be agreeable to thee, even this would be highly conducive to my welfare. Whether that worshipful one cometh in the evening, or in morning, or at night or even at midnight, he will have no reason to be angry with me. O foremost of kings, to do good by serving the twice-born ones, observing all thy commands, is what I consider to be highly profitable to me, O best of men. Do thou, therefore, O foremost of monarchs, rely on me. That best of Brahmanas, while residing in thy house, shall never have cause for dissatisfaction. I tell thee truly, I shall, O king, be always attentive to that which is agreeable to this Brahmana, and what is fraught also with good to thee. O sinless one, I know full well that Brahmanas that are eminently virtuous, when propitiated bestow salvation, and when displeased, were capable of bringing about destruction upon the offender. Therefore, I shall please this foremost of Brahmanas. Thou wilt not, O monarch, come to any grief from that best of regenerate persons, owing to any act of mine. In consequence of the transgressions of monarchs, Brahmanas, O foremost of kings, became the cause of evil to them, as Kayavana had become, in consequence of the act of Sukanya. I will, therefore, O king, with great regularity, wait upon that best of Brahmanas according to thy instructions in that respect. And when she had thus spoken at length, the king embraced and cheered her, and instructed her in detail as to what should be done by her. And the king said, Thou shalt, O gentle maid, act even thus, without fear, for my good as also thy own, and for the good of thy race also, O thou of the faultless limbs. And having said this, the illustrious Kantibhoa, who was devoted to the Brahmanas, made over the girl Pritha to that Brahmana, saying, This my daughter, O Brahmana, is of tender age and brought up in luxury. If, therefore, she transgresses at any time, do thou not take that to heart. Illustrious Brahmanas are never angry with old men, children, and ascetics, even if these transgress frequently. In respect of even a great wrong, forgiveness is due from the regenerate. Their worship, therefore, O best of Brahmanas, that is offered to the best of one's power and exertion, should be acceptable. Hearing these words of the monarch, the Brahmana said, So be it. Thereupon, the king became highly pleased and assigned unto him apartments that were white as swans or the beams of the moon. And in the room intended for the sacrificial fire, the king placed a brilliant seat especially constructed for him. And the food and other things that were offered unto the Brahmana were of the same excellent kind. And casting aside idleness and all sense of self-importance, the princess addressed herself with right good will to wait upon the Brahmana. And the chaste Kunti, endued with purity of conduct, went thither for serving the Brahmana. And duly waiting upon that Brahmana as if he were a very god, she gratified him highly. Section CI. Vaisampayana said, and that maiden of rigid vows, O mighty monarch, by serving with a pure heart, that Brahmana of rigid vows, succeeded in gratifying him. And, O foremost of kings, saying, I will come back in the morning, that best of Brahmanas sometimes came in the evening or in night. Him, however, the maiden worshipped at all hours with sumptuous food and drink and bed. And as day after day passed away, her attentions to him, in respect of food and seat and bed, increased instead of undergoing any diminution. And, O king, even when the Brahmana reproved her, finding fault with any of her arrangements, or addressed her in harsh words, Pritha did not do anything that was disagreeable to him. And on many occasions the Brahmana came back after the appointed hour had long passed away. And on many occasions, such as the depth of night, when food was hard to procure, he said, Give me food. But on all those occasions saying, All is ready, Pritha held before him the fare. And even like a disciple, daughter, or a sister, that blameless gem of a girl with a devoted heart, O king, gratified that foremost of Brahmanas. And that best of Brahmanas became well pleased with her conduct and ministrations. And he received those attentions of hers, valuing them rightly. And, O Bharata, her further asked her every morning and evening, saying, O daughter, is the Brahmana satisfied with thy ministrations? And that illustrious maiden used to reply, Exceedingly well. And thereupon, the high-souled Kantibhoa experienced the greatest delight. And when after a full year that best of ascetics was unable to find any fault whatever in Pritha, who was engaged in ministering unto him, well pleased he said unto her, O gentle maid, I have been well pleased with thy attentions, O beautiful girl. Do thou, O blessed girl, ask even for such boons as are difficult of being obtained by men in this world, and obtaining which, thou mayst surpass in fame all the women in this world. At these words of his, Kunti said, Everything hath already been done in my behalf, since thou, O chief of those that are versed in the Vedas, and my father also, have been pleased with me. As regards the boons, I consider them as already obtained by me, O Brahmana. The Brahmana thereupon said, If, O gentle maid, thou dost not, O thou of sweet smiles, wish to obtain boons from me, do thou then take this mantra from me for invoking the celestials. Anyone amongst the celestials whom thou mayst invoke by uttering this mantra, will appear before thee and be under thy power. Willing or not, by virtue of this mantra, that deity in gentle guise, and assuming the obedient attitude of slave, will become subject to thy power. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed, that faultless maiden could not, O king, from fear of a curse, refuse to the second time compliance with the wishes of that best of the twice-born ones. Then, O king, that Brahmana imparted unto that girl of faultless limbs those mantras which are recited in the beginning of the Atharvan Veda. And, O king, having imparted unto her those mantras, he said unto Kantibhoa, I have, O monarch, dwelt happily in thy house, always worshipped with due regard and gratified by thy daughter. I shall now depart. And saying this, he vanished there and then. And beholding that Brahmana vanish there and then, the king was struck with amazement. and the monarch then treated his daughter Pritha with proper regard. Section 6. Vaisampayana said, when that foremost of Brahmanas had gone away on some other errand, the maiden began to ponder over the virtue of those mantras. And she said to herself, of what nature are those mantras that have been bestowed on me by the titled one? I shall without delay test their power. And as she was thinking in this way, she suddenly perceived indications of the approach of her season. And her season having arrived, while she was yet unmarried, she blushed in shame. And it came to pass that as she was seated in her chamber on a rich bed, she beheld the solar orb rising in the east. And both the mind and the eyes of that maiden of excellent waist became riveted fast upon the solar orb. And she gazed and gazed on that orb without being satiated with the beauty of the morning Sunday, and she suddenly became gifted with celestial sight. And then she beheld that god of divine form accoutred in mail and adorned with earrings. And at sight of the god, O Lord of men, she became curious as to their potency of the mantras. And thereupon that maiden resolved to invoke him. And having recourse to pranayama, she invoked the Maker of Day. And thus invoked by her, O King, the Maker of Day speedily presented himself. And he was of a yellowish hue like honey, and was possessed of mighty arms, and his neck was marked with lines like those of a conch shell, and furnished with armlets, and decked with a diadem. He came smiling, and illumining all the directions. And it was by yoga power that he divided himself in twain, one of which continued to give heat, and the other appeared before Kunti. As he addressed Kunti in words that were exceedingly sweet, saying, O gentle maiden, overpowered by the mantras, I come hither obedient to thee. Subject as I am to thy power, what shall I do, O queen? Tell me, for I shall do whatever thou mayst command. Hearing these words of the deity, Kunti said, O worshipful one, go thou back to the place thou hast come from. I invoked thee from curiosity alone. Pardon me, O worshipful one. Surya then said, O damsel of slender waist, I will, even as thou hast said, return to the place I have come from. Having called a celestial, it is not, however, proper to send him away in vain. Thy intention, O blessed one, it is to have from Surya a son furnished with a coat of mail and earrings, and who in point of prowess would be beyond compare in this world. Do thou, therefore, O damsel of elephantine gait, surrender thy person to me. Thou shalt then have, O lady, a son after thy wish. O gentle girl, O thou of sweet smiles, I will go back after having known thee. If thou do not gratify me today by obeying my word, I shall in anger curse thee, thy father and that Brahmana also. For thy fault, I will surely consume them all, and I shall inflict condign punishment on that foolish father of thine that knoweth not this transgression of thine, and on that Brahmana who hath bestowed the mantras on thee without knowing thy disposition and character. Yonder are all the celestials in heaven, with Prandara at the head, who are looking at me with derisive smiles at my being deceived by thee, O lady. Look at those celestials, for thou art now possessed of celestial sight. Before this I have endued thee with celestial vision, in consequence of which thou canst see me. Vaisampayana continued, thereupon the princess beheld the celestials standing in the firmament, each in his proper sphere 107, even as she saw before her that highly resplendent deity furnished with rays, viz., Surya himself. And beholding them all, the girl became frightened and her face was suffused with blushes of shame. And then she addressed Surya, saying, O Lord of rays, go thou back to thy own region. On account of my maidenhood, this outrage of thine is fraught with woe to me. It is only one's father, mother, and other superiors, that are capable of giving away their daughter's body. Virtue I shall never sacrifice, seeing that in this world the keeping of their persons inviolate is deemed as the highest duty of women, and is held in high regard. O thou possessed of wealth of splendor, it is only to test the power of my mantras that I have, from mere childishness, summoned thee. Considering that this hath been done by a girl of tender years, it behoveth thee, O Lord, to forgive her. Then Surya said, It is because I consider thee a girl that, O Kunti, I am speaking to thee so mildly. To one that is not so I would not concede this. Do thou, O Kunti, surrender thyself. Thou shalt surely attain happiness thereby. Since, O timid maiden, thou hast invoked me with mantras, it is not proper for me to go away without any purpose being attained, for, if I do so I shall then, O thou of the faultless limbs, be the object of laughter in the world, and, O beauteous damsel, a byword with all the celestials. Do thou, therefore, yield to me. By that thou shalt obtain a son even like myself, and thou shalt also be much praised in all the world. Section CCCV. Vaisampayana said, although the noble girl addressed him in various sweet words, yet she was unable to dissuade the deity of 1,000 rays. And when she failed to dissuade the dispeller of darkness, at last from fear of a curse, she reflected, O king, for a long time ! How may my innocent father, and that Brahmana also, escape the angry Surya's curse for my sake? Although energy and asceticism are capable of destroying sins, yet even honest persons, if they be of unripe age, should not foolishly court them. By foolishly acting in that way I have today been placed in a frightful situation. Indeed, I have been placed entirely within the grasp of this deity. Yea, how can I do what is sinful by taking it on myself to surrender my person to him? Vaisampayana continued, afflicted with fear of a curse, and thinking much within herself, an utter stupefaction of the senses came upon her. And she was so confounded that she could not settle what to do. Afraid, on the one hand, O king, of the reproach of friends if she obeyed the deity, and, on the other, of his curse if she disobeyed him, the damsel at last, O foremost of kings, said these words unto that god, in accents tremulous with bashfulness, O God, as my father and mother and friends are still living, this violation of duty on my part should not take place. If, O God, I commit this unlawful act with thee, the reputation of this race shall be sacrificed in this world on my account. If thou, however, O thou foremost of those that impart heat, deem this to be a meritorious act, I shall then fulfill thy desire even though my relatives may not have bestowed me on thee. May I remain chaste after having surrendered my person to thee. Surely, the virtue, the reputation, the fame, and the life of every creature are established in thee. Hearing these words of hers, Surya replied, O thou of sweet smiles, neither thy father, nor thy mother, nor any other superior of thine, is competent to give thee away. May good betide thee, O beauteous damsel. Do thou listen to my words. It is because a virgin desireth the company of every one, that she hath received the appellation of the Kanya, from the root karma meaning to desire. Therefore, O thou of excellent hips and the fairest complexion, a virgin is, by nature, free in this world. Thou shalt not, O lady, by any means, be guilty of any sin by complying with my request. And how can I, who am desirous of the welfare of all creatures, commit an unrighteous act? That all men and women should be bound by no restraints, is the law of nature. The opposite condition is the perversion of the natural state. Thou shalt remain a virgin after having gratified me, and thy son shall also be mighty armed and illustrious. Thereupon Kunti said, If, O dispeller of darkness, I obtain a son from thee, may he be furnished with a coat of mail and earrings, and may he be mighty armed and endued with great strength. Hearing these words of hers, Surya answered, O gentle maiden, thy son shall be mighty armed and decked with earrings and a celestial coat of mail. And both his earrings and coat of mail will be made of Amrita, and his coat will also be invulnerable. Kunti then said, If the excellent mail and earrings of the son thou wilt beget on me, be, indeed, made of Amrita, then, O God, O worshipful deity, let thy purpose be fulfilled. May he be powerful, strong, energetic, and handsome, even like thee, and may he also be endued with virtue. Surya then said, O princess, O excellent damsel, these earrings had been given to me by Aditi. O timid lady, I will bestow them, as also this excellent mail, on thy son. Kunti then said, Very well, O worshipful one. If my son, O Lord of Light, become so, I will, as thou sayest, gratify thee. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words of hers, Surya said, So be it. And that ranger of the skies, that enemy of Swabanu, with soul absorbed in yoga, entered into Kunti, and touched her on the navel. At this, that damsel, on account of Surya's energy, became stupefied. And that reverend lady then fell down on her bed, deprived of her senses. Surya then addressed her, saying, I will now depart, O thou with graceful hips. Thou shalt bring forth a son who will become the foremost of all wielders of weapons. At the same time thou shalt remain a virgin. Vaisampayana continued, Then, O foremost of kings, as the highly effulgent Surya was about to depart, that girl bashfully said unto him, So be it. And it was thus that the daughter of King Kuntibhoa, importuned by Surya, had after soliciting a son from him, fallen down stupefied on that excellent bed, like a broken creeper. And it was thus that deity of fierce rays, stupefying her, entered into her by virtue of yoga power, and placed his own self within her womb. The deity, however, did not sully her by deflowering her in the flesh. And after Surya had gone away, that girl regained her consciousness. Section Kvi. Vaisampayana said, It was, O Lord of Earth, on the first day of the lighted fortnight during the 10th month of the year that Pritha conceived a son like the Lord himself of the stars in the firmament. And that damsel of excellent hips, from fear of her friends, concealed her conception, so that no one knew her condition. And as the damsel lived entirely in the apartments assigned to the maidens and carefully concealed her condition, no one except her nurse knew the truth. And in due time that beauteous maiden, by the grace of deity, brought forth a son resembling a very god. And even like his father, the child was equipped in a coat of mail, and decked with brilliant earrings. And he was possessed of leonine eyes and shoulders like those of a bull. And no sooner was the beauteous girl delivered of a child, than she consulted with her nurse and placed the infant in a commodious and smooth box made of wicker work and spread over with soft sheets and furnished with a costly pillow. And its surface was laid over with wax, and it was encased in a rich cover. And with tears in her eyes, she carried the infant to the river Rizwa, and consigned the basket to its waters. And although she knew it to be improper for an unmarried girl to bear offspring, yet from parental affection, O foremost of kings, she wept piteously. Do thou listen to the words Kunti weepingly uttered, while consigning the box to the waters of the river Rizwa. O child, may good betide thee at the hands of all that inhabit the land, the water, the sky, and the celestial regions. May all thy paths be auspicious. May no one obstruct thy way. And, O son, may all that come across thee have their hearts divested of hostility towards thee, and may that Lord of Waters, Varuna, protect thee in water. And may the deity that rangeth the skies completely protect thee in the sky. And may, O son, that best of those that impart heat, viz., Surya, thy father, and from whom I have obtained thee as ordained by destiny, protect thee everywhere. And may the Adityas and the Vasas, the Rudras and the Satyas, the Viswadevas and the Maruts, and the cardinal points with the great Indra and the regents presiding over them, and, indeed, all the celestials, protect thee in every place. Even in foreign lands I shall be able to recognize thee by this mail of thine. Surely, thy sire, O son, the divine Surya, possessed of the wealth of splendor, is blessed, for he will with his celestial sight behold thee going down the current. Blessed also is that lady who will, O thou that art begotten by a god, take thee for her son, and who will give thee suck when thou art thirsty. And what a lucky dream hath been dreamt by her that will adopt thee for her son, thee that is endued with solar splendor, and furnished with celestial mail, and adorned with celestial earrings, thee that hast expansive eyes resembling lotuses, a complexion bright as burnished copper or lotus leaves, a fair forehead, and hair ending in beautiful curls. O son, she that will behold thee crawl on the ground, begrimed with dust, and sweetly uttering inarticulate words, is surely blessed. And she also, O son, that will behold thee arrive at thy youthful prime like maned lion born in Himalayan forests, is surely blessed. O king, having thus bewailed long and piteously, Pritha laid the basket on the waters of the river Aswa, and the lotus-eyed damsel, afflicted with grief on account of her son and weeping bitterly, with her nurse cast the basket at dead of night, and though desirous of beholding her son often and again, returned, O monarch, to the palace, fearing lest her father should come to know of what had happened. Meanwhile, the basket floated from the river Aswa to the river Chamanwati, and from the Chamanwati it passed to the Yamuna, and so on to the Ganga. And carried by the waves of the Ganga, the child contained in the basket came to the city of Champa ruled by a person of the Sutta tribe. Indeed, the excellent coat of mail and those earrings made of Amrita that were born with his body, as also the ordinance of destiny, kept the child alive. Section Kvi. Vaisampayana said, and it came to pass that at this time a Sutta named Adrita, who was a friend of Dhritarashtra, came to the river Ganga, accompanied by his wife. And, O king, his wife named Radha was unparalleled on earth for beauty. And although that highly blessed dame had made great endeavors to obtain a son, yet she had failed, O represser of foes, to obtain one. And on coming to the river Ganga, she beheld a box drifting along the current, and containing articles capable of protecting from dangers and decked with unguents. That box was brought before her by the waves of the Janhavi, and attracted by curiosity, the lady caused it to be seized. And she then related all unto Adrita of the charioteer caste. And hearing this, Adrita took away the box from the waterside, and opened it by means of instruments. And then he beheld a boy resembling the morning Sunday, and the infant was furnished with golden mail, and looked exceedingly beautiful with a face decked in earrings. And thereupon the charioteer, together with his wife, was struck with such astonishment that their eyes expanded in wonder. And taking the infant on his lap, Adrita said unto his wife, Ever since I was born, O timid lady, I had never seen such a wonder. This child that hath come to us must be of celestial birth. Surely, sonless as I am, it is the gods that have sent him unto me. Saying this, O Lord of earth, he gave the infant to Radha. And thereat, Radha adopted, according to the ordinance, that child of celestial form and divine origin, and possessed of the splendor of the filaments of the lotus and furnished with excellent grace. And duly reared by her, that child endued with great prowess began to grow up. And after Karna's adoption, Adrita had other sons begotten by himself. And seeing the child furnished with bright mail and golden earrings, the twice-born ones named him Vasusana. And thus did that child endued with great splendor and immeasurable prowess became the son of the charioteer, and came to be known as Vasusana and Vrisha. and Pritha learnt through spies that her own son clad in celestial mail was growing up amongst the Angas as the eldest son of a charioteer, Adrita. And seeing that in process of time his son had grown up, Adrita sent him to the city named after the elephant. And the Kana put up with Drona, for the purpose of learning arms. And that powerful youth contracted a friendship with Duryodhana. And having acquired all the 4 kinds of weapons from Drona, Kripa, and Rama, he became famous in the world as a mighty bowman. And after having contracted a friendship with Dhritarashtra's son, he became intent on injuring the sons of Pritha. And he was always desirous of fighting with the high-souled Falguna. And, O king, ever since they first saw each other, Kana always used to challenge Arjuna, and Arjuna, on his part, used to challenge him. This, O foremost of kings, was without doubt the secret known to the son, viz., begot by himself on Kunti. Kana was being reared in the race of the suitors, and beholding him decked with his earrings and mail, Yudhishthira thought him to be unslayable in fight, and was exceedingly pained at it. And when, O foremost of monarchs, Kana after rising from the water, used at midday to worship the effulgent Surya with joined hands, the Brahmanas used to solicit him for wealth. And at that time there was nothing that he would not give away to the twice-born ones. And Indra, assuming the guise of a Brahmana, appeared before him at such a time, and said, "Give me." And thereupon Radha's son replied unto him, "Thou art welcome." Section Kvi. Vaisampayana said, and when the king of the celestials presented himself in the guise of a Brahmana, beholding him, Kama said, "Welcome." And not knowing his intention, Adrita's son addressed the Brahmana, saying, "Of a necklace of gold, and beauteous damsels, and villages with plenty of kine, which shall I give thee?" Thereupon the Brahmana replied, "I ask thee not to give me either a necklace of gold, or fair damsels, or any other agreeable object. To those do thou give them that ask for them. If, O sinless one, thou art sincere in thy vow, then wilt thou, cutting off from thy person this coat of mail borne with thy body, and these earrings also, bestow them on me. I desire, O chastiser of foes, that thou mayst speedily give me these, for this one gain of mine will be considered as superior to every other gain." Hearing these words, Kama said, "O Brahmana, I will give thee homestead land, and fair damsels, and kine, and fields, but my mail and earrings I am unable to give thee." Vaisampayana continued, although thus urged with various words by Kana, still, O chief of the Bharata race, that Brahmana did not ask for any other boon. And although Kana sought to pacify him to the best of his power, and worshipped him duly, yet that best of Brahmanas did not ask for any other boon. And when that foremost of Brahmanas did not ask for any other boon, Radha's son again spake unto him with a smile, "My male, O regenerate one, hath been born with my body, and this pair of earrings hath arisen from Amrita,